Man, what a day. I ain't do shit.
Guilty was not having insurance at that time, but I'm not responsible for somebody can come and break in.
You have to do the best you can to try to protect yourself as a consumer. Sometimes can't always do everything.
And now the next case.
All parties in the matter of Soletic versus Brodalla. Step forward, please.
Matthew Soletic is suing his child's grandfather, Richard Brodalla, for the cost to make renovations to his home. Richard is countersuing for the cost of a car engine and a broken door.
Mr. Soletic, I assume that you and this lady are in a relationship?
Yes, ma'am.
And this lady is the daughter of this gentleman?
Yes, ma'am.
And you and this lady have a child? So that would make this gentleman your daughter's grandfather.
Correct.
For a period of time, you lived in Mr. Brodalla's home,
Yes, I did, ma'am.
along with your girlfriend
Yes, I did.
and your daughter.
Yes, and her son.
You lived there from when to when?
From September of 2009 until April 11th of 2010.
And where did you live prior to September of 2009?
I had a house that I was renting in a different part of the city of Crystal.
And what happened to that house?
I wound up losing the house because I didn't...
You got evicted. So when you got evicted from your old house, Mr. Brodalla took you in.
Yes, he did.
This is your lawsuit. You wanted to, while you were living there, you did a lot of renovations, a lot of construction in the house. You wanted to pay back the materials that you put in the house because he kicked you out of the house after there was an altercation between you and his daughter.
You don't have to be scared. You can request up.
By the police. He never kicked me out. He just decided
Somebody
not to.
kicked you out. The police kicked you out
Yes.
because somebody called the police.
It was Jessica, my daughter's mother.
Hey, you want the materials.
What's up,
Mr.
Jamar?
Brodalla says that
Damn,
that was not the
what's up,
agreement.
Jamar?
He told you he was going to reimburse you for the materials.
You
He's
know
had some
what,
nonsense
Jamar?
coming to him about
I thought about you. I went to Bojangles and I recorded a video about Bojangles. I said this reminds me of Jamar. What happened to your food tasting video? What happened to that? Or maybe you shadow banned. Maybe I can't. I know, right? Maybe I don't. Why I don't be seeing that? Do you still be posting? I don't be seeing you live either, though. What you been up to? I know you still working. Oh, I'm sure working. You be posting? Why I don't be seeing you? Guess I'm gonna have to go to your page and interact so you can show up on my For You page now. Man, you know, I just made this prompt because I just started going on TikTok and I started going into these lives where they be having these panels and debates and stuff like that. And I just, it's fun to me. When we having a good conversation, it's fun. But sometimes we ain't fun. You don't go live no more. I don't really go live no more either. Not from my page. I go live from other. I'll join somebody else's panel. I will do that, but I don't go live like that either. Dead ass. I don't really go live either. Ain't you in Florida? What's going on in Florida? No, it's hot probably. You probably don't know nothing about the spore wars that be going on TikTok. I didn't even know this was a thing. Hi, I already know. You know I'm in Phoenix. It's hot as fuck. And mad mosquitoes now. That's one thing I can say. Arizona do not have mosquitoes. We got them. I've been in Arizona 12 years. I probably been bit by a mosquito probably like 10 years, 10 times. We really do not have mosquitoes like that. That's what's up. Thank you. Yeah, that's what's up. Yeah, we do not have mosquitoes like that. But I know in the South, when I go to Memphis, how the fuck a mosquito bite you through your clothes? How did it bite me through my shirt? Like, the shit be crazy. And they be big. The spray don't even work. You know they probably released them mosquitoes into our society. Mine mosquitoes, they know. That shit is wild. What's up? Y'all can join the dead ass, like for real. They bite you through your jacket, bro. That is crazy. Nah, they did. They bite me through my clothes in Memphis. That shit be so bad. And they'll sit on you and bite and bite your ass for a long time. That shit is crazy. Hell no. Hell no. That's one thing I do not miss in Phoenix is them goddamn mosquitoes. Damn. Ooh, I know y'all getting y'all ass ate up by the mosquitoes. That shit is crazy. Hell nah. Them mosquitoes probably can't even survive in Phoenix. It's so hot. What's the temperature now? Well, it's probably like 112. Shit, humans can't even survive. I know mosquitoes can't fucking survive. It's hot as fucking here. Whew. Yep. I keep my house is hot though. I like my house a little warm. But man, I be in this bitch sweating sometimes. I be like, damn, I gotta turn the air on. But I like it a little warm. I like it a little warm, just a little bit. Yeah, I just came on live just to keep me busy while I work. I need to start working though. Appreciate it. Let me share the live to somebody I want to talk to. I'm gonna talk to one of these people. Don't join. Look, Jamar, if anybody join my panel, do not follow them. You do not want to be on this side of TikTok. Can you believe that? That the Caribbeans and Black Americans, they beefing. The Black Americans and the Haitians beefing. The Black Americans and Jamaicans beefing. The Africans and the Black Americans beefing. Can you believe that? Jamar, can you believe that we beefing? We don't even know that. We don't even know we beefing. You get on TikTok, you realize we beefing. We beefing? Why are we beefing? You know, why are we beefing? That's a good fucking question. Why? A lot of it is disrespect. You know, the Africans, they come to America, they think they're Black Americans. Damn. Why would you say the Caribbeans don't like Black Americans? See, I wouldn't know that because I go to the Caribbean all the time and I get nothing but love. So maybe it's some shit maybe it's a different perspective in person. Yeah. So one of the things is that like say for example, like you got a Black American. So first thing is Black Americans are saying, y'all, if you are an immigrant, right? If you're an immigrant or your family is an immigrant, like say for example, you Black, you Jamaican, and you in America. Your parents came to America. So say for example, you was born in America. These generations of immigrants, the next generation, are calling themselves Black Americans. Black Americans don't like that. They like, bruh, you are not Black American, right? So that's one thing. Damn, they don't like Black Americans, and that's always been I feel like I always figure like the Africans on the continent didn't really like us, and then the Caribbean people didn't really like us. What the beef was, I had no idea, but I knew that we didn't really talk. We didn't amongst ourselves. We didn't talk about how much we hate Jamaicans or hate Africans. So I just thought maybe they just don't understand our dynamic. But what's up?
Hello, how you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm good. I just want to answer your prompt real quick. I think all it would take is LeBron James winning another championship.
Are you trolling?
No.
What's up, Juicy? What LeBron James got to do with Africans?
He's just inspirational to everybody. You know what I'm saying?
No, I don't.
What do you mean? He's just an inspirational figure.
He trolling, ain't he, Jamar? What's up, Juicy? Juicy, you coming to Jamaica with me? I'm going to Jamaica on Sunday. On Sunday, I'm gonna be in Jamaica. I'm gonna be there a week until the next Sunday. What you doing? What we doing? We gonna make it. Of course he trolling, girl. He is trolling.
That Jamaica trip sounds fun.
Where you from? Where you from, sir?
Florida.
You
Man, drop this troll, please.
But we're talking about the
LeBron.
Jamaica trip. Come on now.
Nah, we about to drop
you
you. Don't
Black American
nobody
fan?
even care about LeBron.
But we're on the Jamaica trip now. We're not talking about LeBron.
Nobody cares about LeBron or what team
We care
LeBron
about
is
the
on.
Jamaica trip.
Nah, we already know you. Why
I'm
you ain't
going
got
to
no
Jamaica
picture up or
Come
nothing?
on. I want to go where Drake goes. Take me to Turks and Caicos. What?
Nah, them ain't
Drake
black people.
and LeBron? Yeah, please
Look,
drop him.
them ain't black people. I ain't going to Turk and Caicos.
They not like us. Drop him.
Nah, he play too much. I started
You
Yeah,
out
guys are
we are
having fun,
easy
though.
to
You guys
troll.
are having fun. You know you're having fun.
But where you
Anyway,
from? Are you Black
Jamar.
American, sir, or are you
Nah, I'm
Caribbean?
not. I'm Hispanic.
Bro.
You
Latino, actually.
Hispanic.
Latino. Cuban.
Latino, you
So are
Cuban.
you a black Cuban or a white Cuban?
I'm somewhere in between.
Oh, so you like
Okay.
tan?
I got half and
So
half.
how
You
do
Ken
you
the Pablo
identify
Noriega?
racially? Like as far as your race, what do you identify as?
Yeah, I honestly don't know because most people like
Hmm.
they see me and they're like, "Yeah, you're just tan," like they wouldn't call me black. So
Mm-hmm.
every time like I take a standardized test or something, I just whatever's available. If they say Hispanic, I
How
just
old
do
are you?
Hispanic. 25.
Oh, okay.
Okay. What about your parents? Were they born here?
No, they were not.
They were born in Cuba.
Yeah.
You ever been to Cuba?
No, my grandma don't want me going back.
Shit, I heard Cuba lit. I heard
I
Cuba
heard
back
Cuba
there.
lit too.
Yeah, I
I
heard
heard so
Cuba is
too.
really nice, and the reason why I heard it's nice because they ain't got modernized shit, so you kind of get to enjoy, how shit used to be.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
but apparently it's been getting expensive now at least for travel.
Cause they don't want Americans over there.
That's true.
Yeah,
That's the last
that's how
damn
you
thing
keep
they
them
want
out.
is for Americans to be stimulating that damn economy with touristy dollars. That's the last thing they want. Come on
That's
now.
Mm-hmm.
That's true. All right, I'm gonna let you go now, but I just want to say enjoy your Jamaica trip. I hope you have a lot of fun.
You ain't gotta run. We don't bite. But all
No,
right, you can
I
go.
actually have to go though, but I
No, you
appreciate it.
good.
All
Go ahead.
right. Have a good
You good.
day.
Y'all have a great one.
Yeah, you too. Juicy, what you up to, girl?
Nothing. Sitting at this shop waiting to put these tires on so I can keep rolling and get out of Iowa.
Oh.
Iowa.
Where you on your way to?
On my way to Michigan. Girl, I was just in Jamaica.
I know. We keep missing each other.
I was just in Jamaica. I went down there at the beginning of July.
Oh shit! Damn! Now I thought this was a
Yeah,
few
like
months ago. I felt like I saw you in
I
Jamaica.
was out there a few months ago. I went out there May around Mother's Day weekend, and this
Mm-hmm.
time I went around the fourth weekend in July.
Oh, you got a man. Come on,
I
that's a
mean,
man. That's
I
a
mean,
man
I
right
had
there.
a,
That's a
I mean,
man.
I had a little something I was playing around with, but I had to stop playing around with him. I dropped him and picked up two new ones. So
Oh, that's how you gotta do it in Jamaica. Keep these
yeah,
on their
child.
toes.
And I got a rental car this time when I went.
Oh, did you drive?
Yeah, yeah, I did,
See,
and
I'm
I
scared as fuck
drove
to drive in
and
Jamaica.
I stayed. I wasn't, I was nervous about driving because you know how crazy they drive and how small they streets
Mm-hmm.
are.
And
But
on the other side of the goddamn street, the nerve.
right, all of that. But I did it, and it wasn't even that bad. I definitely recommend it, like for real. I stayed in Ochi for 3 days,
Oh shit.
3 or 4 days, and then I stayed in Kingston for like 3 or 4 days, and then I came up and hopped on a plane and left. But
So was that your first time
yeah.
in Kingston?
It was. It was my
How you
first time
like
in
it?
Kingston. It was okay. I feel like I didn't get to really party, you know what I'm saying? So I want to go
Mm-hmm.
back and experience like the party, the nightlife. And then
Mm-hmm.
it was I wanted to take the boat and go over to Lime Key, the little island that's off of
Mm-hmm.
Kingston. I didn't get to do that this trip. But Kingston, it's definitely like more city, you know what I'm saying,
Yeah.
than other places. The streets are like bigger, you know what I mean? Like
Yeah,
where we're
it's
used
city. It's
to.
real city. City
Um,
like.
yeah, it's not like touristy at all. You know what I'm saying? It's
Mm-hmm.
like definitely more city. I did the Bob Marley tour when I was over there, which I really, really
Mm.
loved, and I would definitely do it again. It's only like $25, and they don't let you like take pictures or video, nothing like that. But it's a really good experience. Um, and oh, I went to Devon House. That was my favorite two things. You been to Devon House?
Oh, I when we was in Jamaica during Melissa, right? And so
Right.
when we started out, we eventually went to Kingston, and I had got tired of them, so I dipped off one day, right, and disappeared all day. I was at the Devon House, and man, it was so nice.
Man, listen, did you go to the Devon House Baker and get some of them patties?
I did. I went. I had cheesecake. I felt like I had like
Did you get
smoothies
that
and
curry goat
coffee.
patty from Devon House?
Oh no, I ain't, cause I just tried chicken patties in St. Lucia. That was my first time having a beef patty.
Girl,
I ain't never.
listen,
You
child.
talking about that look? You talking about the meat that's inside that like croissant looking thing, like the little. We
Yes.
talking about the
So
same thing, right? Them
yeah, yeah.
okay.
I made a video of it. But the usually when I go to Jamaica, I usually go to Juicy Patty because I always heard Juicy Patty better than Tasty Patty. And Juicy Patties are good. They're just like more like flat, kind of look like Pop Tartish. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, okay,
And
okay.
they're really good though. They're flaky and the filling inside them is really good. I have nothing at all against Juicy Patty. You know what I mean? But let me
Mm-hmm.
tell you something. After going to Devon House and getting them Devon House patties that look like a big old envelope, like that Devon House patty was like it was square and it was like big. It was like raised. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to think
Mm-hmm.
of what it looked like a tart or something. I don't know. It was so good. You gotta look on my. It's on my page.
I'm gonna go to your page to
Um,
look.
but child, let me tell you something. That curry goat patty, it changed my life. Yeah, it
See, yeah,
did.
yeah. See, I ain't never had goat before,
Yeah.
which is
Mm.
crazy as much as I be in the Caribbean, knowing how they like
Right.
that shit. I stick
Yeah,
with
that
chicken.
curry. Yeah. Now when I went, I had the curry goat patty, I got the chicken patty, and I got a shrimp patty because I had never even seen nobody doing a shrimp patty or the curry goat patty.
Mm-hmm.
So I ate all of them. They had something. a place over there called the Jerk Box, and that jerk chicken in there, that chicken was so good. Um, I ended up going back to both of them places 3 times before I left from Kingston. That's how good that food was. Um, yeah, I had to go back and get me a curry goat patty. I probably went back and like 2 more after that first one. So I'm definitely hooked on the curry goat patties, but I want to go to Portmore. No, not Portmore,
Ooh,
Portland.
Portland. I heard they got the best
Yeah,
beaches.
exactly. And when I was looking it up, I was like, man, I started to drive up there one day, but I was like, I don't feel like doing all that driving. So
You see, that's why I
I'm
don't be
definitely
trying
gonna
to
go
really
back.
travel. See,
But I'm
I
actually
usually go to Mobay. I usually don't travel because I don't want to do the drive. It's too fucking far. 3 hours
right,
is crazy. I do not want to go
right.
on 3 hours.
Now I did have a good time in Ochi though. I like the Ochi beaches. Ochi beaches was nice. I had a good time over there. Mahogany Beach was nice. Yeah, it was like so like non-touristy over there, and they do the jet skis
Mhm.
over there, and yeah, it was just like us or Jamaicans over there, so I like that. And the beach was nice, and the water was, Jamaican water, pretty blue and stuff, clear. And of course they had a bar, a little restaurant. They had everything over there, restrooms. They had everything over there at the Mahogany Beach. It was nice. Um, There was a Bay Beach, Turtle Bay Beach. I went to that one. It was okay, but it was like overcrowded the day I went.
Okay.
Yeah. So there's a few more things I want to do in Ochi and go to Portland. So I'm definitely going back. I don't think I'm gonna go back to February though, because I'm doing a trip with my kids sometime in between now and December. And then December is my birthday, and I have decided I'm going to I'm trying to say this right, Carousel. Is that how you
Oh,
say it?
okay. Okay, I heard that's nice.
Yeah. So I just decided I'm going to Carousel. I've been floating around different places. I wanted to do Carnival, but
Ooh.
it's been
Girl, don't
difficult for
mention
me to
that
find
word to
places
me.
to But I had just found out that it's too early for the band people to be like dropping their costumes and stuff. I have been looking for that, but I heard it was too early for them to drop it.
Who you trying to do it
So,
with? What country?
St. Kitts has a carnival around my birthday, like the end of December. So I was thinking about doing that one, but I'm also
Ooh.
open to any of them. I know they do one in Jamaica, like they do them all over. So it really
You
don't
know I
matter.
be
I just
doing
want to go to
carnival,
one.
Juicy.
I have never done carnival. I didn't know you'd be doing
Oh,
carnival.
I just left St. Lucia Carnival and I'm going to St. Kitts
Shut
this
up.
December. No, I do. I be in
Oh,
Carnival.
you doing the St. Kitts Carnival?
Yeah, I'm doing the St. Kitts Carnival.
Shut up. Where
Yeah,
you
I am.
staying?
I'm with a travel group. It's called Soca Islands. So you pay him like a certain amount for like your parties. He gonna do all the transportation. So he gets like it's like a tour guide type of thing. The only thing you have to do is like pay him, get your flight, and then your costume, and then your whole carnival is set. That would be a
Okay.
good idea to do that for your first
Right.
time. Yeah.
So he covered what we pay him covers your hotel and stuff too?
Yeah, covers your hotel, your transportation, your party tickets, your activities. Cause he do
You're gonna
like,
have to send me the info.
yeah, I'm gonna send you the info. It's called Soca Island,
Yeah.
and
Cause my
he
birthday
do a
the
lot
end of
of them too.
December. And
Yeah, he does a lot of them too. Like he got. I've done Grenada with him. I've done St. Lucia 2 times with him, and then I'm doing St. Kitts with him.
oh, you just be on all the carnivals. Yeah.
It's
That'll be
fun.
fun. I have been I really I when I was first planning my birthday, I was like, I'm gonna do the carnival, but I couldn't find any information on it. I was like, man, I ain't going to carnival. And I started looking at Carousel. I was like, I'm gonna go to Carousel, but I really want to do carnival though.
Yes,
Yeah, so send me the information
I
because
would
I'm
say, you
definitely
know
down.
what? I don't think it, you know what? If you wanted to wait, if you just wanted to wait, if you was willing to wait a little bit, I would say go to St. Lucia next year or
When
Grenada
is St.
next
Lucia
year.
Carnival? You say you just got back.
Yeah, so St. Lucia Carnival usually starts so let me just go to 2020
But
7.
I
So
do want to
say,
be turned up for my birthday. So I
oh
when I
no,
first started playing it, I
no,
want to do carnival. And then
it's
when I
it's
started not
19
being
and
able to
20.
find information, I was like, well, I need to find somewhere else because I can't even find the bands. But then I realized it was too early. So I'm like, I don't know. I might can still do St. Kitts.
Yeah, not everybody that identifies as black, they identify as African. Just a response to the comment. But yeah, so yeah, I mean I'm for December, I'm doing St. Kitts. St. Kitts is I think we leave on the 23rd and we get back like
Mm-hmm.
on January
The
3rd.
third,
Yeah.
yeah, because they have the band things are the first and the second. The
Mm-hmm.
26th is Jovert. I seen they got something else. The 27th, I think it's like that pink lemonade party or something. And
Mm-hmm.
then they doing something on my birthday too on the 28th. I was like, I need to be down here. Oh, I've been looking up stuff solo.
No,
Okay,
I see. You know what's going on.
I'm
Yes,
trying
let
to
me see.
go.
The band,
And I
see the
was like,
band
I
I think
love
I'm
Jamaica,
doing.
but I damn sure ain't trying to go back to Jamaica for my birthday. But I gotta go somewhere
Yeah,
in the
what's your name on
Caribbean.
Instagram?
Girl, Luscious Lock Goddess. You know I gotta be extra.
I know, no, it's fine. I'm just about to put you on. I'm gonna follow you on Instagram so that I
Okay.
can send you. You said luscious lock goddess.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so I can send you the page. I can send you both him and um, I can send you him and the band. But you,
Okay.
but you probably
Yeah.
got the band already.
No,
But
well,
yeah,
somebody sent me one of the band people information. We're done. Great. Yeah, somebody sent me one of the bands. She actually, well, they actually sent me two different bands because I was like asking for options. You know, they was telling me one
yeah.
of them was the best one. I
You
guess
just look
they've
so
won a
talented.
bunch of stuff.
Yeah. Carnival is like, this is like party, party, party.
Right. That's what I'm trying to do. It's my birthday. Yeah, I wanna get painted. I wanna
Uh-huh.
party with with the
No,
paint
it's
colors and
fun.
stuff.
It's fun. I ain't gonna lie. That's why I keep going back. That shit is fun. That shit is fun. Spell luscious. Spell that.
Lucious.
See, that's what I got in here.
Lucious. Lock LOCK and then goddess. I think I spelled it with two D's, an E, and two S's.
Oh, okay,
All
my bad.
right.
Hold on. What's
Hello.
up?
Thank you.
No. What's up? Well, ASAP was here before you. ASAP, did you want to answer the prompt?
Oh yeah, but I was just letting y'all talk. I didn't want to interrupt y'all or nothing.
Ah, no, go ahead. My bad. We. This is my friend. She didn't came up here. We started talking about something completely different than the prompt. But now we can
I
go
didn't
to the
even
prompt.
answer the question.
I mean, I just think like it's gonna take a lot more. Like I think it's mainly like in different places. Like I know, like in Jamaica. Well, not even just in Jamaica. I think it's gonna take like a lot of regressing from American, like a lot of going back in time for that, for like to get really respected and like united with other black people around the world. Cause like one of the things is like feminism, you know what I mean? Like everybody like in America is like their own woman, like they respect themselves, and you know what I mean, like the bare minimum of being a woman. Like, but you could go somewhere in Africa and they're still to this day cutting body parts off little girls, because all they'll ever see them is as a reproductive machine. And so I think like black people in America would just have to like do like what I said, like go back in the past and like regress. And I just don't think that's worth it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So where you from? Were you Black American?
Yeah.
Okay. What state you from?
I'm in New Jersey.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, I meant to ask y'all that in the beginning, but okay. Yeah, I will come back to you when I get done with Jack Flynn, because maybe I got a question or something. Go
Hmm.
Hello.
ahead, Jack Flynn.
All right, I am 18 years old, born in 2007,
Time
October
out.
27.
Where you from?
I am from America,
And you
Texas,
are black?
African American, African
Oh, okay.
American.
Okay. So, you are, go ahead with your prompt.
Uh, I'm not lying to you when I say this. I actually cannot read. What does that say?
Oh, well, yeah, now you can't see it. It says, what will it take to unify black and African people around the world?
What would it take to unify? Oh no. I mean, what it would take first is if we can spread the fairness of police because they really do be hiring anyone nowadays, and that's became a real big problem.
Police?
Police, and if we
Fair.
didn't have Trump.
And we have Trump?
No, like if we didn't have Trump. No, like
Oh,
like
okay.
no Trump, no Trump.
Okay. So you think that if we hire sort of better police and we didn't have Trump, that will allow all black people around the world to unite?
Statistically, I may be dumb, but I think it would make it at least a little bit better.
But what was okay, so I guess if I was to say okay, so what was the problem before Trump, you would say the police are still bad.
Yeah, police are still bad.
Yeah, they've been bad. Yeah, that's true. Okay. So I guess I'm trying to I'm misunderstanding how the police and Trump how does that connect with unifying black people around the world? And when I say black people, I use it interchangeably between like Africans on the continent, the Caribbean and South America and Europe, right? These black people, you look at them and you would think that they was a black person. Those people, how does that correlate together?
I am so sorry for wasting your time. I think I'm actually way too stupid to understand this.
I mean, I don't think so. I mean, you're just having a conversation. You don't have to, as long as you're having a genuine conversation, we can have a conversation. I don't want to be talking to you and you acting like you don't know when you really know. You know what I mean?
No,
So I
like
can
I
be back
think
to
I'm
ASAP
actually
and we can have a
dumb.
conversation. What'd you say?
No, like I think I actually dumb. Can you help me understand this?
Yeah, I'm asking the prompt is what will it take to unify black people around the world, black and African people around the world, right? So just your opinion on how can we unify? And then I'm gonna move on because I don't know how simple I can get than that.
Okay, to unify.
Yeah, like become one people. You know how, like for example, you know how when European nations they get together and they make decisions on how they're going to create power, like the EU.
I think
You
he's
know they
confused on like why is like I think like not like you gotta know the same black like a black American will never be the same person that was born and raised in Jamaica and hasn't traveled and hasn't like it will never be the same. It will never be the same as someone like in Africa, born and raised there, never traveled, never touched no social media. It's not the same.
Oh, that's what she
I don't get
meant?
it.
Yes.
Oh, that actually makes sense. Yeah, I think I'm done. So basically, they mean like, oh my god. All I can say is spread black people all around the world. Basically, combine them as whole with and pair them with. I'm still dumb. I'm still dumb.
all right. I mean, maybe we gonna move on to 21. 21, where you from? You on mute. 21, I'm gonna drop you because I'm thinking you're a troll.
Oh no, he's not a troll. He just
Cause
No,
y'all know each other.
no.
Or are y'all both trolls?
no. He's my friend. I admit that.
I don't, sorry, host, I don't really understand the proposition being made, though.
The question is because I think both of y'all are trolls. I'm about to put both of y'all out. So I'm gonna try this one more time. I'm finna put both of y'all out. I'm gonna try this one more time. So right now, black people ain't unified. We don't come together and create power. We don't come together and work together. We don't come together and build, right? So I'm asking, the prompt is, what would it take to unify all black people and to create and build?
I wouldn't say like they're exactly like not unified, but I'd say like more community, like what's it called, communication between like black people around the world. That should be about it.
All right, where you from?
I'm from Greece. Why?
All right, I was just asking because you have an accent. That's why I asked. Am I
Yeah.
tripping y'all, or does he have an accent?
No, it's a heavy accent.
Exactly. All
But
right.
yeah.
Yeah. ASAP. So yes, I agree with you. I think that to a certain extent, I would say, because
Mhm.
it's not necessarily my proposition that we all agree on having the same values and morals and all of that. I feel like going too deep into people's like personal matters we're never going to get on the same page.
Mhm.
Like, and it's going to be harder for us to unify if we go into the personal life. I guess I just want to go into like your political mind, right? Like when you're going through day to day and you're being presented, you see the condition of your people that you want them to do better, and you're willing to make sacrifices to make them be better, right? Or you have loyalty to like the black, population, something of that nature, like wanting to build with each other. I feel like, see, if like for example, like if I say I want all black people to stop eating pork, like trying to get that, I don't think that's gonna be harder. But I'm gonna let you jump in. What you think?
I mean, I also think it's a matter of then religion comes into play, and I also think it's a matter of history as well, of course. Not every like not every black person, not every brown skin ethnicity has the same background, you know what I mean? And I'm sorry, I keep using Jamaica as an example, but Jamaica is still under white and British rule. So they're going, when they see a white man, most of them either, like don't talk to them, or they see them as higher. They don't see them as equal to themselves. You know what I mean? I think, more social media should be put out there, because if you come to America and you walk by a white person, that's equal. You know what I mean? Like, nobody's gonna sit there and bow down to you, like, and say you're a higher status than them because of skin now. And I think, it's also education that needs to be spread around more, because like I said, like, social media all depends on what you use it for, and that's why I really think that should be spread around the world too, because they should be able to have access to learning resources, to learn equality, to learn like just even basic stuff, you know what I mean? And I think that's where like not systematic, but like money comes into play. Like, not a lot of funding goes to there unless you're really like traveling to a resort over there or something. And I also think that's really sad too, you know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure. For sure. I do. So you think that it's issues that there's going to be Africans on the continent, Africans in the Caribbeans, and in America that they're going to have to like fix?
I mean, not fix. I think they're just gonna have to give them that push. You know what I mean? I think the main push is just to get out there more. Americans are very like, it don't matter about skin color. Like, we are very like open people. You know what I mean? Like, most of us have the ability to travel. Most of us have we have education systems here. We learn and we have resources. I don't think like there's enough awareness about like certain places not having resources to do something. But fix, no, I don't think there's nothing like to fix. I really just think they need a little push forward.
Okay, okay, okay. And you mean you and a part of that push forward, you mean monetarily, financially.
Or like in general, yes. Yeah, I would say in general, yeah.
Okay. Juicy, did you want to jump in?
I don't know, to unify all the black people. I really need a real truthful and worldwide truthful, honest. Somebody kept calling me.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, like a real, like truthful, broad spread, like smack of reality as far as history goes, because there's a lot of stuff that we've been taught that just, I mean, to be completely honest, it isn't true. You know what I mean? And from the things that we've been taught, from, our YT people, is something that I believe continues to separate and to keep us separate and to keep us at odds. You know what I mean? 'Cause, the way the narrative is, the YT people saved everybody, across the world, to be honest. Just as they went all over the world doing these missionary missions and statements, about Christianity, it needs to be something that goes around that's going to really expose our actual history. You know what I mean? And I don't think that's gonna happen. Because if that does happen, that takes away the power that these people have put on the world. So I personally don't think it's gonna happen because of that, because nobody really knows their true history. You know what I'm saying? And that's a big part of it, because if you know where you actually come from, and you have the true history of these people, and the things that they actually did to become in control and in power of different countries and worlds or whatever. you know I believe all of the black people and African people and all of black skin tone people would come together. So that's mostly why I believe it's not going to happen, because they don't want it to. You know. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, because it doesn't matter what country you go to or what side of the world, what side of the world, wherever you go, we are there, and we're not there just out of chance. You know what I'm saying? We're there because thousands of years ago we were travelers, and we traveled all over this world and made homes in all of these different parts of the world. And when you go to these different parts of the world, every part of the world you go to, you'll see some type of African or black, some type of history or artifact or something that goes back way before a lot of religions and history and things that we've been taught. And it's not that they're there just by chance. They're there because we were there. You know what I mean? We were there first. And until that fact is spread and not just like a mythology, you know what I'm saying? Until it's actually like something.
You can
I'm still breaking up.
Not no more. You sound better now, but you just was breaking up like the last 2 seconds.
Oh yeah, but yeah, I was just saying this. I feel like it's gonna be hard on us until then because nobody really wants to give up that type of control. Like even if I don't know if you've seen the Brazil when Brazil did their carnival thing in Rio, like the floats and stuff that they had going throughout the country. Did you see those?
Yeah, Brazil. I believe so.
Like all of them, all of the floats, and I forget the big carnival that they do, but all of the floats that they had were like black people. It's like one of the countries and places who doesn't like try to hide. So I don't know. We're everywhere, and until our history is like celebrated instead of pushed down,
look down upon.
active as if it didn't happen. It's gonna, yeah, that's it. Instead of looked down upon, and until it's celebrated, it's gonna be kind of hard for us to come together because they're literally making it so.
Yeah. And I do wish, like, piggybacking onto that, I do wish that was represented a lot more. In America, like, we're only taught that, like, the African community was slaves. They were always in a bad spot. They were always victimized. No, at one point we were so much more before that ever happened. And I really do wish I was taught to philosophers, explorers, builder, like, we're never taught about that. It just gets swept under the rug as, oh, you guys were slaves and this was bad and you should know about this. But we're never taught about the good about ourselves. And I think that's represented a lot more than just in history. You know what I mean? Like, it's represented a lot more, like, in places that still have apartheid going on, saying, oh, like, you're always and will always be a black person. And because, being black, there is nothing wrong with being black. It's just we are never taught about, we always have to find it out about ourselves. You know what I mean? We are never taught the good side of our past. To where white people, you're taught they were explorers, they were adventurers, they were this, they were that. But you, like, at the same time, you have the bad and you have the good about white people. You only have the bad about African American history. And I feel like that also makes us fall back and not unite. Because now you have people still saying that, like, the black community is very, very, what happened in the past was bad. It was very bad. But I feel like still we're not taught to push up, to strive. You know what I mean? We're so stuck in these, like, where we're so stuck about what we're taught about and the struggle of what we're taught about, but we're not pushing to be something better. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, I definitely think that we can be doing a whole lot better than what we doing. We to me, we bull crapping now. It's like we make the money, we got the numbers, we got the people, but we want to have fun, and I don't understand what we celebrating. I don't feel like we're at a good point in America. Like, we're dead ass last, and we be like at the club, like partying and shit.
With that word, no, I do not identify as your N word, as your this and that. No, don't identify me as that. And I don't care, like, if you're another black brother or sister or not. Do not identify me as that, because you want to know why? That word was created in struggle to make it as something better. Black or not, don't call me that, because you want to know why? I'm more than that. And that shouldn't be normalized, because I'm more than it. And it's frustrating. You know what I mean? Like, I don't get it. Like, why would you wanna stay there and you wanna be known as that? Absolutely not. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, I get it. I think, I don't know. I think that we are under this illusion that we're somehow free. Like, that we're somehow independent. And I think that we've become very individualistic. Like as long as some people can tell themselves that they're doing well, they think that I don't know. I mean, as long as they're doing well, they're okay and they're comfortable. So there is no need to act. Because I'm living good. I take care of my responsibility. I don't need to do nothing extra. But I don't necessarily agree with that. I think that you really judge a people based on like how they're doing collectively. Not if it's 40 million of us and 3 million of us are middle class and up, we still not doing well. Like a lot of us are like not doing well. Like so if 90%, 80% of Black Americans are struggling, then who cares about the 10%, the 25% that's doing well? So that's my thing. I think that we have to have like a collective spirit where we're like, well, we want to see all of us doing well. Well, at least majority of us doing well. Like, let's just say, something like at least even if we're just gonna work on our specific issues, like even if we want to say, okay, we agree to get all Black people off somewhere to live where they have a place to live. Let's just say that that's our first goal. What's wrong with us doing that?
I think like I really don't think we're all ever gonna be on the same page. Like it's just been so past there, and it's frustrating. You know what I mean? Especially seeing like black Christians. You like why? I don't understand. Like, and I think I was giving Black Americans a lot of credit, so I'm gonna give some Black people outside of America way more credit because like some of them still hold on to their religion. And that's another thing. Feminism, religion, stuff like that. It's never going to be organized because like a majority of us as a whole just never going to see that. And that's sad. That's sad to think about because if you had, there is I'm pretty sure in I think it's Arizona, I might be wrong, but there is an all Black town and it's kind of doing well, but they still have Mississippi. I'm sorry. I knew it was somewhere. I'm sorry. Thank you for the correction though. And I think that should be represented more a lot and talked about more a lot because it was just never put up publicly that there is an all Black town that was doing good. It was. And I think it circles back to the push statement. Like, you need that push. You need to get out of there. Like, you need to stop thinking that like we're so like you need that push. You need to go strive to make that sound even more better. But yeah, that's all I really got to say. Thank you, ladies, for letting me up in the live, though.
No problem.
Have a good one, y'all.
You too. Miss Abby, you can take your stuff off mute.
Oh, okay. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, peace and blessings. Thank you so much, Queen, for allowing me to sit along beside you to express a little bit of how I feel about the topic. The topic is definitely juicy. We need to talk about this a little bit more because it's very sad that we as Black kings and queens are not able to come together, and more so we are pushing each other away. It's very sad. I had the opportunity to get to know a lot of African men during my journey, and the most recent one I had the chance to get to know. It kind of sort of clashed, and it hurt my heart so much. I remember even crying because the misperception that Africans have of us is so heartbreaking because they're being told by Americans, Caucasians, not to trust us. They're labeling us as being drug dealers and the women are being labeled as being prostitutes. This is what's being shown to them when they're given the opportunity to come over here and establish their businesses over here with us. Now, this is being told to me from other Africans, so it's not just hearsay. You understand what I'm saying? So it's sad that they're being told about us as being, our kings are being labeled as drug dealers and gangster and criminals, and our women are being shown to them as us being prostitutes and just loud and vulgar and irate. And it's very sad because at the end of the day, we're all kings and queens. And that also makes me wonder that there's still more to the story of who we are that's not being told to us, because it's no way that we should be divided and we are the same. Yes, we're different in different parts of the planet, but we all were blessed with that ability and power from the Most High. We are the unique ones. You understand what I'm saying? And the fact that we're being pulled apart because of someone else's projection of who they want us to perceive ourselves to be is very sad. It's very heartening. And I remember the young lady just mentioned that religion plays a major part as well, because a lot of Africans are, Christian, and a lot of us over here in the States, a lot of us are rising up and we're not believing that lifestyle no longer. We're coming into a way of living of spirituality and things that was here before, Christianity was introduced to us. You understand what I'm saying? And a lot of people are in denial about that. No shade to the Christian, because I once was that person. But at the end of the day, I had to ask myself, what were we believing in before the book was introduced to us? Who were we talking to? How were we able to connect to Source and the Most High before Christianity was introduced to us? And I'm pretty sure that there was definitely a different way for us to connect to the Most High. That's why sometimes, people say that you can look to the Bible or the Quran or, whatever other Bibles or books that other people believe in for knowledge, but no one's talking about how you're blessed with intelligence and knowledge, and you're not even reading the book. You understand? It makes you question, do you really have to, consume and read and walk the walk of the book in order for you to still be a great king or a queen? But I don't want to get off of the topic. I want to stay on topic, because what's more important is that us as Africans and us as kings and queens of the States, we definitely need to come together. We need to put the nonsense to the side. We need to not be looking at them as they're not one of us, because even though they are different in a different state, a different country, we're still copper kings and queens. We're still the ones that was created unique. We're still the ones that have the ability to endure those sun rays. You can't ignore that. I don't care if you're crossing Africa or if you're in Oklahoma, if you are a brown king or a queen and you're able to endure the sun rays, that right there puts you a little bit different from everyone else. Not saying that we're better, but you can't ignore that. And that you can't ignore why that was given, or we have the ability to endure that. You have to consider that, why the Most High allowed us to have that amazing gift, and what it does to us when we're able to endure and sun gaze. But at the end of the day, let's stay focused, kings and queens, because we're all kings and queens. We need to not allow the false projection of who we are from other races dictate how we should be able to come together as one. Because at the end of the day, we're more stronger together than divided. That's all I wanted to say. And I need y'all to stop in my live today at 7 p.m. All right? But peace and blessings to all my kings and queens. No shade to nobody. Just wanted to kind of put a little bit of how I feel about the situation out there. Hopefully this may have enlightened some of you guys and look at things different. If not, that's okay too. Things are definitely changing, but we definitely need to stop it. Because if you really think about it, where it all stemmed from, other races was telling Africans who we are. Other races were showing them pictures of us. Just like we were born and raised to see Africans starving. Remember those photos we used to see when we were young, y'all?
Absolutely.
They showed us photos how they were starving, how they were filthy and gross looking, like they didn't have nothing going. And honey, when they were able to come over here and show us how beautiful Africa is, it was heartening. It was breathtaking. It was like, I don't believe this. So why would they not tell them not good things about us. That's why.
Yeah, I see.
If you think that's what Africans say, they say we're lazy. You know why? Because they think because of what was told to them about us is true, and they're not even here to realize what we have to endure being free. So we have to deal with consistent racism. Everybody can't endure that on the same level. Some people give up. Some people stop trying because they're tired of being, discriminated against. They're tired of being, exposed to racism. They're tired of being, shut out or excluded because they are warriors. They aren't tenacious. They are resilient. They are intelligent, but they're being undermined. Everybody's not built, the same. And that's why we need to encourage each other that you are amazing. You are a warrior. You are tenacious. You are resilient. You are phenomenal. The Most High did not make a mistake when you were created. Don't let no one make you think that you are not capable of sitting in the rooms of these great other people, like you are beneath them. We're not the bottom of the totem pole. We're not. So I'm going to stop there because it's getting a little too juicy. Stop in my live, you guys, today at 7 o'clock. It's been a blessing. I'm out of here. All right, you guys be blessed.
All right,
I
you
did
too.
follow
Appreciate it.
you. You said you're
Thank
going
you.
live at
Follow me.
7. Is
For
that what?
sure.
7
For
Eastern
sure.
or
Follow
what?
me. Follow me. I'm going live today on TikTok. Follow me, you guys. All right,
No,
be
you said
blessed.
7. Are
What
you
time zone
Eastern
is
or
that?
what?
7 o'clock. I'm in Texas, so
That's
I don't know.
Central.
That Central
So
time?
yeah. So
Is it
hit me up.
Central? Yeah, Central or Mountain?
Follow
Some parts of
me.
Texas are in Mountain.
I'm out Houston, Texas. Follow me, you guys. All right.
That's
All
Central.
right,
All
yeah,
Okay.
we
Peace and
probably. All
blessings,
right,
you guys. Be
appreciate it.
blessed.
All
All right, you
right.
guys.
See you later.
Appreciate
All
it.
right.
Appreciate it. That's so true. I never thought about that, but that's true. But I
Right.
realized that to them. I realized that Africans think we all gangbangers and we're so
They
dangerous. I
do,
mean,
right. Just like
but
we
at
was
least that's
taught
what
bad
what
things
they've
about
been
them.
taught. Yeah, but
Right.
so of
We would
course, and that's the same thing with us. All we saw from Africa was 2 cents a day. You can feed a
2
starving
cents a day,
child.
girl. I was just about to say that.
2
Okay, for
cents a
2
fucking
cents a
day. Like
day,
we
you can
ain't
feed a
learn shit
child
else
for a
about
month.
Africa, but
You
two
can feed
cents
a
a day.
child for a month. Yeah,
2 cents a fucking day,
you can feed a
girl.
child for a month.
That's
Okay,
all. That's
that's
all we
all you
need.
need. You got your 2 cents. You can feed them.
Hmm
Okay, that's all they
That's
taught us
it.
about
That's it.
Africa.
So damn.
That that's
Miss
it.
Foxy, I accepted your request. It says that you're loading in. I don't know if you can hear us, but yeah. So I guess because they watch like Boys in the Hood, like they think that's our lifestyle, and I'm like,
Right.
wow.
That's absolutely not. Is that the one where he was like, "Y'all want these cheeseburgers?"
Nah, this the one where what they was in. I think South Central doing all that unaliving each
Man,
other. It
what was
was
the one?
I've really
Was
not
that
really
the one
really
with
never watched
Odo?
it. It's like that hood movie where they do all that gang violence, that everybody getting killed,
I
somebody
know. I just
die at the
I've
end, and
seen them
they're
all.
so
I just
sad.
right now I can't remember which one was which.
I've never really. I
Oh
think I've
no, Boys in
watched
the
it
Hood was
as
the
a
one with
child.
Ricky.
Yes, that's the one. Boys in the
Okay.
Hood. Yeah,
Okay. Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah, that's the other one. Okay.
yeah. See,
Yeah. But she right. A lot of stuff she was saying was absolutely right. Yeah. And if we can meet people where they're at and accept people for who they are and just, have some unity, we could come together. That's the only way we're
understanding.
gonna be able to do it.
Like I don't care who you pray to. I don't care who you sleep with. I don't care what you eat.
Right.
Are you gonna donate $20 to this school we building in your neighborhood? That's all I care
Right.
about.
Yeah. If we can get some type of first if we can meet people where they at, accept people for who they are, and gain some type of trust. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, that's
And
it.
and
Cause
then
that
and
be the
then we'll
first
be
thing
able to
that come to their
unify because
mind is
that's
like somebody is trying to scam them.
right. And we have this big, huge like cloud over us, like, oh, black people can't do this together, black people can't do that together. We actually can. It's just, the more that people think like that and have that type of mentality or thought in the back of their head, the more it ain't gonna happen.
Thank you, views. Yeah, no, that's for sure. That's for sure. I definitely. That's why I'm like not trying to tell people like how to live, who to marry. Now, if it was up to me, of course,
Mm-mm.
I would be a dictator, right? if it was up to me, I would be a dictator. Like I'm controlling every aspect, like North Korea, full on North Korea. like I'm so serious. I would be so dictatorish. Like I'm not giving you free will to do nothing. So, but I'm not gonna argue with you about that. But like if we tell you that this is who we voting in office as a black unit, right? As a black community in Memphis, for our congressperson, we're voting for this. This is our candidate that we're putting in office for this
Right.
position. This is who you're voting for. You're going to the ballot and you're voting for this person. I just need black
Right.
people to do that.
Mm-hmm.
Not say, well, this person doesn't represent me. It's a reason why we're putting this person in office. Maybe you never benefit for what she's offering, but all these other black people are going to benefit. And that's the other thing. It's like, maybe we build something and we build a school in Memphis. You may never get to send your kids there. You may never benefit from it. But think about all the other black people that's going to benefit from it. So just that's my thing. Like we have to move in a unit, especially if we're going to be going against this
Mm-hmm.
government. Like how are we going to go against the
Right.
government as individuals? Like, you know what I mean? That's why they have no accountability to us, cause we gonna vote individualized. They don't have no incentive of doing anything for black people, cause that I ain't getting 40 million votes from black people.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why, like Views said, get on code. For real. Get on code.
Yeah.
But you know politics, like
Mm.
you know, we
I hate
cannot talk about
politics.
politics. Like as much as I love talking about politics, you cannot do that with black people trying to tell them we need to stop voting for the Democrats. Black people do not want to hear that. 'Cause
Right.
they think you telling them to vote for the Republicans, and I'm not telling you to vote for Republicans. We're only talking about the Democrats because that's who y'all voting for. And I'm trying to figure out why.
Right.
Not go vote. I'm not telling you to stop. Don't go vote one devil to go vote another devil. No, that's not what I'm telling you to do.
Mm-hmm.
That's not what I'm telling you to do. I'm telling you, we put our own damn candidate and we all vote for him. How about that?
Right. That part.
That
It almost
part.
worked
How
one
about we
time.
how about we pick, we unify. We gonna pick Pookie and Ray Ray, who qualified for the job.
Okay.
And this is who we saying we voting for. All black Americans, that's who we
Right.
voting for.
Right
This
in.
person.
The right in one.
Write in. I don't give a damn. Write his name in. I don't care.
Yeah. The right in candidate. He won. That's who won. Shoot.
Write
The
his
one that we
name
wrote up in there.
in.
That's who won.
Yeah. Cause like we keep voting for the Democrats and I don't understand what we're getting. What are we getting from the Democrats? Like we got all these issues and they keep on talking about voting power. That's the only thing they want to fight for. They don't want to fight for nothing else but our ability to vote. And I was with the
Right.
Republicans on that slick. The Republicans is like, I mean, we're just asking you guys to like make them show ID. I think that's valid. Like prove to
Yeah,
us
that's
that you're a
yeah.
citizen. Like maybe that's
Right.
valid. Like
Right. I
maybe,
mean, the
you know what I mean?
identification
Like,
card shouldn't be
is
a
that
stretch. Like
terrible?
everybody should have one. I
Mm-hmm.
understand you lose them and stuff like that, even if it's just your voter registration card.
Right.
Like, you need
Right.
some type of identification when you come.
Right.
Because
I
I understand some
completely
people,
agree.
they lose their license. They might just have a voter registration card at the house. You know what I mean? Something like that. But
Yeah. I would even take
but
digital
yeah,
IDs. I would take like if you had the digital one, I would take
right.
any type of identification. But I mean, we gotta know that you like are somebody that's eligible to vote. Cause what stops
Hmm.
felons from voting if y'all ain't IDing people?
Right. What's
What's
stopping somebody from coming and voting for you and they not you? You know what
what's
I'm
stopping
saying?
somebody that's here illegally from voting? What's stopping somebody, a migrant
Right.
that's here on a student visa from voting? For all
From
like,
voting as
come
you.
yeah, like no, that's
They
just
voted
like
as you because they knew you wasn't gonna
yeah.
vote. So they went, they took your name and went and put they
Oh
vote in under your
wait,
name.
that's it's crazy. Like, this is like, voting is literally like one of the only powers we have as citizens, and y'all don't want to put no restraints on it. None. So that's what I say. Like, there's so I don't really know it's very hard to talk to people about the Democrats, because it turns into emotions, and I'm not there to talk about emotions. Like, I don't care about how you felt when Obama got elected president. I'm asking you, what did
Yeah, it's
Obama
been
do for
ever
black
since
people?
nothing. Ever since we
Yeah.
were like little kids, like that's all, most of us were trained, vote Democrat, Democrat, and and you see the Republicans, and that's not the way to go. And people say a lot about. I have nothing against Obama. I'm glad he ran his 2 terms and did his thing. You know what I'm saying? But when you sit here and watch
Hello?
this last,
Yeah, hold on 1 second.
yeah, when you sit here and watch this last term that we are currently in, and all of the things that are being done during this term, it should open up people's eyes as to the question, what did he do for black people? You know what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, there was nothing that was done. And a lot of people say, oh, he couldn't do this, he couldn't do that, he couldn't do this, he couldn't do that. Look at what the current term is doing. Whatever the
Mm-hmm.
hell they want to do. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
And
And that's my
nobody
thing.
and it's like, who gonna check me, boo? Nobody.
Exactly. See, that's my argument with Obama. Obama didn't even try to do. You know,
Exactly.
all
Like
this shit that Trump is doing is probably going to be kicked back, rejected by the Supreme Court, all of that. But Trump is at least trying to get what his voters asked for.
Hold on. Could I just understand the topic? Because the boards talks about what will it take to unify Black and African people, but we're
You
talking
don't
about
sound
Trump.
black, so I'm gonna stop you right there. Where are you from?
No, I didn't say that. I said, why
Well,
does
why
the
you
host?
here?
No,
Why you here if you're not black? Viewers, you can come off
Did
my.
he drop or you dropped him?
I dropped him. Please, bye. You don't even
Oh,
sound
okay. I
black.
was like, he
So
just
black
dropped
and
you
He
down.
said,
black.
"What is
Right. He
happening
gone.
here? A black
An
conversation.
open conversation.
Yeah,
Okay.
so
Tiptoe
bye.
right in, right?"
That was the
Right.
first thing. I actually wasn't gonna add him because I thought he was a troll to begin with. And then he interrupted. Then I was a little annoyed by that. Then I was like, then he started talking, and I'm like, hold up, I discriminate.
Right. What are you talking about? You
Yeah.
ain't even heard what we said. Oh, yeah, we said something about Trump. Are you listening to what we saying? I mean, he ain't my favorite. I didn't put my vote in the hat for him.
Hell no, I
But
ain't
what
voting
I'm
for him.
saying is the thing that he's doing whatever he wants to do.
Whatever
That's
he
all I'm
want to
saying.
do, and that's what I be telling
Whatever
them.
he
They was
want to
like,
do.
they make the argument, well, Obama didn't have the House and the Senate, and I'm like, he has
Right. That's
executive
what I was gonna
power.
say.
Yeah, but he has executive power just like Trump got executive power. That's why Trump implementing all this shit.
And he throwing that thing around in a circle. You hear
Man, he don't
me?
give what he
He
signed
is,
off
but that's
on.
also the privilege that he has too. We can't act like white seat privilege ain't a thing, because it is. Because as soon as I mean, we see it in the day to day with everything we do. We can't run a red light the same. We can't, you know what I mean? So we can't really. What Trump doing, he doing what a lot of them, the Nolan Wells case. You know, if that was flipped, Carmelo Anthony case. You know, if it was flipped. So it's not like that they would have
But
strung him
check this
up.
out. Okay, this is my pushback. So why Obama didn't do it on the way out? Do something.
Because
Identify one issue with Black America and create an executive order. Like I said, even if you were going to be reversed, even if eventually it was going to be reversed, that would at least show us that you tried to do something for us.
yeah, I see what you're trying to say, but we also don't like a lot of things that Biden and Harris did. I didn't know anything about until they were out of office, and I used to complain about. I used to listen. I ain't gonna lie. I used to call Sleepy Joe, Sleepy Joe. Oh, this is the country ain't going. But it was a lot of little policies. Our unemployment was at an all-time low. Home ownership was up. Black business loans was up. Little things that sometimes when it's quiet on the creek, you don't know what's going on under the water.
Right.
You know what I mean? So it was so quiet on the grate. I didn't really know. I wasn't. And just how you were saying, yeah, when we come together, and that's exactly what we need to do. Because I'm willing to have the political conversation, but we also need to have the private conversation about getting the schools together. We talk about Dr. Umar. His school ain't open yet. We ain't sent a nickel to his school.
Oh, that's
We
my
ain't sent.
biggest issue with them criticizing Dr. Umar. Do you
Yeah, we
donate?
ain't sent a nickel. So, but we need more of that. We need a private hospital. Texas has the
Bad.
highest rate of Black women not making it out that hospital when they go to have kids. We should right now, all the money in Texas, have a hospital central to Austin, Dallas, and Houston that we can go to for care. It's enough people, enough multimillionaires in this state to at least get that done. So it's a lot of things we need to do. But that's why I didn't know what Sleepy Joe was. No shade, Sleepy Joe, but that's why I didn't know. I didn't go get an SBA loan to know that they was popping. You know what I mean? So
I would agree with you, but I ain't gonna lie. I ain't gonna lie. I guess this is my pushback. Is that I feel like when the Democrats, they do things that help all people, right? Like everyone, right? And I will concede to that if you was to say that to me. Like, yes, he does. The Democrats, their policies essentially helps everyone, and Black people are able to benefit off of those policies because they're a part of everyone, right? That's why I concede to that. So yes, I would agree. Even Obama, if that's the argument that you're gonna make, is that yes, Obama did things that helped everyone, not just Black people, but Black people were able to benefit from it because they're a part of everyone. I would concede to that. I guess I guess for me, I'm selfish. So I want something specifically for Black people. And maybe that's
no, I do too. I think, listen, me and my friend of mine was talking about justice yesterday. And I was like, there's no true justice. Every single Black person in this country should have access to the best mental health and PTSD care that's possible. And we should have access to free education. If slavery was 400 years, the next 800 years, we should have access to all free education, period. We should be able to choose any university of our choosing to go get educated until our education is complete up into the doctorate level. Every Black person, because that's justice. Is you took away our ability to be educated. You used all of our labor and invested in and didn't invest in us at all. No, free healthcare and education should be ours for at least the next 800 years. As far as I'm concerned, that's starting the repair for Black people in this country. That's just a start. We shouldn't have to have a student loan. For what?
What's your name?
My views. You can
My
call
view.
me
I'm like,
views.
what did I say?
you be
Yeah, views for president.
But I'm saying, no, for real. We do deserve free education and free health care. Period.
Yeah.
Full stop.
Oh,
Start there.
damn.
Listen, guess what? And I would take that over my 40,000. We talk about the reparations talk. Guess what? Guess what? Quit the financial, fund our healthcare system. Allow us to have a separate healthcare system of people. You know how you have specialists that specialize in rheumatology or dermatology? Have specialists that specialize in Black care, Pan-African healthcare. Because it's different.
It's different.
It's different.
It's definitely different.
Create that specialty in the healthcare realm. Instead of allowing that, they've been giving us the wrong blood pressure medicine for years. Like,
But that was
y'all
just
can't
a
have
dead
that.
ass.
Like, no.
That's dead ass though. And that's part of, I think that's part of the agenda though. Of course, they don't want us healthy. I mean, I don't think they want us in America, to be honest. I think everything since we've been released from slavery has been like a slow genocide. That's just my view. Just like killing us off slowly by slowly, so eventually there is no more descendants of chattel slavery in America.
That's the gotcha. I think they started off like that, but that's why they be like, well, if you don't like it here, just leave. But you love us here because who keep this economy rolling?
Yeah, that's true.
We do. We do. We buy the Cadillacs and the Benzes. We buy the fashion. We buy the fabric.
And the food.
And the food. It don't even go. It don't even have motion until we give it motion. You didn't want a Kia K5 until a black person started driving it. You know what I'm saying? Like they want us here. Believe that. Don't people be saying that, oh well just leave. You love us for real. It's one of those
love-hate relationships.
Yeah, that.
Something, because they seem to can't leave us alone. Like it on a national level, of course, it seems like a lot of their hate and attention has been directed towards us, if you just want to look at the history generally. But then you have these individual cases where we're interacting with you guys on personal levels, like me as an individual black person and you as an individual white person. It seems like you're all into what the fuck I got going on and what I'm doing. Do I live here? Do I go here? Can I be here?
That part. Do I live here? Can I go here? But I'm gonna tell you.
Leave us alone.
I'm gonna tell you what. If let's say Ghana, Liberia, let's say a country in Africa was like, because what is 40 million, 50 million of us, right? Let's say half of us. They said a country was like, listen, all y'all can come. We know all you. It's like inviting people to a party. All y'all can come, but you know who's coming. And so when you do a party, you usually 50% of the guests probably show up. So let's say if 20 million of us sign the thing and say, okay, yeah, they offering us to come over there, we all gonna go. Because we would feel good because we got our American counterparts there. Because we would miss each other. Let's be for real. So they would beg us to stay. They would beg us to stay. It's like Lauryn Hill song. It's like you when I start to leave, you beg me to stay. They would beg us, baby. They would be like, no, stay here with us. All of a sudden we would have free healthcare, free education. What do the blacks need? That's what we need to do. Be like, okay, listen, we talking with this leader over in Ghana, and it's the country over there. They said we can come. They gonna kick us off with a little house, little plot of land.
That is so funny.
Listen,
but that's so true though. No lie, that's so true, because at the very least they're gonna be nervous about their economy. At the very least, they're gonna be running down like we finna lose a whole bunch of money.
Yeah, that all they would see was money going out the window. Wait. Who's gonna buy the Benz and the Beamer? who gonna buy the jewelry? Who gonna buy the gold teeth, baby? The gold market would plummet. Okay, we prop this ish up.
They would be at the very least mad that they finna lose a whole bunch of money.
And I know the gold over there extra cheap.
You know how fly will be.
Super straight. Then we come in with the US dollar. They gonna want us.
There was years ago, I don't know if you guys remember it. It was like what they was calling a mass exodus of us. So many of us were going. I don't know if it was like 5 or 10 years ago. Do y'all remember that?
I do. I remember very frequently. I remember like a few years back, they were talking about how many Black Americans have moved to Ghana. Mexico.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of them moving over to Thailand. A lot of people moving to Vietnam of all places, but people are definitely getting out.
But the thing, I feel like we need to find that spot where we're in a partnership, right? Like in a partnership with like a country on the coast of Nigeria, because Nigeria is a big old country or something. Like get in partnership with, and then like I said, get who coming, who going. Like they offering us to go, and that way we're all still there. You know what I mean? We're all still together, because that's my thing. It's like I love my people. Like I'm from Oregon, so I was always odd man out being the black girl. You know what I mean? So I don't really want to do that again, to go to a country where it's like my cultural POV is not understood at all. You know? That's my hesitancy.
I definitely prefer black people. Now I don't have issues with other black populations, but it ain't nothing like being around black Americans for me. Like
Right.
they understand me. Like that, I can look. I can make a look, and they gonna understand. I can play music. Everybody gonna know it. If I can bring a dish, everybody gonna like it. If I bring some liquor, everybody gonna like it. It's just I don't have to worry about the culture differences.
Lekker.
I'm just saying. If we having a cookout, we all know what the hell that is.
We all know, and we know what's gonna be made. We
What to expect.
Yeah, we know the menu.
So yeah, no, I definitely agree. So where would you want that land to be? Because you know what, I'm down. That'll be my primary place to live, and I just want to visit the States.
Shoot, they can come visit us, okay? I think
definitely want to get out.
Ghana or Nigeria, because most of us that are here have at least some sort of root ties there. But I don't know. I would want somewhere coastal, somewhere or I don't know, because you got to look at the political landscape of wherever that is. But that's something that I promise you, if we got the Black Caucus got together and said, listen, we going house to house, Ghana or Nigeria, whichever country says, listen, this is how we starting, or we can fund it. Okay, everybody put $1 towards it, and we are funding it. This is the restart. Listen, it'll be a whole lot of changes, and a whole lot of changes real fast, or we'll just be gone.
I would like to go to whatever country that is. I don't remember the name of the country, but the one where the black leader said he just started kicking everybody out.
The Ibrahim
Did y'all hear about that?
Burkina Faso.
Yeah, well, he just started kicking everybody out. We don't need you, we don't need y'all. We can do this all by ourselves.
Oh, where is he at? Hold on, let me see.
He's in Central Africa. He's a
Central
landlocked
Africa.
country. Yeah. He's like, it's like right there. He's like landlocked. He's like side by side with Nigeria. Like I think he's like west of Nigeria, somewhere around there.
Okay.
Yeah. No,
It don't have to
like
be
that
coastal.
energy.
As long as I can always drive to the coast. I need some. It don't have to be there, but somewhere that has that same type of energy. You know what I'm
I
saying?
agree.
Because I really like how he did that. I was like, now that's how you do stuff. Because those people have been there taking from the land and, living off of the riches from the land for nothing. You know what I mean? With no consequences or anything. So, yeah, when he did that, I was like, you know what? I like him.
No, that country been doing good. They actually he of course he rebuilding, so it's gonna take time. But like as far as like him like building manufacturing plants, kicking out the colonizers, giving them jobs, rebuilding it. That's all you really see. And them people, they be protecting him too. So
I
they gotta
love
be happy
that.
with what they see and what's going on. I haven't really seen any criticism. The only criticism they get is from France because that's who he kicked out. So of course, according to
Sure.
France, he is some militant, who, did all this bad stuff because he took over a government. Because essentially he did
Hmm.
like a coup, right? So, they criticize him about that, but I don't give a damn. Dictate. I'm down for
Right.
dictate. I'm down to dictate as long as you're doing
As long as
right.
you dictating the right stuff,
Yeah, as
yeah,
long as you're
dictate
doing the
it.
right shit, I'll dictate.
Please do. We sure being dictated over around here.
Right. They just give us the appearance that we have
That
options.
we free and we got options. There ain't no
We
options,
do
child.
not.
And listen, I also think it might not be the destruction that they done caused in these highly colonized places. I don't know if we gonna dodge it. You know what I mean? We might just be caught up in the foolery. Do you know what I mean?
In these other countries.
No, over here where we at.
Oh yeah.
You
See,
know what
that's
I'm
the other
saying?
thing.
You going across the globe causing a ruckus. Baby, when they do whatever they do, we're here. Like
Yeah, that's true.
we're here. Like this they at this point we collateral whatever when it get the get back.
We just need to put an Apple tag on whoever doing it, so we could just
Okay.
direct them to the right location when they want to come and get their lick back. You know what I'm
Listen,
saying?
I'm nervous.
X
Right.
marks the spot.
I'm too close to the
Okay, because we the Apple tag we sold it to his feet. So for real.
Oh, I ain't mad. I love Ghana. I sure the hell will move there. I'm trying to move there now.
You know what I
Trying to
wanted to
figure out.
ask you about Ghana? This is a little off topic, but did you have to take a bunch of shots to go over there?
You have to take the
Vaccines.
yellow fever
You got to be
shot. You have to take the
vaccinated.
yellow. You got to be. You got to get the yellow fever. Yup. Yup. Unfortunately, because if you get bit by a mosquito, you could potentially get sick as hell. You breaking up. Yeah, but she ain't have to. I
I
ain't
said
see
I
a
read up
lot.
about it. I'm driving.
Oh no, you good. See, a lot of they got recommended ones. Like they recommend you get the malaria shot, but I ain't getting none extra that I need because I already didn't want to get the yellow fever one. So I knew I wasn't getting nothing extra. Like only give me what was required because I already don't like this. Don't agree with it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So
Okay.
you don't have to do that. But I will like when you go, you do want to be sort of mindful of them goddamn mosquitoes because you will get sick. And maybe like take you some off, like some real like don't get it in there over there. You want to get the poison that they sell us in America because I think that works more effective than what they may have. Because they treat malaria like a common cold. Like they get that shit all the time. See, you probably be sick as fuck if you got
Ooh.
malaria, right? So you want
Right.
to take some off, but you
Okay.
got to get the yellow fever shot. So
Okay.
yeah, I definitely go there though. I would definitely go. You only need the yellow fever one though. That joint was high. I have a health savings plan. That's what I pay for like health
Heard it be
insurance.
like
I just
$500
pay
to
it
eight
out of
hundred dollars.
yeah, like I was just about to say, like that damn thing was like $500
Mm-hmm.
for a fucking yellow fever vaccine. Just for it to be only be valid for 10 years, then you gotta get another one. So I guess that's fine, but yeah, you did have to get that. But yeah, I would definitely move to Ghana. It's a big it's a supposedly that's what they tell us that it's a lot of Black Americans who live in Ghana. They live like on the outskirts though. They don't live in the main city.
I hear some people moving to Kenya now too. That couple that was on, I don't know if y'all even saw that show, Black Ink Chicago. There's a couple on there. They
Which
got
one?
they got married and had kids together. Charmaine, somebody, but
I
they
think I
moved.
might remember her.
Yeah, they moved to Kenya recently. They had 2 kids together, and they all moved to Kenya.
Oh, I bet that's fun. But the only thing really, when you go to these major cities in Africa, like, they're developed like ours. But it's just not going to be, it's a different culture. In America, we want everything quick. We go to Chick-fil-A, we want it to be quick as possible. They ain't on that type of time. So the convenience level that we get in America is sort of different in other countries. And that's to me, that's really the only thing that you're gonna like miss, really. It's like how quick shit is. Like, you get a charge, you need a charger, you can get that shit delivered to you same day. If you want it delivered to your house. Maybe they ain't got no same day shit in Kenya. But that's it to me. I mean, you're gonna get fresher food, so it's not like you're not gonna get, like, they don't have like food that we eat. They have that. It's just gonna be fresher, non-poisonous. But other than that, I mean, you ain't gonna live. You ain't finna go live. If you move to Africa, you're not about to go move to a village, right? You're gonna move to the central city, where everyone got electricity, everyone got water, everyone, like, this is not some shit that you ain't gonna have in Africa. So, yeah, I think everybody can move to Africa. Hell, shit. Create me a damn city. Let Black Americans come. I'm sure ready to go.
Right, point me to the $1,000 a year apartment.
Mine, cause they got some. They got some. They got some. And there be people on Instagram that be like trying to teach Black Americans how to migrate to Ghana.
Mm-hmm.
So it's there. See,
I see a lot of migrating to Thailand and stuff too.
You said what?
I see a lot of us migrating to Thailand in that area too.
Yeah, because it's cheap over there to live.
But they say you gotta leave every 6 months or something.
Yeah, because they're they are there on a tourist visa. Right? So on a tourist visa, you're only allowed to stay in these countries for so long before you have to deport, leave and come back. So that's why a lot of times you see them coming back every 6 months, 5.5 months. They come here, spend 2 weeks, and then they go back. Yep. The visa probably.
So when you leave, like, they have to come back to America, or they can go back and they can go anywhere and then come back.
I think they just have to leave the country. So you really can go somewhere else. Just a lot of times people just use that time to, visit family and all of that. Yeah. My wanting to do that will be because I don't want to work. Right? As long as I live in America, I got to go to work every day because I got to pay to live here. Right? In Ghana, I could go live for free, basically. I mean, we talking $1,000 a month, $1,500 a month. Like, that's kind of living for free to me.
A year, you mean? All right.
Not a year, probably a month. I would say for everything, like your rent, electricity, internet, food, transportation, going out, shit like that. You probably living off of like $1,500, maybe $2,000.
Yeah, okay.
But I'm in America, like, you got to go work to get it. So as soon as I find out how I'm going to supplement my income, because I still don't want to just spend all my savings just living out there not generating income. So as soon as I find some kind of way that I'm going to supplement my income so I'm making money virtually, I'm moving. I'll come back. I'll come back eventually. But, like, this working shit is terrible. Am I the only one that don't want to work?
I don't mind working. I just want to do something meaningful. Like, I want to go get my master's. I want to do either a passing away doula or or counseling or something like that, something meaningful. And I wouldn't mind working. I mean, what I do now, I feel like it's meaningful, but not attached to a corporate sector.
Yeah, I don't want to work. I want to figure out a way. Me personally, since I started truck driving, I would like to figure out a way to get somebody else in a couple trucks and then just leave out the country.
Ooh, mine. That sound like, and then you don't have to make a lot of money because all you living off of is like $2,000. So you really could pay yourself like $1,000 every 2 weeks, and you'll be able to pay all your bills. Not saying that you're gonna be able to save and shit unless you really want to work. I mean, but I'd rather
Right.
minimize my expenses, work like 3 or 4 hours a day, 3 or 4 times a week. Get some kind of way I'm earning like $2,000. As long as I don't touch my savings, I'll be satisfied with that. I don't necessarily have to keep saving.
But quiet as kept, what we doing right now on here, I've seen people saying, grow your following on TikTok. Those people on in Thailand grow their following and show their journey, and people gift them, and that's their 5,000, 2,000 a month, 2,500. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
So therefore, they have the money, they have the flexibility. I saw something where this lady, she said, get a few people, go live, talk about what you want to talk about. Y'all keep going live, get a following, rotate who you go live with. And when that following kicks up, that's when you start your little battles to stay in your particular leagues or whatever. But it gives you the money. The only thing is you at the, TikTok got whatever rules they got, and you gonna have to follow them. It's being involved in corporate.
Yeah.
That's so true. It's still a job. Yeah, but at least is that work though? I mean, I guess you got to bring your personality home.
Yeah, you do. And it is work because it's like an art to it. Like if we can start arguing in here right now. Soon as I ain't unifying with no African people. I wish I would. Like, forget that. They come over here. They don't get on code. They don't respect the Black American. We built this. Now, if I get on here tussling with you, these numbers gonna go up.
Oh.
Yeah, it's a little method. It's a little acting involved sometimes.
Okay.
I've heard that before. I've heard that before. I just don't. That ain't the.
I know some people on here. They don't even feel how they feel. Okay.
Oh, now they just doing it for the TikTok.
Yeah, I guess so. They doing it for the almighty dollar.
Listen, hey, a lot of actors out here. We don't say nothing about Denzel Washington, do we?
Damn.
You know what? It's this one YT got it out that I see on TikTok. And his I actually seen a black girl doing the same thing, but I haven't looked at hers yet. Anyway, both of their topic is, why do you still support Trump? And all the YT guy does is bring up people who actually do support Trump, and then they go back and forth. Like, he's questioning their reason and giving up reasons for them not to support him, and tries to pretty much convert them over to not supporting him based off of things that maybe they didn't know and things that they said that they didn't agree with. Like, he'll ask people about, assaulting women or, sexually assaulting women or whatever. And they'll be like, oh, they don't agree with that. And then he'll be like, bring up the facts that, Trump did. And then he'll be like, oh, so I thought you didn't support that. So if you don't support that, you don't support him. And, it's just like a debate that he does with these people. And he's on live every day.
Dean and Parker.
Every day.
Yep.
Yeah.
And they send them big gifts. Thanks for the $50 on da 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 da.
Right.
Thanks for the
Yep. Oh, you
$20
seen him?
on.
Yes.
I've seen it.
Yes.
Thanks
Yes.
for hitting me up
Yep.
with the $5.
Yeah. Oh, thank you. But if you get like 200 people that gave you $2, baby, wait a minute.
Right. See, sometimes we too
$2 is popping.
sometimes we too righteous, y'all.
Mm-hmm.
We don't wanna play the part. Listen, but when you're doing it for the greater good, why not?
Right. Listen, I might need to take a page out of your book. Views. Yeah, I'm telling you, views for president. Yeah, views is popping. And I hit the let me hit this plus button right here, sure. Like, there I go, views. I just
Listen,
followed you.
let me follow you back. No, we gotta get this figured out. If we don't do nothing but, that little bit of money adds up. And
It
listen,
does.
hey, if somebody gotta be the bad guy, let me be the bad guy. You know?
Okay.
I'll be the bad guy right now. That's what he said. He was like, the lady was like, you gotta tussle, get on there, talk your smack. I really wanna da 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 da. Like it's a shame, but people tune in for that.
These are facts. Yeah.
Oh,
For
wait,
real.
I'm not ready to.
Right. How many people would have actually, because I've seen quite a few people that came in here, right? How many people would have just stayed if,
We would
it
have
was
went
some
back and
type
forth with
of,
him.
Oh yeah.
right.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's what they
What
looking
is
for. They
it?
scrolling for that dopamine. They
Yes,
scrolling for that.
Right.
Oh,
that's so
Right.
true. Damn views.
Right.
mhm.
I for sure be stopping on some tea, some drama, huh? What they doing?
Invite
Huh?
her
What's
some
it?
plates and shit.
Oh no, they ain't. Oh no, she did hit that car. Oh, shoot, she did hit 4 cars. Oh shit, wilding out. Yeah.
Yep, they scrolling. I read the book. I don't know. I think it was called Dopamine Addict or something. But
Mm,
she went through the whole science of our brains of,
mm,
why we're like that. Why it's very hard. It's a heck of a. They know what they doing and they know how they doing it. So it's sort
mm-hmm,
of like that. I think it's sort of like that. It's sort of like you have to be above the program to use the program, basically.
mm-hmm, mm-hmm,
And then you reel them in and be like, bow, well, what about this? Bow, well, what about that? You know what I mean? Like, you got to
mm-hmm,
trick people to give them the information today. You can't just be like, oh, you know what I know? They don't care.
mm-mm.
They don't care.
It seems like they just want to argue them. But I guess
They
that's
just,
the deal.
all they want to do is tussle. You can believe that. That's what I tell people all day. Oh, you want to tussle?
Right, like that's why Young T got such a dang huge following. She stay going like calling people wilding out and stuff.
Mm-hmm. That's what they want
Yeah,
to
you
do.
see it, don't you?
Mm-hmm.
Saucy.
What's
Oh
her
gosh.
who baby mama? Rick Ross baby mama?
Yep.
Yeah, she be on here every day.
I
And
follow her.
every time I do, every time she go live, it pops up. It's in my thing. Oh, she invited because I guess she randomly just asks all her followers to follow her. You know what I mean? Whenever she go live, it's a setting there. You better know they on there. They getting her to do prank calls and call people and tell them this and that.
And it
Giving
be
her
so
big
many people in
gifts.
their lives.
Right.
Crazy.
It's
Tapping her
another
up
girl
to
that be doing
1,000,000.
them. What's that girl? She do the Deadbeat Baby Daddy Association. Her
Yeah.
videos be nice too. She be calling like her. I'm calling for the DBBDA. Yeah, hers be
Oh,
going up
see?
too. I like hers.
That's
And
what we
people be like,
need.
"What?" She's like, "I'm calling for the DBBDA." She be saying it so fast.
That's
have
funny as hell.
have y'all seen Zoo, where he said every time he walking up to YT people and he be trolling them with how they
Oh yes,
have you oh
yeah.
my
He
gosh.
like from New York or something. He got like a
He
up north accent.
he from Chicago. He in Chicago. He'd be like, "Oh my gosh, you're really pretty for a YT lady. Like,
Right, right,
what are
right,
you mix? Are you
right,
mixed with something?"
right. He'd be like, you know what? You're one of the good ones.
He walked past him and he grabbed his purse, like he grabbed his bag,
Yes,
I've seen it.
yes. I love him. I love his videos. I do. I seen one the other day. He walked. It was a group of white people, and they had a little black boy with him, and he was like, "Where's this little black boy?" And just questioning him, like, why they had
who
the
he
little black boy
belonged
with him.
to. Listen,
Right.
because that's the little bit of the smidge of audacity we need, because we're so nice. We don't want to ruffle any feathers. We don't want to ruffle not one feather. You hear me?
But they don't give a damn about ruffling the feathers.
They don't.
They'll
When they
actually
come
give you
across
the
me, they
feeling a
feathers
high
are
five in a
ruffled.
second.
Huh. I do
He
not
he
play
was
the
in the
radio with
stands.
these people.
He was in the stands at a soccer game. He was like, "I need to see y'all tickets." He said, because these tickets a little close. Let me see yours. No, in the back.
Yes.
In the back.
Well,
You
are
didn't
you
show me
supposed to be
yours.
here? Are you supposed to be here?
Let me make sure, because
Woo! I love his videos. I really do. I really, really do. And he be dressed to the T too. Okay.
That's funny as hell.
so maybe
I think when the guy he be like, the guy he walk up to black men who be with YT girls, he be like, nah, he walk in, he be like, well, you know, our ancestors wouldn't appreciate you diluting the race.
Yeah, I see that one too.
that's him too. That's the same one.
That's the same dude.
Yep, that's the same one.
Oh, he be doing that.
Yep.
Oh man.
Yeah,
Yep.
that's him.
You know her ancestors stand by, or he'll ask them, "What are you doing to dismantle systemic racism?"
They be looking like, nothing. Nothing. He be like, I appreciate
And the
you.
other one I like is the African guy that be coming out, going to the store and putting them 3 eggs and them 2 pieces of bologna and bread on the conveyor belt.
Wait,
I know y'all seen him.
I have not seen him at all. No.
Oh my goodness, it's an African guy.
And they form.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
He be like,
he go
instead
to
of
the
buying
store.
views, so instead of him buying like a dozen of eggs, he try to go get back 3 individual eggs, and then he open the package and be trying to pull pieces of meat out of the package and saying, I just want to pay for that. She be like, I can't sell it to you.
Chris Rock. Oh, I have to see him. I have not seen that.
He have the 3 pieces of meat on the conveyor belt, the 3 slices of bread on the conveyor belt, and the 3 eggs. And he be like, I buy these. I buy this. And people be so mad. And then when he talking to a woman, he be like, no, sir. No, sir. I don't think you understand. And then they be so mad. They be like, I'm not a sir. I'm a ma'am. And then he didn't took his video. He didn't went from the store. So now I done seen him go. One time he went to the pet store and got some goldfish. And he was like, where's the season at for me? I cook these. People
they mouth just open like, this is not how that works.
They was mad. They was cussing him out, all type of stuff. And then I seen one today where he was at the tire place, and they was trying to put air in his tire. He was trying to tell them no, he want the air in the engine for his AC. And yeah, he just be doing the most. He be doing the most. Yeah, some of his videos be real funny, and then some of them like really expose the racism in people. Like, yeah, some of them people be really, really rude and racist, and you be like, oh yeah.
But yeah, something like that. The prank calls go crazy. The you know, the anything where it's something like that. Like I kind of like what Young T doing. Like, I think that's a public service.
Right.
I do.
It
like,
really is.
Get your life together. Ain't nobody here to coddle you. Tighten up. Tighten up. And that's tighten up how your auntie would tell you to tighten up. Period, point blank.
Mm-hmm.
You out here living foul.
Yeah.
My niece called me and she said you won't.
Okay. For real.
And it's sad. You know why people so crave that? Because we're so disconnected now. You used to could call your auntie and she would, let me call that little boy.
And get on his back.
Okay.
Yep. Used to you would see your auntie every week. You gonna talk to your auntie with her Christmas.
Right, if then.
Yeah,
So
if
what she be
then.
doing on there? Because to be honest, I've never watched her, even though I do follow her. The few times I was in there, she was doing something, but she be calling people, getting on them about what, like life skills and shit.
Anything. Like
They ain't
people will
paid
go in
child
her
support.
inbox and tell them, hey, such and such ain't do this or that. She be like, she flip up, and then she got a flip phone too. So she flip that phone up and she get to dialing somebody and she'll call them, and like she called deadbeat baby daddies. She didn't call like the grandma because she enabling the deadbeat behavior. She didn't call
And she get the
people
numbers from the audience.
It'd be 10,000.
Yeah.
They
Oh
email
my
her or text
God,
her.
that's hilarious.
Yeah, or DM
Yeah,
her.
they DM her the information and what people done did and they phone number and tell her their names, and she'll call and be like, yeah, my niece called me and say you be beating on your girl on her cousin, your girlfriend. You better keep your hands off of her.
But she don't say it like that. She be like, you whack bitch. You ain't no kind of
she be
man. If
going
you
in.
think you gotta do that, don't you ever. I don't want to hear nothing about you touching my niece ever again. You flat foot pigeon toe. Like she be going in.
Right. You sound like you can't see your feet.
Yep. She be going in. So I guess it feels good to the
she be
audience.
going all the way
Because
in.
I remember I was going through it with a boy and I called my cousin. I was like, I'm just so sad. And my cousin looked at me and she was like, go slash his tires, hit him in his mouth, and move on.
Yeah.
Like that's the advice my auntie would give me. She was like, listen, tighten up. Go do this, this, and this. Call me in the morning.
Okay.
But we don't have that
a ride
anymore.
over there.
Yeah. Do you need a ride? Take my car so he don't know it's you.
So yeah, that sounds like a public service to me. Shit.
It's definitely a public service.
Yep. Because nobody is telling. It seemed like a lot of it used to be, at least for me, because I had so many aunties and uncles, they added the balance. Like where I might not have listened to my mom, you know, but my auntie bring it to me in a way where I'm like, oh shoot, auntie done said this, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, I get it. Yeah. I'm number 9. I got 4 brothers and sisters, and yeah, I'm the baby auntie. So
Wow, that's pretty cool.
I definitely had I'm really close to my nieces and nephews. I'm closer to my nieces and nephews than I am to my siblings. Yeah.
Yeah, that
Mostly
makes
because I'm the
sense.
youngest and I kind of grew up with them. But you know, like you say, like I would definitely, they would come to me and still come to me for stuff. Yeah. More so my nephews now than my nieces, because all of them like married off and stuff. But my nephews, yeah.
That's what's up. But you know what? Why do I feel like that's like if I get on her acting a fool, that's like against like who I am. Like
You ain't even gotta be the one acting a fool. You can be the one being calm.
I'll cut the
Somebody else
fool.
can come up here acting a fool.
Right, but I don't want to fake a position. Like if I really want Black and African people to unify, then I'm not gonna make a prompt dogging the shit out of Africans. Like I'm not gonna
No, not at all.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna be
Right.
dogging my people out. Like I'm not gonna like create prompts. I want to have a thought provoking conversation. I don't want to have an argument between me and Africans because that ain't what I'm trying to do.
So, how you did the prompt, you said, what will it take to unify Black and African people around the world? What's your opposition to unifying? So, how you would do it so you get engagement, you would say something like, or you would say, do the Africans that come to America, are they on code? Then they'll come up, they'll be like, what do you mean on code? Like, you see what I'm saying?
Oh, okay. Okay.
It's not
Mm-hmm.
inauthentic to who you are, but it's creating the tussle. It's creating the tussle that they need to engage. You see what I'm saying? Like, they don't quite know what side you on when you put it up there, but yet that way you get the conversation. Do
Right.
African people, why where did Pan African go? Is everybody off code, or should Americans assimilate to the African way, or should Africans assimilate to the American way? Like, and then let people come up and tell you what's they take. Like, shoot, Africa is the original. Should we be assimilating back to that? Or now Black Americans run the global culture. Should you assimilate to us?
Good luck. That sounds like a mess. It sounds like an argument. It sounds like a good conversation if we wanted to. That motherfuckers gonna be offended.
How could you be offended when you putting both options on the table? You asking people to explain how they feel about it.
Mm-hmm.
But then, yeah, that's true. I mean, that's true. I'm not gonna argue with you. You're definitely right. So yeah, no, I get what you're saying. It's just like bringing.
It's kind of like when some people put like they POV will be something like, "Oh, don't go here," and then the whole time they're telling you how great it is or something. You know what I'm saying?
Yes. Do not buy this heated blanket.
Right.
If you don't want to have the best night's sleep of your life.
Right. After you click on it and then listen to it for a minute at the end, she's telling you how great it is. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I did that on one of my videos. I was like, I think it was the Devon House video I did. I was like, Devon House is dangerous. And I went on to talk about how good all the food was over there, how dangerous it is for you to be coming over there and eating.
Baby, your calorie intake gonna be over through the roof.
Okay. So yeah, a little bait and switch. Yeah.
You got to. That's just how it is. But I get what you're saying, because that's my beef. My beef is I have a hard time manufacturing beef. Now listen, let me tell you, if you come for me, I'm gonna break you down to your kneecaps, baby. Like, it's gonna be you think Yanti got something going. I'll put Yanti to shame in here if you start the tussle. But it's the manufacturing of it. It's like, I don't know how to get on here and just pop off and just be like, and you know what?
Yeah.
That part.
Yeah.
Noah got the energy for that. My demeanor is very much not like that. I mean, quite like other people. You know what I mean? I'm a really nice person until I'm not. So me just being not, ain't gonna get me there. I don't know how I'm gonna do it, but that ain't, I can't be fussing with people like that. But I can, get a little bait and switch, a little back and forth, a little debate type of, thing going on. Just a little bit to get things going.
Yeah, I see that. It's just that, it's like that's what I be trying to get away from. When I go live, like I was live last night and I was live today because I just wanted like a simple conversation. Like I didn't want to be in there arguing with people getting cut off, and because we don't disagree now, I gotta listen to you curse me out. Like you just don't get just like a common conversation in a lot of lives. You just get like a lot of fussing and tussing and arguing and disrespect. and sometimes I don't want to hear it.
Yeah, I feel that.
Mm-hmm.
But you can put your rules on the board. No cursing. Because I do know Alive, she talks about relationship stuff all the time. And it's very contentious conversation. But she has her rules. Do not unmute until I introduce you. No cursing on the panel. And, she wishes people goodbye when they, don't comply. Like, okay, you can't have a conversation. Bye. Like, so it might take some practice, but I think the worthy conversations sometimes do have that little. And then you got to have a few other people that can have a conversation for you. So when you don't feel like, because it is labor. Like when you don't want the whatever. I'm surprised because I follow you from, I think we don't do that either because I've seen you on panels. I can't be staying up all night, but I've seen you on Beyonds. And I'm like, we follow each other in other spaces, but then when we see each other out of those spaces, we don't support.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't like that because they'll throw you gifts up there. Oh yeah, experience you. Okay, well you're live now. Come support.
Yeah, that's true. That's
You
true.
know?
Maybe if I get a little bit more consistent, because Flex was in here yesterday, and we were with me yesterday a long time.
Okay,
Well,
cool.
it's Divine was in here too. It's
Okay,
just
good.
I just randomly went live. I didn't even tell nobody.
Yeah, you gotta keep going. If this is day 2, well, that's cool. Then that's good. We are supporting. I love that for us. Okay,
Yeah.
good.
It's just in Beyond's live, and that's where I thought I met you in Beyond's. In Beyond's live, it's just like a smooth conversation. At least at some point, it was a smooth conversation. I think more so when we were talking about Mello.
Yeah.
It was such good conversations going on, and like we wasn't allowed to talk over each other, be yelling and screaming and cursing and all of that. And we were just able to have really good conversations. And you can't find that, I feel like, outside of Beyond Live.
Yeah, Beyond got the best thing going, and that's why he has he only been going live a month.
Yeah,
but he has a space where it's just known that I don't care what they say, let them say it. You look, get your pen and paper out, write your note, whatever your pushback is. But they gonna get to say what they want to say. And I think, to be honest, that's fair.
I don't see anything wrong with it. I think that way with YT people too. Like if we're having a conversation, I'm willing to allow you to say what it is that you have to say. Like I think that with any type of conversation, I have to understand your point in order for me to respond, right? To see if I actually disagree with you or do I agree. You can't get that in other lives. Once you disagree with the host, you can guarantee you won't say another fucking word in that live.
That part. But with his, you can run it.
Yeah,
Like, okay.
He can disagree with you, but he gonna come right back to you to give you your follow-up. And he's gonna tell other people they may disagree with you, but you cannot interrupt.
That part.
That's the best conversation.
That's why he blew up so quick, because you're right. There's nothing else. Every other live, oh, you said this, click, mute. And it just becomes this mute and anger back and forth. I haven't seen Beyond get angry or upset. Now he get a little like, nope, I'm gonna have to push back and this and what about this? He does more of a ask you an introspective question. Well, when I present you with this fact, what do you say to this fact?
Right.
I'll have to look at
conversation. That's the best conversation.
Yeah. And what do they always say when they say, what about this fact? What's their favorite response?
Oh,
I'll have to look into that.
They never know. They never know. They never know the important shit.
I don't know. I haven't seen. It'll be something that been on the headlines for 2 days straight.
Yeah. Like they don't remember Hunter saying that they both jumped on him. down, and that was one of the first things that came out, but they don't remember it.
What? I don't
You know what
no,
they
that
say?
was I
That
think
wasn't
that was
presented as
AI.
trial.
I think that was AI. I think so. Friday.
What they say that wasn't presented at trial.
Yes.
That wasn't presented at trial. It's like, what it got to do with it being? We all watched him.
Listen, just like when Nolan's friend was first interviewed and Nolan's body hadn't been found, they said he was our best friend. I don't know if that interview was kind of questionable when it was done, and a lot of people can talk like that.
He was your best friend.
Yeah,
Yeah. Right.
was.
That Nolan thing is really a trip. Like the more that comes out, that last transcript where you can hear the kids in the background and stuff.
Now let them tell it. We've already blamed them, and there's no evidence to support that those kids have done anything. We're just rushing to the conclusion, making everything about race.
Same people saying slap Mello with 99 years, saying this, mind you. Same people, same exact
And then I
people.
really don't like. I seen some people. I seen two people. I don't remember who they are. It was one of them. One of them was a black girl. The other one was a black guy. They were talking about Nolan's mom, and they were talking about how they called her lying because she said that the parents didn't reach out to her and like trying to make like a big deal out of that. And I'm like, this woman just lost her son, and I mean, so what? You know, she said they didn't reach out to her. I mean, they didn't call her. It looked like they might have sent her a message or something. So, but you know, like why? I really, really hated the fact that our own were nitpicking and coming at her for what they call a lie because she didn't say, oh yeah, the parents say they did reach out to her. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but I thought we discussed that in Beyond's live, and the next day, the next press conference or something, she corrected herself.
Yeah, and so since she corrected herself, they were calling her a liar, saying that she lied about it. She only corrected herself because those messages were coming out or whatever. I just didn't like that. You know what I mean? Like, give this lady some grace. She just lost her son in such a horrible manner, and you are picking with her. Come on now, leave her alone. Like, she didn't do nothing. She wasn't on the boat.
No, it's just they don't have the same empathy we have. Not for us, maybe for each other. They do have empathy. They have empathy for each other.
I don't think so. I don't think so.
No, the two people I'm talking about, they were black people.
Oh no, we the hardest on each other. Like you talking about Tatum, Officer
right? I don't know. Was it him? I don't think it was. I don't know if it was him.
Covering the story.
It was okay. So it was him, and it was some black girl like on live or on TikTok or whatever talking about it. I was like, I don't like how you coming for her. That's our sister, and our sister just lost our nephew. Like, who cares if the lady said if she want to call her, here go her number. Nobody care about that.
What you was about to say?
No, I don't want to call you. Y'all acting like y'all don't know what happened to my son. Somebody know. It ain't like Nolan was just on the boat, like he was just a +1. This y'all friend. Y'all know what happened to him.
No, that audio, cold-blooded. When I first heard it, I said, now, if we gonna first figure out if this real or not, because at this point, this is how you gotta approach when you see online. Let's wait and see if it's real. But it sounds like at this point, nobody has said the tape ain't real. The video,
that part,
the audio ain't real.
Yeah, you mean the one with the kids in the background talking?
Because originally y'all told us he stayed with Katie. So how he went back on the boat if he stayed?
In the first tape they released that you couldn't hear those kids in the background saying, "Oh, wake up! Oh no, is he dead?" and all that stuff. You couldn't hear that on that first tape. When they first released it, they didn't play that part.
Yeah, they cut out the beginning of it. But like, listen, you can't underestimate anything, and it's so very, very sad. It's so very sad. Because where are his things? This is going on a month now, almost a month now. No other true crime case has taken this long for you know
Mhm.
what I'm saying? None. There's been a
Right.
preliminary report or W Shea Butter Airlines. Whoop whoop. There's been a preliminary report of some sort, and we just not getting that. So it's something is wrong. And I really like the little press conference they had
Mhm.
today, highlighting all of the 18-year-olds that have gone missing in the same or similar fashion around the
Mm.
same. Like they're high. This is not
In
a
Mississippi or just period in the country?
period. I think
Okay.
one is in Dallas County. Another one, they said he was playing. Thank you. They said he was playing Russian roulette, and somebody was like, "That don't even sound like nothing we do." You know what I'm
Ooh,
saying?
we do not
Right.
do that.
It's just, and that's one thing with even with the Mello situation. I was like, that's why this system is so dangerous. You do not understand how black people operate. We speak in double negatives. He said he didn't want him to hit him. We speak like that. Don't go in this. Don't touch. You better not touch nothing in this store. That means don't touch nothing. Like we speak in a way
Right.
that might not make sense to you, but we know what we mean.
Mhm.
And I know for a fact that we would never tell, we tell our child be on your best behavior. We do not.
Mhm.
So that's how I know Nolan and Nolan's
Thank you.
parents
Thank
know
you.
he was on his best behavior. Melo's
Right.
parents know he was on his best behavior. When Melo
Mhm.
said, do not come up on me, we have been taught, don't start none, won't be none. That's how we are
Right.
all raised.
Right. And that other boy, the one that Mr. Child killed,
That's
that
true.
Mr. Child one.
It's like we
You
see
know
him over and over
the
again.
Mr. Child. I forget that young man's name,
Cyrus.
but the Cyrus. Yes.
It's bad. It's bad. And that's why I don't trust. Like when it turned into when I was able to interact with YT people on Beyond's Live when it came to that Mellow situation, I really learned that they are so disingenuous, and it doesn't matter what facts are presented to them, they're gonna pick YT supremacy at every moment. They're gonna
Mhm.
pick each other on every moment. It's not gonna be a large percentage of them that's going to take what's right. A lot of them like to say they take what's right,
Mm-mm.
but it's not gonna be just right. It's not.
Yeah.
It's not. Cause
It's like modern day Emmett.
They
I
will turn themselves into a pretzel. Okay? Making it
It's
make
like modern
sense.
day Emmett out here for
Well, no,
real.
because Hunter, they told him to leave. He should have just left. Why? What is this computing to you? His
Okay.
parents pay taxes in his county. He's an athlete at these schools. Like, what are you? He should have left.
they think that when they tell us to do something that we should do it. And it's just like the expectation, like that y'all think that given our history with y'all, that y'all can say anything to us. And we believe y'all. Like they was trying to get us to believe in like the guy was trying to get us to like believe in Officer Tatum. I'm like, bro, he is a sellout, a coon. No one in the black community respects Tatum for real. Not if they woke. Not if they've ever read anything. Now, if they want to be close to YT people, then maybe. But like, no real black person with like a conscious mind believes Officer Tate. And there's nothing you can really say to us to make us believe that. Tatum is crazy. That's just like who's another one? Well, I'm kind of critical, so maybe I wouldn't be a good person to name somebody. Like so for example, like Hakeem Jeffries. Like I do not trust Hakeem Jeffries as far as I can throw him. But that just me maybe being hypocritical. So y'all, what African country we moving to?
Listen, now that Juicy J said we don't gotta be on the coast.
You so crazy. We can
She,
always drive over there,
you
child.
know, but shoot, Africa, that's a big continent. That coast, but that's the other thing. They have other beautiful landscapes. You know, I'm so locked into this American mindset. The coast is not the only thing that's beautiful, you know?
I ain't
I'm a
gonna
water
lie, I
girl.
love the
I
Me
like
coast.
the
too.
I'm
ocean.
a water girl too. Now I love the
I
beach. The beach is my
right.
favorite
That's
place.
what I was saying. God
I'm
got
just
the
like,
best
we can
setup.
go there. We can still get there now. That's all I'm saying, you know.
I want it to be
Yeah.
convenient. Look at me. I want it to be convenient. Like I want to like do a 15-minute drive to ocean. Y'all
Live
just
on the
got me
water for that
spoiled.
matter. Yeah.
For real.
Right.
For
I mean,
real.
don't get me wrong, views. I could post my house right up on the beach. Okay. I was just saying, I didn't know what country that he's a king, right? The one that told everybody to get out. He said he's a king.
Oh nah, he was a military. He was in the military and he took over the government in a coup.
Okay, him, whatever position he held, I didn't know what country he was from. I just know wherever I go, I want somebody to have that type of energy with their country. You know what I
But
mean?
then
Just like when we visit Jamaica, solo, like the Asians and the YT people have taken over. More so the
oh,
Asians.
they
You know
they
what I
pretty
mean?
much own Jamaica.
They own everything over there. You know what I'm saying?
The
You
mom
know,
and pop
it's worse
shops,
than
they own
it's
the
worse than the
grocery
stores we
stores.
got out here. Like, you buy, we
Man.
buy, you buy,
Didn't
you buy,
they
you get out.
didn't they burn something down over there?
Yeah, that new resort. Apparently, they got like this new resort that they building in Jamaica that they said, I guess they said Jamaicans can't. They cut off the beach, said they couldn't go to the beach. They didn't burn the resort down.
Mm,
They better do something
over
because
here or
they
something.
show
I'm like,
taking
yo, this is
over.
too much.
They show taking over, and it's crazy. It
Yeah,
ain't
I
chilling
want to
out.
move somewhere where ain't nobody else taking over that ain't from there.
I know, right? That would be nice.
Take over. Take over where you from. Go where you from and do that.
But quiet as kept. China's in Africa, China and Russia. They over there. They over
Yeah,
there.
but they ain't. But are they trying to take over though?
Yeah, they Africa did some type
They
of
over there
China
except for where they. That's why
China did
that
a
man told all them
99-year
people to get
deal or
out.
something.
A 99-year
Yeah, they over there trying
deal.
to mine everything.
Yes.
Damn, that's
Yes.
insane.
Yes. They
See,
did a
They trying to
99-year
mine
deal.
everything.
But that's what they're saying. That's why it's a little tricky because they're like the US, we not even involved because they don't mess with us. We're not even involved in the world political stage like we used to be. Like it used to be,
Hmm.
hey, if America didn't green light it, you know, because we used to be the fairest nation. You know what I mean? Like
Right.
we used to be the reasonable, the diplomat, the you
Big
know,
house.
we used to be, yeah. Right now, we're just corrupt at this point.
yeah.
We bad, bad, bad. That's why. That's another reason why I'm trying to leave because I think this bitch is on its way down, and I want my money up out of this economy before it goes down. I want to have
Hmm.
been converted it into a new currency that is still alive by the time this goes down. Because it is. Y'all, we supposed to run out of oil in 2 weeks. But make sure you fill
That's
your cars
Mm.
up with this war. They say we finna go through an energy crisis. Because the only reason why
I
we
don't know
got
how they
gas
gonna do
now
that now.
is because, I'm for real, they said the only reason why we got gas right now is because they using our reserves. But in 2 weeks, the reserves are supposed to be ran out of it. He don't figure out how the hell we getting oil out of the Strait of Hormuz through
You
Saudi
said two
Arabia.
weeks?
We're assed out.
it's
Yes.
under should be under 2 weeks now.
Yeah, it should be
What?
under 2 weeks now. Yeah, you better keep your damn car filled up. Because in a minute, we supposed to
You know, I drive
check
this semi,
cover.
child.
I
Somebody better
know.
figure it out.
I know.
I know that's real.
For real.
Somebody got to figure it out. Because let me tell you something. There is not in America one single thing in any house, business, city, or town that has not come from a tractor trailer moving.
Damn.
Yeah, that's why they said people that have been selling me
Has on them,
buy rice
it's
and
just
beans.
not.
People been saying it, and I ain't bought it yet.
Me
So
too. That's me. I follow this shit every day, and I still don't go to the
Right,
store
I
and
ain't
buy
bought it
nothing.
yeah,
yet.
I know I need to get mine. I know I need a Costco trip.
Oh, we need to hold each other accountable. We need to pick some days to do it. Maybe let's like either Saturday would probably be the best day for me. It's just me, so I just really could just go get me some canned goods, go get me some water, like a few cases of water, some rice or some
I'm
beans,
telling you,
pinto
if we
beans,
run
black
out of
beans.
fuel, nothing's gonna get done.
That's why they
That's
saying stock
exactly
up because
that's
they
why
like
we talking about
you're
we finna
not gonna
stock
be
up
able to
on
get it.
food.
It's not gonna be coming in on the truck because the truck ain't gonna be able to get to you. Yep.
Exactly.
I
That's
need
why
I
we
need to put
saying
in my
juicy.
hometown. You said 2 weeks? Let me put in my hometown so I could be in Vegas. I
He
ain't got
said,
time to be out here on the
yeah, we
road
gotta
about to
coin
kill
it.
somebody because I
Let's
can't
need
get
to
home.
coin it. It says, how do we unite? How do we unite African Americans and Africans when African Americans can't even identify themselves? How about you come on the panel and you talk about that? That's actually uh, a good question. I guess I assume you foreign, right? Like, I mean, foreign from America. Do y'all get that same vibe from that?
What
The question. Um,
do we get what vibe from the question? I ain't hear you.
that from the question that he's not Black Americans. He says, "How do we? How do we
How
unite?"
do we unite African Americans and African?
When African Americans cannot identify
Oh yeah,
He
ourselves.
said,
he's identifying as black because he said he included him. Okay.
"Oh, he said,
No,
okay."
I think but Blueberry the Budgie, this is the thing that we get caught up because he's saying we need to relearn our identity first, period. And that's a rabbit hole that you want us to go down before thinking about progress. And I don't want to go down a rabbit hole before we think about progress. We are who we are. We are where we are. Let's think of a game plan to move forward. You don't get on the playing field in a basketball game and start talking about, well, we got to figure out what we did in practice. Or we got to figure out when at the draft, what happened at the draft. No, how are we going to win the fourth quarter? Like, what are you? That's my issue with people saying, "Well, the problem with black people is we don't have an identity and we don't know." Listen, no, it's not. The problem is we always got 18 problems that we think we need to solve. When what we really need to do is find something to unite around and unite around it. I think when I popped on
Hmm.
Experience, you were talking about, listen, we need to get on code. If we all say we voting for uh Amu Bakbar, that's who we voting for. You know what I'm saying? And
Right.
it's we standing on that and we standing on business. It don't matter if you like it over here. It's like, what's for dinner tonight? Listen, we have what your mama used to put on the table. We having this baked chicken and some green beans and some rice. Now you can have this or you
Yeah.
can't. That's what we need to do.
Yeah. Like I was saying, probably before you popped on, I was saying like one of the main things that we need to do as a people is first accept people for who they are and meet people where they're at. You know what I'm saying? Like we could I could call myself a Black American. You can call yourself an African American. You can call yourself a more an indigenous person. It doesn't really matter what you, I guess, identify yourself as. You know, like okay, that's what you respect who people identify as and move past that. You know what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, people are who they think they are. So if that's what you want to believe, fine. But how are we going to unite? How are the indigenous Americans, the Black Americans, the African Americans, the whatever else people, the Moors, and whatever else we want to call themselves. How do we all get some unity? You know what I mean? Like I don't care what you identify yourself as.
Yeah, because they want to, that they, it's some people that want to religious, I call it religious gang banging. If I'm not part of this set, you ain't messing with me. If I'm not Kojic, I'm getting it wrong, and I'm not black enough for you. If I'm not Israelite, I'm not the chosen. Like, we gotta stop all that. We have to get beyond
Mm-hmm.
that, because guess what? It's 30,000 denominations of Christianity, baby, and we'll be here all day tussling
Mm-hmm.
about if
That
you need to be
part.
Baptist,
Yeah.
Israelite, Kojic, non-denominational, or nothing at all, or you just taking
Right.
it the white tea man's. Like, we'll be here all day. Oh no, you need to do Pan-Africanism religion.
All
No,
day.
you need to. We can't do. Listen.
Definitely
It's gonna
not.
be there. That's gonna be tough. I just don't think that's fair, and I think that it does wiggle. I think that, you know what, I completely agree with you, Views and Juicy, when y'all say that it's really not important how we identify ourselves. That's not, to me. I just think that that's a red herring to change the conversation from unity to, like, let's debate on history. Like, and to me, that is just not relevant to us moving forward. Black America, how about we do
Yeah.
that? And every individual identities that they want to identify with, we know this ethnic group. We know what this group is, and this is what we agree on doing. Like, you can be Hebrew,
Right.
you can be the Jews, you can be FBA, you can be Black American, African American. I don't give a damn.
Don't care.
Right.
Get on the train.
Right.
Don't care.
I do
That's
not care.
it.
Look,
Yeah.
it's a certain, you can have a certain level of respect just because you're doing XYZ. It doesn't mean I don't have to have a level of respect for you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Blueberry, baby, we do know our identity, and knowing our identity and not knowing our identity, it is you looking for a reason not to connect. You looking for a reason not to get on code, and you giving, first of all, Black people, we done had enough tasks. We hadn't had enough homework assignments. You don't need to give us another one, and we don't need to be handing out any more, period. I'm not giving another Black person another homework assignment. You Black, that's quite enough for me.
That's enough for
Right.
me.
Right. I don't
Enough
care
for
what you
me.
believe in or how you identify your blackness. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Or what you believe in. I don't care if you believe in Islam or Christianity or
Do all this. Comfort of
elephants
your home.
or horses
All
or
that.
whatever. Because
Okay.
there are plenty of religions out there who the elephant is who they believe is their God. Like, if there are so many different religions out here, I don't really care. But what I do care about is respecting you as a person. I respect you as a person. I respect that you have a belief, and I respect that belief for you. You know what I'm saying? And that's like the end of that. Okay, we've gotten out our respect. Now, how can we come together? I respect you, you
Right.
respect me. What can we do to unify, regardless of our differences? So that whole African American, Black American, Moors, Indigenous, and whatever other 15 million other Black identifications that are out there really doesn't matter. You know, it matters about us all unifying instead of finding different ways to separate and divide and not come together.
Cause I want to know one thing. Okay, once we all identify as you wish us to identify, then what? Then what? Okay, we all agree that we're whatever it is that you want. You want to label Black people. This
Blueberry
is
didn't
our
want to come
true
up.
identity. Whatever it is, then what? Cause that's where I want to get to.
Blueberry didn't want to come up.
Oh, you know what? I really don't know how to send an invite. Look. But he more than
I
welcome to
think if
join.
you
But he
click on the people at the top, Click on the
Oh, okay, let me
top and then
see.
you can hit invite beside the viewers or something like that.
Oh, okay, let me see. Okay, I probably yeah. Okay, I said it. Okay, I figured it out.
No, nobody's gonna get offended, Blueberry. Like, honestly, we really just want the genuine conversation because this is where it starts. And if you think that as Black people, we have a task of an identity task, maybe we do have an identity task, but we're not understanding what that identity task that you're talking about is. So if that's a hurdle, like that's what the whole prompt is. What is the opposition or what's the hurdle to unification? And if you think the hurdle to unification is we don't know ourselves or we don't have enough of an identity, like talk to us about that, because then we can get down to the nitty gritty. Then we can talk about, well, how do we get people to be more in touch and in tune with their identity? If that's truly a layer of the problem. So you kind of have to, explain to us exactly what that looks like. Because as far as we've been on the panel, we've three, mind you, my first time talking in depth to these two ladies, we seem to identify with each other quite well. Like,
And I don't know what they identify as in the terms of checking a box under race. So, but we do seem to identify unit and have come to unify about the topic and the discussion without identifying under a race checkbox.
Yeah, you can come up because I'm a little confused on like what. Cause I want to have a conversation because I find ourselves a lot of times when we're trying to have these conversations about unity, whether Black Americans are do they, if they consider themselves African, seems to be one of the deal breakers, right? Like if Black Americans don't consider themselves to be African, that's a deal breaker. They can't, for some reason, we cannot unify under that. So, Alex, I'm not accepting.
oh, that's a good point. Experience.
Right, me and Views like, oh yeah, okay. I didn't think about
Like,
that.
do you claim your African heritage or do you just go straight to your American heritage?
Yeah, and whether or not that's a deal breaker for.
I was thinking the only way to really bring these Black and African people
I know, right?
together
Hello, how are you?
would be a nice personal message from TikTok.
Actually.
I thought that was Blueberry, so I seen it said user. Who in the world was that?
You good, Experience.
Boy, girl, I have 0 time. And I'm giving you 0. Like
You
when
said, oh,
he
here
stopped
come the
talking,
tomfoolery.
when he didn't address you, when you said hey and he didn't address you, he just kept talking. I said, oh no.
That was it.
Okay. That was enough for me.
What's going on? I looked up, I heard somebody talking. I was like, wait, is that Blueberry? I know that ain't Blueberry because Blueberry just said that ain't confrontational, and that person was not. Was Berry.
I just don't want to. I don't want to turn into that. That's not the energy I'm on.
Oh, we didn't know, Blueberry, who you were, so I'm sorry. I didn't mean to offend you. I was just saying I didn't know who the person was online. I just heard somebody talking.
I thought
I
it
didn't
was
know if you were
Blueberry
gonna
when I
come
saw
up.
the request. I thought it was Blueberry when I saw the request, but when I looked at it, it said user, and I said,
I see user
that's
on
what
there
he
now
that's what he
talking.
was gonna say.
Oh, I thought she was trolling user. My bad.
But okay, we could have that conversation because
Can Blueberry come up so they can talk? Because I can't read.
I would like to have a conversation. I mean,
I have a sister.
And I love blueberry muffins. I ain't got no beef with Blueberry.
And
My
Blueberry
favorite
sound
kind
like
of muffin.
she got a lot of information. We
Right.
know Blacks
Especially
come
y'all
from
reading the
Africa,
African
user,
American.
but user plot twist. Everybody does.
I don't see Blueberry. That's why I want you to come up because I'm not sure I'm following you in the messages. It was originally
Not sure if y'all reading, but Black Americans was given to us by what?
That's why I'm confused.
By who? Oh, okay.
So usually, if you white, what you doing in this conversation?
Blueberry said they white.
Well, no,
Yeah.
user. So yeah, you was
Not
gonna get
blueberry,
dropped
my
down
bad,
anyway,
user.
user. My bad.
Yeah, user. My bad, blueberry. I'm talking about user.
Yeah,
User, don't
yeah,
get blocked.
Blueberry must not be
Cause
black.
I mean to tell you, I discriminate. I will block you. You don't
Dang,
usually
they
get
got
as
the
much
blue
grace
light.
as black people do. So
Oh,
it's just
thank he got pulled over. I wonder what he did.
User, you are African too.
Oh, and it's a Walmart
is
truck.
he African?
User, you are African. Your descendants come from Africa. I hope that you are aware of that.
That's so true.
Like you're not. That's not a news flash to us, user. You're African, just like we are.
Everybody is.
Yeah, clock
Or
that T. Put that in your
that's
hat.
ridiculous.
Assalamu alaikum,
He
ladies.
said,
How are
please
What
don't
they
call
you?
me
used
a
to,
giraffe. Well,
I'm gonna
hey,
block
however you
you.
want to
what
take
my uncle
it.
used to say, put that in your pipe and smoke it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, with your one followers and one comment.
Assalamu alaikum,
Okay,
ladies.
y'all,
How
we
are you
got three
guys
shots.
doing? So, what I
Oh,
was
hey,
saying,
Blueberry.
how are y'all? I am Black
I'm
American,
good.
obviously, but I call myself African American because the history of Black American came from who? White America. This is what they see us as, the color brown, like the color black, like the crayon black. I'm not black. I don't disappear in the dark. I'm brown. So the reason why I say we need to learn to identify ourselves is because we go by the identity that white America gave us. Right? We're not going by the identity of what we were born with, what our blood is, what our color is. We're going by what white America wants us to go through. So if you think about it, the only controlled community that is in America is, guess what? Black America. Why do you think there is a Planned Parenthood and a welfare office? I can tell you where any Planned Parenthood is in city of San Diego, California, but I can't tell you where they are in Mexican areas. And this is how much I do know. My name's Teresa Martinez. I'm a Black Mexican Muslim. You see what I'm saying? Like an African American, half Mexican Muslim. So I know this information. I know that Mexicans don't have these type of areas in their area, and this is why probably Trump wanted to deport them, because they have controlled areas within their community. Asians do, Somalis do, but what does the Black America have? Or excuse me, African American have? Nothing. We separate ourselves from each other because we don't know our identity. So if we choose to teach our people our identity and get, from the white man's belt, control our communities, again, take control like our ancestors did, they won't be in our area. We won't see a welfare office on every corner. We won't see, and then they want to know what's crazy is, do you know how they give the Black woman, African American women, their, what's it called, independence in this country? The welfare office. Go get pregnant at 16, 17. We're going to make you into independent young women. And this is why the Black woman is hated so much in this country, because we allow ourselves to be controlled by who? White America. This is why I say you got to know your identity first. Take, how do you say like when you separate. Our community has to separate themselves from the government. But right now, they have us controlled. Like I said, you look it up. You can Google it. Matter of fact, you can look in your own area besides my area, because I'm in San Diego, California. Look where all the welfare offices are and Planned Parenthoods are, right? Like I said, you have to separate yourself from what white America sees you as. Then you can work on your own community. If you build your communities up, watch how fast the welfare office, Planned Parenthood disappears, because you're working on your community. But Black Americans, African Americans, we are the most difficult people because we are the most controlled people. But I mean, that's my personal opinion. I'm gonna go ahead and calm down before this guy user starts cursing me out, because I see he's very.
I block you.
Oh, just block. Yeah, he blocked.
Starts cursing me out.
Yeah, no.
Okay. So I wasn't saying like, oh, we gotta know our identity. There's a strict reason for. Like I said, I mean, none of you guys stopped me when I said the welfare office is very popular in urban areas.
No, because baby, we're not gonna stop you. We didn't call you up here. Yeah, no, we not.
I get so paranoid when I talk like
Yeah.
this, because like I said, I'm a lot older. I'm 41, I'm married, housewife. So I see things a lot differently, especially because I lived at two different time eras. And I've seen what hasn't changed within our own community. But I see what's changed in other communities, especially being married to a Somali American man, especially having the name Martinez. I see what happens in those communities. I see what's happening in our own. Think about it.
No, I
Okay.
am. I am thinking about it.
Yeah, so tell me, what identity do you think we should identify with?
African American, because we are the true indigenous people here. When they tell you all Africans came from Africa, yeah, that's true. But I want to say a big majority of Africans are called indigenous people because you know what Africans were back at those times? Freaking fucking, sorry, I'm Muslim. I shouldn't cuss like that. Girl, this fake. Were freaking nomads, meaning they were travelers, meaning they traveled and settled in different parts of the world when this land was called what? Free lands. So Africans
Okay,
were
so
already
you think
here.
we were here before?
They settled here hundreds of years ago. So when you say we came from Africa, yeah, that's nice. Of course, our identities came from there. But at the end of the day, my place is here before Christopher Buttfuck Columbus said he found this place. No, 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 no. Indigenous and native people, native of the Mexicans found this place. And indigenous people of Africa that settled here hundreds of years ago.
Listen, I'm with now. I'm gonna tell you where I'm with you, and I'm with you when you're right. I don't know. You went on teacup, so I can't tell you where I'm with you when you're right. Cause she,
So I have to block the number.
Oh yeah, you had to block him. Okay. I agree that they did not start making boats when Columbus got on the boat. I'm with you. Like that people like I'm like that was not the first boat that was manufactured. But plenty of boats were here and
Nomads were doing
traveling.
that for hundreds of years.
Yes.
We've
So
been dealing with
I'm
boats
with
with
you.
Latin natives for hundreds of years.
I'm
They
with
didn't
you.
come up with shit.
I'm with you there, right? I'm with you there. So I want you to know that. And I'm glad you came up because like you do have a lot of information. Where I want to hope we can also agree is that there were some passages between there was a slave trade. Do
Wait,
we
I mean,
also we want to say there
before
were some people here and there also was a slave trade and also chattel slavery did occur.
before white man, of course. I mean, but were we beating our own people the way they were?
No, I agree
Think
with
about
you
you
again.
think about it. You think about it.
Hold on.
When did Black Americans at those times get introduced to racism? Think about it.
Hold on, Blueberry. I don't think that's what she's arguing.
Oh no, I'm not arguing. I get so I love me.
I'm saying
I
I'm
finally
done.
was like they're not gonna be mean. I like black citizens that can have these conversations, but I will leave once those other people come because I don't like competition.
Okay, no, you're good. No,
Yeah, and I
I
think she's
no, I
arguing like in a combative way, but I don't think that's what she's debating you or questioning you
yeah, the
about.
topic.
no.
No,
What happened
definitely
is
she's arguing something else. I'm gonna let Views go ahead and reiterate what her point is because I think she's asking you a specific question about the transatlantic slave trade.
Okay. Yeah. Go ahead, love.
So I was just saying, I agree with you that, people were trading even the Silk Roads was before chattel slavery, right?
Right.
So me and you agree that there was travel, these oceans, the seven seas was popping before the chattel slavery and the colonization occurred. But I was just saying, can we agree that there was also that? So there are a portion of people here that did get here by that way, in that fashion.
And then let me ask you a question, Views. And so that was a great question. So I want you to pin that question. And then my second question is, and do you believe, for you, Views, do you believe the people who were already here and the people who came through the slave trade, they went through the slavery together?
That part, absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay. You can, my bad, go ahead.
So I do. I think that and Blueberry, to pivot back to you, I think that's what gives us a unique identifying experience as I say I'm Black in America, because also and Africa is a huge continent. Africans don't call themselves African. They call themselves Nigerian or Igbo or Yoruba or Somali or Ethiopia. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
They don't even put their broad brush on who they are. But yet, I also think, and you can get on me when I say this, Blueberry, I also think this country doesn't want us to say, listen, I was born here, my mama was born here, my granny was born here, my granny's granny, and my granny before that. But if I just say I'm American, if us black people start taking ownership in this country, we might ask this country for something. And they don't want that. So they say, oh, no, you're African American, so they can disidentify us from what belongs to us right the F here. You understand what I'm saying?
I hear you.
Like, so sometimes I think it's a little trick it's a Jedi mind trick for them to be like, you don't. And to your point, Blueberry, many of us was here before Christopher Columbus ever thought of bringing his stinking self over here. Oh, you understand what I'm saying?
That's why I say but fuck Columbus, because this land was already discovered, bro. They called it the free lands where people could settle here without having to there was no problems until it's white.
Exactly. So I'm with you. So I'm like, how can you, if I was in the Americas, because however they got the name the Americas, if I was here, if I'm one of the black people that was here before that, but you want to lump me in and say we're African American because of the Africans that came from the slave trade, but you're disidentifying me from possibly having native lineage. Like my sister, she'll tell you in a minute she indigenous. Because her people was here. She'll tell you she's indigenous to this land. That's what she likes. She be like, oh, I'm black indigenous. And see, I don't mind that, Blueberry. I don't mind if we want to say, oh, I'm black indigenous, or people saying what are their FBA, they're foundational. That's the identifier that they want to tie to. I don't mind that. But what I do mind is, regardless if you understand that your black identity, it's like Experience just said, regardless if you are black indigenous, regardless if you came through the slave trade, once we got here, we start coalescing, Blueberry, and having that black experience. I don't care if your husband is Somali, he gonna get his black ass pulled over. Excuse my language. You see what I'm saying?
Just like in America, that once your skin is seen as brown, just like a Mexican, you're looked at as the enemy. We never taught racism in this country. You do realize that, right? Let me repeat that. Black people cannot. Let me repeat that. Black people in this country cannot be racist. We weren't taught racism. We were never racist. We were taught racism because of the history of this country. So like I said, whether you are, and I tell my husband that too and his friends, because they're like, oh, well, I'm Somali. I'm Somali before this whole Trump thing happened. They don't like you just as much as they hate niggas. You're brown. You come to this country, if they don't know your name and the police pull your ass over, you're going to jail like me. They're going to harass you, guess what, like me. So Africans, one thing I can say is, and now that my husband's older now, he sees it, Africans do think they're better than African American. When they say, then they come to this country, I've heard my mother-in-law say, I've seen it. Oh, we came here by plane. You guys came here by boat. That's not true. Even Africans have a major, how do I say, white mindset. And I know this because that's all I hung out with all my life. That's what I chose to marry, right? And they have this mindset that, we are better than you. We come from the land, and, we are not controlled by, this is how they think. I promise you. No BS, no. So when you say unify Black and Africans, you gotta work on the community first and get Africans also to realize they are no different from us because they don't see us as, how do I say it? They don't see us as the way white America does, right? They don't see us as me and you, because when you see Africans, you're like, oh, they Black, they African like us. Am I right or am I wrong?
Now I think I know what you mean, Blueberry. I'm with you.
Do you understand where I'm coming from, sis?
Yes, I'm with you when you're right. Now I see
it's true. I know you felt it when you go into a group of just Africans. The way they look at you they looking at you like a white man or a white girl, like I'm better than you. Nigga, you Black.
Listen, and that's the cold part. Black people, we get it from all sides. It's even our own. It's a envy. It's a jealousy. It's a admiration. It's like.
But you see, and maybe I said that wrong in the box. When I say all Black people, I mean Africans. I mean Black Americans. Both need to know And I know, like sister said, I know she said Africans know where they come from. But when you're in this country, nigga, you know different as me. You're no, let me repeat that.
Period.
When you in this country, you're no different as me. But
And
that's
that's why they need to get on code.
Yeah.
But like I said, let me keep because I'm watching the box. I don't want the wrong persons to come in here. I will bring bad negative energy because they don't like the way I speak on this subject, especially Africans. My husband doesn't mind because he knows it's the truth. It's the fucking truth.
You be on other panels?
Yeah.
Girl, yes, and these girls are ghetto. I was more scared, like, are these girls gonna be those types? I'm like, oh no, they're cool, especially after my, you guys really hear me out.
I would like to ask you one question though, Blueberry. Now I definitely when it comes to identifying African American, Black American, or whatever, I would more so consider myself to be indigenous to the land,
Right.
not a Black American or an African American, and even the YT people, they're called Caucasian. They're not even called.
Well, why do you think they only call African Americans American, Mexican American American?
Now,
When you see
my
white,
question,
it's just
my
white.
question was my question to you was like, or my statement is, African American came from white people too. That was a term that they came up with to identify us. Just like black Americans and African Americans, both of those terms, they don't really mean a whole lot of difference, but they both from the same person or the same group of people, so to speak. So that's another reason why me personally, I don't identify as either one, just because they both came from the same people. So I guess my question to you is, what's the big difference between African American and Black American, and they both came from the same group of people? Is that breaking up? Y'all know I'm
No,
driving.
I think she heard you. I think Blueberry over there cooking and stuff.
I know she ain't offer us no food or nothing. Blueberry on mute.
She need to unmute herself.
She probably over there talking, bamming them pots, over there cooking something good.
I know. I want to know.
Right.
My bad, ladies. I'm over here showing my husband. I made some crab cakes from scratch with using crab meat. I made me some.
I knew it was something good. I knew it was something good.
And then I made me some Brussels sprouts. So I made him basically like a crab dish. Like I said,
where
the
you at?
crab
I'm in
cakes.
this semi truck. It might take me a little minute to get to you, but where you at?
How did I know she was over there whipping up something good? I felt it in my spirit, honey.
Some crab cakes.
We know she ordered, so we know she cooking up a storm. Right? I sure am.
Okay.
I made some crab garlic bread too. I ain't just coming empty-handed. I can bring my crab garlic bread, and we can exchange garlic bread for crab cakes. I'm just saying.
Got a good husband, because see y'all just heard my opinions.
Did you hear my question though?
Yes, yes, I did.
Okay.
I was listening. I believe black African Americans can make any color of the rainbow, but I don't believe they came from the Caucasus Mountains. I'm sorry, that's not
what I did. Because you know how it occurred, right?
Well, I mean, I've heard two different stories. My husband, he's like, Caucasus Mountains were black people that went into the mountains for years and years,
Yep,
survived, and they came out pale. This is why.
They had a recessive gene.
DNA Ancestry has proven this too, right? Because people will take a the little DNA ancestry, and they're like, says I'm African American, but white as hell, blonde hair, blue eyes, pale ass skin. Somewhere along the line, somebody was black at one point, but
right.
Like I said, but that's
because there are black Africans in Africa who have blonde hair and blue eyes.
What you said is, Is it just white people? Is it just African Americans? Just hear me out. Is it just African Americans people history that's stolen, or is it all history that's? Because, like you said, Black people were white at one point, especially with this Carcass Mountain issue. So, and like I said, is it all people or just one race? Right? Like I said, Black communities controlled. Right? So, is it all? Because, like I said, white have Black in them. They'll take this ancestry. And then somewhere along the line, they might have 10% African American or 20% African American. But generations and generations is sold white. So obviously, but there's some African within there, right? So is their history stolen too? Or is it just ours?
So I kind of hear what I kind of hear what you're saying, but I'm not sure if you heard my question. I'm gonna repeat it. So what I was saying was, when it comes to the whole Black American, African American thing, right?
Okay.
Me personally, I don't identify as either. I consider myself more of an indigenous or Black indigenous person to the
So when you
land
go out
or
to
whatever.
some, you tell them I'm indigenous
So
Black.
I hit other.
Okay, other. Okay.
Yeah. So, so my question to you was, what is the big difference between Black American and African American, being that they both came from the same person? Both of those identifications came
There is
from
no
white people
difference.
at different terms, because African American was one term, and then all of a sudden they wanted to call people Black and Black American or whatever. But these terms, the two of them came from the same source.
Right.
So, and then at the same time, the white people they're not white Americans. They're not even identified as Americans. They're identified as Caucasian.
So what you think, Blueberry? You think it's fine to identify as either? Blueberry on TikTok.
She on TikTok.
She over there feeding that husband.
She
of
has
hers.
over there
she fucked
eating
me up with
crab
that one. I'm not
cake.
gonna lie. She fucked me up with that one because I've always been on this. I'm African American, but I mean she's right. White man gave us that. I kind of want to call myself indigenous now, but can I?
Baby,
Because
that's
I'm
why
half
we here,
Mexican.
Blueberry.
But
We
I'm
love
like
you,
she
sis.
fucked my head up with this one. So
That's why we here, sis. But you came and gave us some Snapple facts too. But that's why we here.
let me follow y'all because she fucked my whole head up. I'm so
That's funny.
yo. Yeah, I never the way she put it, like now I think about it, I want to push this new thing that Africans need to go by indigenous, because at the end of the day, yeah, that's the name that was given to us, African Americans and Black Americans. I'm so, I hate to say it,
Yeah,
I
if it's
can't
an
say I'm
application,
racist,
I'm
but
hitting other.
yeah,
I always put other. You're gonna see what I am when I get there.
that's true. I can't stand they have that on job applications. Like, if I circle that I'm Black, am I gonna get the job? The good thing about me is, and I hate to say it, as a woman with my skin color, with the
Right.
name Martinez, it's on my ID. Teresa Martinez. I low key can get a job easily. That's horrible to say.
Yeah, my name is straight up Black.
Oh
Okay.
no, my name is like more
Yeah,
Mexican than
my name
Mexican
is straight
itself.
up Black.
And I feel like some of the
Yeah.
jobs I've had in my past, like when I show up, they're looking at me like who the fuck are you? Like, I'm Teresa Martinez. I have an appointment for an interview. Supposed to come in for the interview at this time, and they're looking like, motherfucker, you're not Martinez. Here goes my ID. You see what I'm saying? Like they'll look at me like I'm crazy. So I feel like actually doing that on my applications, because I'll fill in. What do we do in America, right? Like you go by your dad's last name, right? So with my dad being Martinez, I fill out identity as Mexican. Does that make sense? And then plus I know I'll get the job. I'm not gonna lie. But at the end of the day, when I show up, they see Black, they see African with some really curly hair, so they don't know how to react. But at the end of the day, you still have to give me this interview because you promised me this interview. And sometimes I'll get the job just because my last name's Martinez. I'll even lie on my application and say I'm bilingual. I speak 2 different languages. I don't speak Spanish for shit. I don't even know how to say hello.
It's hola.
It's hola, but get your money, sis.
Get your energy.
You know,
By any means necessary.
I know what mayate and negra is. Like, so like,
I know what cerveza is.
yes,
Don't
it's
get it,
weird, but I mean,
cerveza.
I know mota, like, so I mean, but I just, I don't know anything about being Mexican. I've always been around Black culture, Black people. I can't, I'm not a racist. Like I said, Black people can't be racist. We weren't taught that, but I can't be around, how can I put this? I can't be around those people because I'm aware and cautious. That's what I'm going to say. I'm aware of and cautious. Like I said, Black people can't be racist, but I'm aware of those
And
people.
one point I did want to, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but one point I did
Go
want
ahead,
to
sis.
bring up about when you were talking about earlier about welfare and stuff.
Yes.
Now we do, as a culture, need to, get off of, figure out a way to get off of the system or
Yes.
whatever.
Yes.
However, we are stereotyped as being on quote unquote the system. But when you look at the statistics,
It's white
there
people.
are way more white people on the system getting food stamps or this, that, and the other than any other race.
But you do see us suffering, like, for the white people's, like, how do I say it? Like, example, a white boy pews at school. Black schools get the metal detectors, right? A white person does this. The black people get affected by it. I don't think everybody sees what I see. Like, don't hurt yourself, baby. You just landed in the water. Come on, get off your leash. But I don't know. I see things differently in this country. I think hasn't been in Black African Americans' hands, not once, not ever, and it'll never be in African Americans' hands until we actually grow as a community, learn each other, change each other's thoughts, like how you guys were able to change my thoughts from saying I'm African American to indigenous, right? So hate each other. Am I saying that right? Like, educate each other. Of course, let your kids learn what they got to learn in school, the fake history, because that's gonna get them a diploma, right? But at the end of the day, we need to start educating our kids. We need to start educating our community, not just our kids, but our fucking community too. So that way they're just aware, they're cautious, and they grow up wanting to make a change. But at the end of the day, nobody's gonna do it until we actually take a stand.
Yeah, we have to like we were saying, we have to just meet people wherever they are, and respect where they are, and just try to find common ground and unite on us. You know what I mean?
I've been thinking about making a group. Maybe one of y'all could start it. If y'all do, I'll definitely join. But there's this guy on Instagram who's talking about, Black and Mexicans, like, we need to do brown and brown unite. Like, we got to unite together. That's how because we're the most hated group in this country besides Blacks. Mexicans are next. You know what I mean? And no offense, Mexicans were the ones. I don't know if you guys know about the Mexicans fighting for freedom of indigenous slaves at one point, but Mexico was the only one that fought for our freedom. I don't give a fuck about Harriet Tubman. Don't care about Martin Luther King. I think there were CIA agents, but at the end of the day, I think Black and brown need to unite. African Americans and Mexicans need to unite. If these two groups unite together, they can't be touched. That's what the government don't want to happen, though. But that's a different subject for another day.
Hold on, I want to get Flex in. But we probably definitely have to come back to this.
Hey, how's it going? Shout out to the panelists. Shout out to you, host, for allowing me to come up. My views, I usually see you in the Beyond panel, but you don't usually come up. But it's nice to see you having a voice in the conversation. I appreciate that. Shout out to everyone up here.
I'm special, Flex. I'm special.
I see. I have a question, but then I also have a.
You breaking up, I think.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry.
I was just about to ask if that was me.
Okay.
Yeah, I have a question. I also have a statement after the question. But my first question, as Black folks here in Americans, those who are foundational to America, do we prove to the world that we are stupid when we allow them to attach African American on us as a group, and we continuously use the title in which they attach on us? That's a question. Are we proving to them, or we're illogical, or we're stupid when we do that? What do you guys think?
Well, hell.
And the
I
reason
don't
why I
think
say
we're
that
I
is
don't think we're proving that we're what did you say? What was the
that
word
we're
you
we're,
used?
we're stupid or we're
We're
slow or low
stupid or
IQ
slow.
or
Um
or we're very naive. I guess that would be a better way to describe it. We're extremely naive. And the reason why I say that is because it's logically incoherent to refer to us as a group as African American, even though Jesse Jackson,
Jesse, yep.
yep, him and his cronies coined the term, but it was
Mhm.
always to our detriment. I would even prefer
Mhm.
being called colored. I would even prefer called Negro before I'm called an African American. And the reason why I say that is because number one, it dilutes our progress. It dilutes the plight we have in terms of our rights, our political positioning in this country. But what I mean by that is someone can come here from let's I'll use myself an example. Hypothetically speaking, say if I go marry a Nigerian or someone from West Africa, North Africa, anywhere on the African continent, and I have children. My children, since I'm American, I was born on this land and they were born in Africa. By that same definition, those children will be technically and logically considered as African American. Let's put that aside. Now, let's say an African person, both parents is African, the father's African, the mother's African, and both of them move here to the Americas and they have children or they have grandchildren. By that same definition, those children are also considered African American. No one can argue against that technically on the basis of logic and coherency. No one can argue against that. Let's go another step forward. Say if I'm Elon Musk and I moved from South Africa and his grandparents migrated to South Africa and his grandchildren have children, even though they're Caucasian, phenotypically speaking, even though they're European, those children can technically and logically also can be considered African American. If all of these groups, including ourselves, can all be under that same umbrella, definition wise, as African American, then what is an African American? The definition becomes mute at that point. And when we continuously use that term or attempt to use it on a world stage, it makes people think of us that as if though we're low IQ or we're incompetent to understand how we're positioning ourselves and how we're giving up our own rights in terms of who we are, what we have developed and contributed and built. Am I still wrong with that?
Yeah,
Damn,
because
Flex.
nobody
Yeah.
nobody is African American. Africa is a continent. People are Nigerian American, Ghanaian American, Kenyan American. Like they identify with the country that they are within the continent. We don't call people you know what I mean? It's
South American.
yeah, because if you're an American, we say America, but if somebody was to identify with Mexico, Mexico is also what? North America as well. Why don't they say they're, you know what I mean? So I
So, Noor,
think,
what do you
but
think is a
yeah,
good?
I do agree that puts us in a little bit of a trick bag. Listen, I don't have to announce that I'm black. When you see me, you see I'm black. But I built this whole. My granny was born here. My granny's granny, her granny, like. I'm from here. I'm just American. I think they disidentify us from American culture because we might ask this country for something that we're owed if we belong to this country. It's a trick. It's a trick to make us feel like we do not belong, and we do.
And you find some immigrants that may phenotypically look like us in many ways from the continent who will often try to downplay our contributions and our origins to this country. And it's to their own detriment because you look at the likes of W.E. Du Bois, you look at the likes of Frederick Douglass and all those people who put in place policies and certain things for them to facilitate all immigrants, including them, to come over here. That's number one. And number two, it also put us in a position where the government that exists no longer have to respect us, because if we attach a foreign land to who we are in terms of our identity, then why do you have to fulfill reparations? Why do you have to uphold certain rights? Why do you have to honor those rights? Why do you have to honor those people if they are attaching to themselves some type of disconnection to their origins? It kind of furthers us from what we're fighting for and everything that our ancestors have fought for, the wet and sweat and equity that they put into where we are today. I think that it does us a great disservice to even utilize that. And it's not self-hatred, it has nothing to do with that. No one would make the argument between Bangladesh and Pakistan were all part of India. And when they broke away, Bangladesh became its own country. India became its own country. People make a distinction between certain parts of India and China. And people say, well, both people are Asian, but they make they make a distinction. And so when I hear arguments like that, it makes no sense. Other arguments that I hear is people will say, well, you know what? Why do you hate not being African, even though it's nothing to prove that we are? But when you look at us, our phenotype, they would say, well, you have the same coarse hair. You have C4 coarse hair. You have the same nose, the same, lips. They make these type of arguments, but they won't make the same type of argument between a China man and a man from Europe who have the same type of hair. They won't make the same type of argument for a person who's living in Ireland and a person who's living in Lebanon. They'll call them Middle Eastern and Arab, but they have the same type hair, the same type nose, the same type lip. They won't make that argument, but it seems like for us, there's a certain criteria that they try to force us to fall within in order to superimpose on us something different. Y'all don't find that interesting?
I mean, I think it's colonialism all over again. The whole enforcement without looking at all of the contributions that we've made into the country. I think it's trying to keep us in that box that we've been in for hundreds of years. And by the way, shout out to everybody on the panel. What's up, Nora? Long time no talk to you. And I appreciate you guys for having me on the panel.
Okay, no problem. Did you want to say anything else?
No, I'm listening. I'm just want to be part of the conversation.
Okay.
Well, it's amazing to me how many of us think the same way. As far as being just Black American, because I was in Europe. I used to travel a lot to Europe because my mother used to live over there. And one day I ran into this very Black guy, and we were just like kicked up a conversation. And he was like, "I love your accent," and I was like, "My accent? I love your accent." And I don't have an accent, sir. So, but I was like, "What do you call yourself?" I asked him, I asked him, I was like, "What do you call yourself over here? Because like you're European." He was like, "I'm Black, mate." You know what I mean? Like, I was like, I was like, "You're just Black?" He was like, clearly he was like, his family was even really probably he was first generation European. His folks were like Nigerian or something. But I found it interesting, even one generation in, he identifies as British, a Black Brit, and that's it.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
You know what's interesting? They would say to us when you tell them, "Oh, I'm from Michigan," or "I'm from Florida," or "I'm from New York." Yeah, but where are you really from? And to me, I hate that question when I'm being asked that. What do you mean where I'm really from? Yeah. But where are you really from? I just told you where I'm from. They don't ask a Jamaican, where are you? Yeah, Jamaica, but where are you really from? They don't ask them from Haiti. Yeah, but where are you really from? But for us, there's some sort of different standard. And how far back, even if someone, take the position that we're here since, 1492, which I don't hold that position. I believe that the transatlantic slave trade was a farce. I think there's no empirical evidence to suggest that other than the narrative that is embedded in a lot of these books are being taught. I'm still trying to give someone $1,000. I'm just, so generous for someone to show me empirical evidence. And up until this point,
You looking for the boat, huh?
Man, the Catilda is only a fraction of a boat. It's the only surviving evidence to suggest that. Other than that, you have Viking ships that's much older than the alleged slave
Even a
ship that brought
picture.
Black people over here. And then when I look at it, people say, "Well, you have to be from Africa because look at your hair texture, look at your nose." I said, well, let's revisit it. Look at the people of Papua New Guinea. Are they African? No, they're native. They've been living over there for 13,000 years. But they have the same hair texture as Black Americans. They have the same nose structure, the same lip structure. Why will you consider them indigenous or speak to indigeneity when it comes to them, but you don't give us that same respect?
We don't take our respect, Flex. We don't take our respect. And that's the thing. It's like, I don't know. I guess I have the perspective of having traveled abroad. And when I asked that, it like blew my mind because I'm like, why am I African American? When as far as I can go back, like I don't, generation, that's at least 500 or so or more years, right? Both sides of my family. So I'm confused as to when does my American, when does my indigenous, when does it kick in? That's what I want to know.
Because if he
According to
one
them, it never.
generation into Europe and he can be a black British, I know damn well after at least if we take y'all allegations, 7 generations we've been here, I know damn well I'm a black American at that point.
At this point.
I know damn well.
And that's
'cause
where
you
I
know
do
where his
agree with
family
Blueberry.
from.
I do agree. Now, you know what? Juicy J, you convinced her of how to recoin her. But I'm going to tell you where I do agree with her at. We need to all understand that we're American. It like one generation in, you're American. You don't have to, because I think they're afraid of what happened in Haiti. You know why what happened in Haiti? Why they didn't bow down? They knew that was their land. They had ownership. Imagine if we had ownership. It distances us from the ownership, because if somebody is in your house running amok, you're gonna stand your ground.
Yeah, that's why I stand on the indigenous, because this is already our ground. This is already our land.
But
We
I
were
put this.
already here. It
I
wasn't
put this
anybody. It
here.
wasn't anybody that came here and discovered the land that we were already on and developing on, and
And then we work for
growing
it.
on and living here on before anybody sailed over here on their boat. And say they discovered something after people, and I discovered this land and there were people there. Well, hey, newsflash, how did you discover it if it's already people there? So, I mean, I understand what you're saying, but what from what you're saying is another reason why I feel like indigenous is more so, just for me, is because this is land that was here before the Americas,
And
before
that's
they
true.
got
But
changed into America.
the thing is, even through objective observation, if you look through the lenses of objective observation, we can see that everything that existed on this land before the Pilgrims came, before the Mongolians and the
I'm sorry.
Siberians, everything before the Mongolians and Siberians came here. We look at the Olmec statues. They have full noses. They have cheekbones just like Black Americans. You look at the find of Louisiana. Everything points to Black Americans being indigenous to this land. Nothing objectively points otherwise. But I did the reason why I asked the question, do the world think we're stupid when we call ourselves African American, which I never used that. Even when I was a kid, I questioned that. Because I did an experiment using white tea people. Whenever they're in a conversation and they refer to Black people as African Americans, I turned that back on them and refer to them as European American. And whenever I call them a European American, they get very offensive and say, no, I'm American. Don't call me European American. So I said, okay, that's interesting.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That's interesting.
Yeah.
So we do all need to get on that code. Like and it is nothing wrong. I think the disconnect for us is we know how heinous this space and place has been for us. So sometimes it's a point of comfort to also distance ourselves, because as it has become America, we understand what it has stood for, and it has stood for our hurt, pain, and free labor. So it's also a sense of like, you grow up and like, my family was abusive, so I'm gonna change my last name type of deal. You know what I mean? But the fact remains that no, sweetie, it's a hard pie to slice, but baby, you're American. You know what I mean? Like it is. however it go down, you got to take your medicine. You on this land, and you have to take some ownership in where you are. And if I think that if we took more ownership in where we were, we would be much more effective. So that's where I'm saying, where I'm standing a little bit with Blueberry about, we have to understand, like, no, this Africa is a beautiful continent. I want to go. Shoot, we talking about we might move there. Like, Africa is a beautiful continent, but at the end of the day, I'm American. First generation, second generation, seventh generation.
And
I'm
that's the thing
American.
with me. But the problem, to answer the prompt where it says unify Black and African people around the world, I think unification could happen, but it only can happen under certain conditions. Number one, African people cannot project, because I believe that a lot of them, and I know this is about to be very offensive, they like to leech themselves or attach themselves to us, because now they can say, look at what we innovated, look what we invented, look at what we contributed. Even though when we were fighting through bondage to be free, none of them were here to help us. None of them did help us. And they will say, well, we're being colonized at the same time. 54 countries, they still had leaders, but none of them felt it was necessary. Like the same way, none of them, grandparents said that none of my people, they looked at it, none of my people's going through it. Now, all of a sudden, everybody want to sing the same tune. We're all one big family. No, I don't agree with that. And the reason why I said unification could happen, but it has to happen under certain conditions. Number one, they have to respect our similarities. And number two, they have to also respect our differences. Our similarities think that we have the same oppressor. Our differences is we are two different groups of people. Ethnicity wise, we're a different group of people. You have to respect that. Who we are, what we contributed in terms of who we are, that is different from them, the same way they respect the differences in Papua New Guinea, the same way they respect the differences in Jamaican and Haiti, the same way that they respect the differences in all these other places. They have to give it that same level of respect, because a person will not be willing to work with you until you can respect their differences, not just look at similarities. Well, they all treat us the same. When I'm driving through the area, they look at my face and your face, and the cop will do the same thing they do to you, he'll do to us. That's not a sufficient argument. The fourth thing that I would say would be our unification have to be transactional, just the way that, that the white tea people, before, Italians wasn't even considered white tea. Irish people weren't considered white tea people. But when it came to enslaving Black folks, all of a sudden they all became white tea people. So I'm not saying that we need to do the exact same thing, but I'm saying if you take a page out of that book, and also along with that, you say, okay, you guys are unique, you guys are different, you guys can contribute this level of education, intelligence to us, and in return, we provide certain resources for you guys, and we market our resources to you guys, and you guys can market the resources to other places around the world, and we can benefit. If it's not reciprocal, then it's nothing to unify it with, and that's where I stand.
I would say straight up facts. Facts 100%. I agree with everything you just said, Lord.
Yeah, appreciate that. Because, I mean, if we being real.
My question to you is, because I heard you say they have to have a respect for, because of course I consider myself obviously foundational Black American, which I am, like, no way around that. But how am I trying to put this? There seems to be a disconnect where a lot of us that are indigenous to this land, we're Americans, are having a high level of xenophobia towards the other cultures that are coming here. And we're taking a stance of disdain instead of education.
I can answer that.
Okay.
Number one, I wouldn't describe it as xenophobia. And the reason why I wouldn't do that is because if you go back into the early 90s, a lot of us was trying to big up Africa. We wouldn't even let white tea people say certain things about Africa. You've seen a lot of us singing, putting in our music certain aspects of Africa, supporting certain parts of Africa. You even seen some of us rocking dashikis in respect to Africa. You even seen us doing a lot of that. What we see now is reactionary. we see a lot of, and I hate to say this, a lot of African immigrants come over here to this country, and the first thing they do is they get into politics and say, well, look at these black people. They're lazy. They're good for nothing. They're ghetto. You know, they're like the lowest of the lowest scum on the earth. Look at how they behave. And they start undermining us. And we were at one point open arms in terms of the respect that we're giving them. I think what we're seeing is now is reactionary, and usually they're not used to that. They're used to being able to say whatever they want. You have the likes of Myron Gaines, who's Sudanese. Every time he gets the mic, he wants to say something disparaging about Black Americans. Look at them. They need to be locked up. Look at these N guys. Look at these, you know, the N word. Look at these ninjas. Look at them. They're jailed. They're good for nothing. They're nothing. We have people of the likes of him and many others who are talking this way. And we're saying, hold up. If you look at the Stellar Act, I believe, of 1929, you look at the likes of what Frederick Douglass did, W.E. Du Bois did, in order to facilitate you to come over here, hoping that, you will live in harmony with us and not go against what our ancestors have fought for and given their blood and sweat and equity. And all of a sudden you turning on us. Now, I think that we're reacting to that. Now, however, some of us are going to the extreme. And I think it's an emotional outcry as a result of what they're feeling. But I don't support xenophobia. One of the things, and I do consider myself as a foundational Black American as well. There's no way around that. Like, no one can argue that. Even those people who say they're not foundational Black American, if they were here from the finding and the original people of this land, they are by definition a foundational Black American, whether they agree or disagree, whether they like the rhetoric or disagree with the rhetoric. They still a foundational Black American. However, what we see now is a lot of people, fighting against what they feel is disrespect. And I think it's warranted on many fronts. However, I do think that certain people are taking it to the extreme. But if you look at it, though, you'll find it very disheartening for a lot of Black Americans. And I sent Solo, and I'm going to land my plane really quick here. I sent Solo a video where you see white tea people, they used to have signs here in America considering Black people monkeys. They used to have us on signs holding bananas and watermelons and say, look at these monkeys. They considered us monkeys. They even call us chimping out. They even say certain names for us. And, I'm the type of person I don't get emotional. I don't even get upset when white tea people do it. I just get logical. I said, well, if you shave off the hair of a monkey, then the skin of a monkey is pink. If you look at the type of horse hair that a monkey has, it's more similar to white tea people. If you look at the thin lips that a monkey have, if you want to look at it logically, scientifically, it's more relatable to a white tea person to a Black person. If you have that information, then you won't get offended when they say that. However, when you look at Africa, you see them in Africa, and I sent her the video doing monkey dances for the entertainment of white tea folks. And it's just not one of them. There are many, many villages. It's something so common in Africa where they'll behave like a monkey, like a chimp. They'll hang from a tree to a branch to another branch. They'll stick they butt high up in the air, like, like they a horse and with an 8 back, and they'll start walking on all fours. And they start hopping around chairs, and to them it's entertaining. So they accept that. You look at Nigeria, they start wearing wigs of white tea people when they're presiding over cases, and their government is 90% Black. So it's not like they're forced. It's not like they're, like a lot of BLK women in America, they were forced to enter into the workspace wearing certain type hair and what have you. But there, no one's being forced. They're just doing it voluntarily. So when you look at that, you say, well, we fundamentally think different. How can we unify with that level of thinking? And a lot of them are very passive. I seen a Chinese dude slap this African in the face 10 times. He said, don't do that. No, come on, brother. Brother, don't do that. Like, it only take one time for you to do that to a Black American. You ain't gonna do it twice. So it just, our thinking is different.
Right. It is, and I guess this is my stance. I hear what you say. We got the dashikis out. We had the red, the black, and the green. We were, trying to, and it was right after all of this is marketing. Cause that was right after we got branded the African American. We went from Negro to color to African American. So, we started celebrating the red, the black, and the green after they let us know we was African American. So when we understand that they doing a marketing job on us, we have to cross campaign, unfortunately. And it's not it's cross campaigning with our authenticity. We also have to understand that these people that are coming here they kind of babies. They kind of babies to the culture. They babies to the system. They don't know. I think Blueberry was on here saying her husband is Somali, and she was kind of educating him on how things go in America for Black people. And he at first didn't believe or understand her. And she said now he's starting to see, like, oh, and Experience even said, but once you get here, you're gonna have a similar experience, and we're all having a similar experience. So at a level, we have to. You're not gonna you don't come out of when you come out your mama's vag, you speak the language of the land you land on. So if I come out in Spain, I'm gonna speak Spanish. If I come out or Portuguese, my bad. But if I come out over there, I'm gonna speak. You know what I'm saying? So they don't even speak this Black American language, yet we're asking them to respect our language, respect our culture, respect what we got going on. When it's a cultural disconnect off top. So at some point there has to be a level of education that we provide. Like, listen, just like we provide for our young Black men. Okay, when you get pulled over, your hands at 10 and 2. This is what I'm gonna need you to do. This is how you reach for your wallet to give your identification. Have that already when they get to the car. Have it out the window.
Hold up, my views. You extending too much grace.
You think so?
How do you account for the people who've been over here from the same countries for 30 years who still feel this way, 40 years? Second generation children. How do you account for all of them and their disdain towards Black Americans?
Well, I was just saying it earlier. Nobody likes us. Nobody likes us. Even the internal hate, the Tatums, even the internal hate. Nobody likes us. We don't get the funding. We don't get the health care. We don't, they don't like us because they can't step on us. They also don't like us because we run the freaking globe. We run the culture. Nothing is cool until Black Americans say it's cool. Any word or phrase we say is cool, then it's cool. You got people in China putting cornrows in their hair. Who, for what? Because of us. It's a perverted type of envy that the globe has for Black American people. When you take nothing and you make everything, when you make it something, that's something to revere. Like, dang. They, like, imagine. So I think, I don't know if I'm having too much grace, but I guess as a former teacher, education is always to me the answer. And I do think, experiences is asking us how we unify.
You
And I
biased.
think there has to be a level of education.
I say you biased.
You think so?
Yeah, because you're a teacher and you say education is the key. You biased.
But it gotta be. But then you think about, I was listening to this book. It's called Women Who Run with the Wolves. And she said a phrase in there and it stuck with me. And I say this to people sometimes. Listen to me now. Believe me later. And that's the type of education we have to provide. Like, I'm going to tell you about this Black American experience, baby. And you can listen to me now because you don't have to believe what I'm saying. You can believe me later, but I'm going to drop this truth for you. And you can get because doesn't that what happen? That's what happens with our children. What we tell our kids, you don't believe fat meat greasy. They gotta feel the greasiness of this country that we know, that we was in our grandmammy's ovaries feeling the energy of this country. They don't know nothing about that. So we have to give them the education, like, let me lay it down for you. Let me tell you about this America. Now you can't say, now when you have the knowledge and the information and then you go get the experience, that's a lesson for your ass, is it not?
But hold up, my view with their position will be this, that, you know what, we don't take information from you guys. You guys at the bottom of this country, we take information from the white tea people. And this is what we're hearing. from the second generation immigrants who are in this country. This is where we're hearing for those immigrants who came, you know, they're naturalized citizens of this country who've been here for over 30, 40 years. We don't care what you have to say. We see that you lazy. And the once they get opportunity to get into politics and to feel that they have some badge of leadership, the moment they take that, they even take it further than that. They started attempting to write policies to undermine our ancestors. Can you imagine when you have a lady from Haiti? You also have a lot of Nigerians. You have the Panamanian guy Byron, who say that I don't think Black Americans deserve reparations, but he's only here on the backs of Black Americans and what our ancestors have gone through. Can you only imagine what that does? And the second thing I have to say as well is, how long are we willing to wait in order for them to get educated? Are we willing to get stepped on and stepped over and pushed further back from where we are today just so they can get educated? I'm at a point where I say enough is enough. Delineation is extremely significant and important at this point, because we have to separate so we can protect the fight that our ancestors have already fought for. That's where I'm at with it.
I'm gonna let human Maximus answer the prompt, but to me, I didn't even know that we passed that legislation, Flex. I didn't even know. So if I, as a Black American, didn't know that they was wrapped up in our civil rights movement and notions, how am I expect for somebody who just got here to know? We not even educating. I ain't never told my kids that, unfortunately.
But they speak amongst each other. In their own circles, they sit there. Like, I've heard a Somali guy in Minnesota tell, what's her name? The Congresswoman, Omar something. I forget her name. Ilhan Omar, whatever.
Ilhan Omar.
Yes, Ilhan Omar. And he told her, he said, you know what? We're happy that you have the position that you have, because very soon we need to push the Black Americans out of these seats. Seat for some.
You breaking up, Flex. The last thing I heard was the Somali guy telling her we need to push Black Americans out of these seats. Flex. Oh, he on TikTok. You can Amal, you can say something you wanted to say. Well, hold up. Did Max say something? Did Human Maximus say something?
No, not that I'm aware of. But what I wanted to.
Human, you can come off mute. What's up, Christian?
Yeah. So what I wanted. How you doing, Human Maximus?
Hold on, Amal. I'm gonna let Maximus go. Then I'm gonna come to you.
Okay.
What will it take to unify Black and African people around the world? What is your opposition to unifying? There is zero opportunity. I don't got zero opposition to unifying, but people not living in truth and they not operating in reality. The majority of melanated immigrants came to the United States of America after 1965. The majority of African immigrants came to America after like the 1980s and 90s. It hasn't been any historical large amount of history of unification between Black people from continent to continent. For the most part, we've always been intertwined with the West Indian or Caribbean people, because they've always been just right there. It's just like a small boat trip, small flight. But pretending like African people actually want to unify with Black Americans, that's a farce in itself. There's no historical alliances that come from the continent of Africa to directly Black Americans. I'm gonna just stick to specifically Black American. They don't have resource sovereignty, meaning they don't have full control over their natural resources. They don't have a unified state of Africa or United States of Africa. They have different things that you have to go through just to go from country to country. They don't have economic institutions that empower their own wealth through their resources. They don't have things that will make it beneficial for us to unify anyway. They're not unified on the continent of Africa. So it would be foolish for people to say that they need to unify with Black Americans when just the one country of Nigeria is the entire population of the United States of America. I just need y'all to sit with it. One nation, Nigeria, in Africa has the entire population of the entire United States. Black Americans just made it to 50 million if they not playing with them numbers. Man, look, them folk got 1 billion people over there. If they was gonna help, they would have been did something by now. It's not coming and it's not happening because historically it hasn't happened. And historically it's just not factually sound to unify with people across another continent that's not unified with themselves and don't control anything that's going on in their own homeland. It's too much corruption, it's too much destruction, it's too much cultural division and just overall division amongst themselves for them to ever want to unify and cultivate some kind of alliance with Black Americans. It just doesn't exist. In small factions, yes, but most of those small factions are Black Americans going over there and creating opportunities for themselves over there. It's not the other way around. So no, it doesn't make feasible, logical, factual, actual sense.
All right. Amal, did you want to say something?
Well, I completely agree with you, Human Maximus. The same issue. So when we look at a lot of the Africans, for example, that come into the United States, we look at just like Mr. Noor said, that there's a huge issue when they come here to the U.S. and they look at us as like low lives and look at us as like people who don't deserve. But the same problem exists over there in Africa. The Nigerians don't get along with the Guyanese, who don't get along with the Moroccans, who don't get along. And they kind of get along, but when they go and integrate into countries, they're always looking at the people in the country as if I'm better than you, my people are better than your people, my tribe is better than your tribe, and I'm only going to look over to those people who are wealthy from wealthy areas, who live in wealthy, who have accomplished certain things, certain statuses, in order to be able to appreciate them. There's a lot of self-hate going on throughout the entire continent, so to come to a place where everybody is united, we have to start looking within first. I think the way to integrate requires number one, we have to start. So I'll speak from a personal perspective. When I grew up, my mother came from a wealthy African American family, very well educated and very well spoken. You know, they had white people etiquettes. You know, you eat with a fork and a spoon, and you sit this way, and you have this amount of glasses. And on my dad's side, his dad, you know, he grew up in New York City in Staten Island. His dad was a garbage man for 35 years in the city of New York. So two completely, and he was a very religious man, but not very well. He didn't come from an educated family. So two completely different opposite worlds coming together is where I came in. Me growing up, I got both of those worlds, but there were a couple of things that I realized growing up when I turned 18, when I turned 19, when I was 20, you know, when I started leaving the house, that I didn't get from them. Number one, was this steadfastness of, you know, getting rewarded later, working hard for 1-2 years for something and getting rewarded, you know, 3-4 years later, like you know, being consistent on maybe like a nonprofit project, just, you know, sticking it through the thick and thin. Another thing that I didn't get from them was punctuality, right? I had to leave out, and there were some additional things, but I had to leave out and venture out from my comfort zone, which was the African American community, the immediate community that I grew up with. I had to go and hang out with the Chinese. I had to go out and hang out with the Indians, and it was hard initially because a lot of them didn't want to accept me. But my goal was to learn from them what I didn't get back at home. Just like it was hard for me, it was also hard for them. I had to sit with the Nigerians. I had to sit with the people from Ghana. I had to sit with the Moroccans. I had to sit with the Algerians. I sat with the French. I sat with all to get different perspectives. And then when I came back home, now over 40 years old, my parents and my grandparents, and they're coming back at me and asking me questions that I got from different communities. So I think on an individual, I think this is a project that has to start on an individual level, and it's going to be hard. People are going to look down on you. People are not going to appreciate you. But I don't think it's possible for anybody, not just us black people in America. I think it's hard for anybody to come out of your comfort zone and get into a community that won't kill you, may not accept you, but won't kill you, and just
We love TikTok shop. You can't say the K word. We love TikTok.
Let this say
oh
unalive.
yeah, we love TikTok. I'm sorry, we'll unalive you. And that's all I gotta say for now.
Down here.
All right.
That's interesting, Amo. But why do you refer to your family and yourself as African American?
Well, this is the first time I'm hearing this conversation like this, so I was liking what you was putting down. So
No, you
from now
still
on, it's
get
called
no.
Black America.
Yes. Yeah, I think unification can only come, like I said earlier, based on respecting our differences. I don't even think that Africans have the same mindset, and I think if we're being brutally honest, we are looking at a group of people who are make up over 100%, or if not 99% of their own population in their countries, but they don't even see the value in their own resources in terms of gold and diamonds, because the most diamonds and gold come out of Africa, to extract that and to market that to the world. And a lot of them don't want to be there. They rather leave and go live amongst the same people who they claim is their colonizers. They rather live amongst them and leave their towns instead of building within their towns and kicking out people who are destroying their areas. And how do you, I mean, if we unify with them, and they embrace colonization, they embrace exploitation, they embrace having barren land and looking at it and saying, you know what, I don't want to do anything with it. That is fundamentally different than who we are as Black Americans. And the reason why I say that is, this is why we get so much disdain from white people and immigrants as a collective, is they look at a people who they say is 3/5 of a human being, people who will always be illiterate, too unintelligent to make anything out of themselves, and we broke free through the chains of bondage, even though we still live in some form of slavery today. But we not only did we break through that, we invented so many things, we innovated so many things that are used all across the world as a result of us. Someone who is at the lowest of the lowest, been held back with literal boots on their neck, still was able to do certain things. That in itself is something that we have to be proud of, and it is things that we should be proud of. And I think that they look at that and they look at themselves and say, you know what? I need them to be who we are. We need them. We need to be one. Because if we say we won, we can say we did it. We can say, look at what we innovated. We, like they speak French, look at what we innovated. Look what we contributed, when they haven't contributed any of that, because you look at the barren land of Africa, none of them are thinking about doing that. I often say, and I make this argument, if you give us a particular land in Africa, and you take 1,000 of our smart minds and place it over in that area, you can only imagine what we would do, the type of ideas we will come up with in terms of extracting resources and making that resources work for us and work for the land, and marketing it out to other neighboring countries to build up our nation or build up a country. And I think that's one of the reasons why they need to either unalive us or keep us in prison. That's why we undeportable, because of those very reasons.
Did anyone want to respond before I respond? You can go ahead, views.
No, I was just going to say we had talked about that a little bit earlier, about how if we did all decide to go somewhere, they would be clamoring to keep us here. We prop up the economy. We create the motion. So they, as much as they say, oh, just if you don't like it, leave. It would never.
Kicking and screaming, they'll be kicking and screaming for us to come back. No, but I agree. I think that is going to be a big issue. We look at the continent; they not on one accord, and I think it would be crazy for Black Americans to try to join in on that. I think that they should ultimately probably be the greatest models of what unity look like, and then they start bringing other groups in to whatever that unity is that they've created.
Agreed.
But it definitely is going to have to be. I mean, we definitely got to know who the enemy is, right? We got to know, all agree on who the enemy is and what the goal is.
I agree
So
because I'm sorry, real quick. If you look at Nigeria, Senegal, all these places used to be one particular land. They had superficial borders. They don't even see unity amongst each other. They literally have borders to keep certain people out. If you study South Africa, they're kicking out the Somalis, the Nigerians, and other Africans. And that's why I don't believe in this Pan Africanism, because it doesn't work over there. They don't believe in it. They don't even see it as a viable option. They only see it as a viable option when it comes to Black Americans, because simply they can leech on to us and they can stay here and they don't have to go home. They don't have to build anything, and they can say, look at what we have done. But outside of that, if you look at it, and I'm just trying to be as logical, I'm not even trying to be disparaging. I'm not trying to be negative. And, like someone in the chat just said, well, it's not that easy for Africans to do that. But look at us. If you look at Black Wall Street, we did it in the most most horrific era of time. We did it through bondage. You look at Black Wall Street, look at Tulsa, Oklahoma, look at before segregation. I mean, even the concept of ambulance out there is a result of Black Americans. We built that whole concept of taking people, picking them up if they're sick, and then that same model was used by the government. We look at the Black Panther Party and how they started feeding children in schools. Now they have taken that model and distributed throughout the country. So I don't buy this excuse that, well, we were colonized, it was too many white people. It's more of you than us. So I just don't buy that.
I think this integration issue is a lot of it's about us being able to get to so us black Americans in the United States, I think we're in this struggle to get basic education. I mean, we gotta admit, the white people, when they colonized Africa and they brought us over here and through the slave trade, and they did what they did, right? They took away all our education. And if you go to Mauritania right now, they have certain communities who still have slaves. Those slaves are forbidden from any type of reading or any education. If you talk to them, it's like you're talking to almost it's almost like you're talking to an animal in terms of their intelligence level. And it gives you an idea of why it was that the people back then looked at us the way we was looked at before. Is because they completely cut off all our education. That being said, right now we're being educated and we're fighting tooth and nail for our education. If you look at Saudi Arabia back in the 90s, they were sending people out by the tens of thousands to go out and get their bachelor's degrees, their master's degrees, and PhDs. Those dudes went back 20 years later and they started building their country. Dubai did the same thing. Nigeria at one point did the same thing. We're stuck in this country and we still don't have, a lot of us still don't have those same opportunities that people from other countries had because their government sent them there. So I think right now we're still in the fight. We've had some progress, right? A lot of Black Americans are getting into politics. They're getting into positions of power and fighting for us on the city levels, on the state levels. We're growing in population. We're now over 10% of the population, but we still got a lot of work to do because the vast majority, well, I wouldn't say the vast majority of our urban youth are still struggling. They're going to school. They're going to school from elementary to high school, and they're still worried about getting food on the table. They're not sure if when they go home, in the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, the early 2000s, uh, we've had a huge surge of black families being separated because of the court systems, right? They're taking the daddies to jails, taking the kids away from the parents, and it just completely destroyed. There's a lot of progress, in my opinion, where people are fighting to make sure we're getting the rights that we deserve as people who built this country. We're not even talking about reparations. We're just talking about the basic necessities being met of education. That's not yet being met. You go to the predominantly white areas, you'll see that the standard of education in those areas are extremely, or are much higher than the standard of education in places like Detroit and Chicago and so on and so forth. So I think if we can push that agenda, we'll be able to be in more of a position of power to be able to dictate these things where people will have more respect. Because you can't go anywhere in the world, and the dude is half white and half Kenyan, but you can't go anywhere in the world and a group of people look at Barack Obama and say, yeah, that man was a nobody. Yeah, he doesn't represent us because he wasn't. But he grew up in Chicago. He's black, and his Kenyan dad, he pushed him. His white mom pushed him, but growing up in Chicago, he grew up as a black man.
But
He
he's
did good in
also
law
part
school.
of
He
the
did
Bush
good law.
family. He's
I'm
also
sorry.
part of the Bush family. He's a distant cousin
Hmm.
relative of that family,
I've
the
heard that
Bush
as
family.
well.
So yeah, so there's
And
certain favoritisms in place
hmm
for him to advance in ways that the average black person couldn't. But I would say something different. I think if you look back during segregation, look back in the early 60s, the early 70s and 80s, when our schools were we had predominantly black teachers teaching our kids. So and that's why those people, that era of black folks was much more educated. And the government studied that. The CIA, the three-letter word government studied that, and they said, you know what? How can we reduce their level of intelligence to just being plantation workers, factory workers? What we do is we'll replace these black teachers and put white teachers in their schools, and that way they will pass them, dumb them down. They won't really, be literate. Most of them are not financially literate. That's one aspect of it. The other aspect of it is the black American mindset. When we invent something, the first thing we want to tell the whole world, look at what we invent. Let's get a patent. Let's go to the white people and show what we have done, instead of isolating our inventions and sharing, just like other people do. They hold on to what they have done and contributed into their group, have elevated to a level where they're able to market it and have some position or standing amongst other groups. And I don't think that we're there yet. We're too emotionally and how we respond with things, and we share too quickly. I think that's some criticism that I will give black folks as a whole.
I see in Brother Earl Times in the chat, he says some of us have degrees and still in debt and not a promising job, and that is an absolute problem. It is an absolute problem. I personally, for a long time, I suffered from that as well. And it wasn't easy getting out of debt. It wasn't easy. I've never really had a job. I got a degree in finance and accounting. I got a double degree in finance and accounting. I've never really had a job. I had to, build for myself from scratch. But the mentorship that I had was from prominent African Americans. I'm still getting mentored from Kwame. I don't know if a lot of you, if any of you guys know Kwame Kilpatrick. He's one of my mentors. Dude's a genius, right? But there's I had to get out of my comfort zone, not just with Kwame, but with my Chinese mentors, with my white mentors, with my African mentors, with my Indo-Pac mentors. There's a lot of things that I had to do that I wasn't used to doing. Not saying that, hey, you just because you don't have a job, you don't, and you're in debt, you're doing something wrong. You might not have had the opportunities that somebody like me have been blessed to have. All I'm saying is I had to increase my education outside of the status quo of going to school, graduating, and getting your degree. There's a lot of things that I put out there that helped me become this successful person that I became. And I define success as a broad statement. I would say, became financially independent and wealthy.
See, I think that's the trick bag. If I could jump in really quick, I think that's the trick bag. I think they tricked us into believing that everybody needed to go to school in order to be like a self-sufficient adult, instead of us getting like the skills that we could be hired by other Black people. And I think that's why the trades were making sort of like a big jump. People were wanting to go get trades because ultimately, if you go get a degree, you're ultimately still having to ask somebody, if your race doesn't have it together, you're still having to ask the YT people for a job. I mean, and they either make you or break you. It's either they're going to give you a job or they're not going to give you a job. And I think that's the issue that a lot of us are having, because we were having degrees, but we wasn't getting good jobs, good paying jobs that goes with our degree. So I think that we were sort of having that's sort of the issue that we've having. I think that if some of us go to college, that's fine, but a lot of us need to go get trades, because because we're gonna always need a plumber in the Black community. We're gonna always need a mechanic in the Black community. We're gonna always need an electrician in the Black community. You know what I mean? So that's the issue that I have, is that we're gonna always need those sort of jobs in the community, and as long as you start your ABC plumbing, what I'm saying, get your name out there, we're gonna always need you. But I'm gonna let in. Go ahead.
I completely agree. I don't think those skills are exclusive to the Black community. I think everybody needs those. Everybody needs skilled people. I also I got licenses through the roof. I have a builder's license. I'm a licensed builder. I have a construction company as well, and it's tough out there. The construction world is not what it used to be, but AI is kicking in, and I think that in the next 10 years, construction and the trades is going to be one of the only jobs out there that still pays real money. That's going to really be sought after, and the people who position themselves now in the trades are going to be ahead of the game, ahead of everybody else. But that being said, on another point that you mentioned, it's been my experience that I don't think I really needed to go to conventional school, but I think it would have been a lot harder for me to understand a lot of the concepts that I developed had I not gone to it, and it would have taken me a longer time to get to where I've gotten now.
Well, thank you for inviting me up. I heard you mentioning school. And when you take a close look at a school system, you'll find that the teachers went on strike in the 80s because they didn't want to teach the slave narrative. Why, when you do your research about the teachers in school, you'll notice that they didn't even introduce the slave narrative until 3 years after the Roots movie came out. Actually, the teachers started using the Roots movie in 1978, and I was actually one of those unfortunate children in 1978 that was a part of that first generation who were exposed to the slave narrative. Okay, it's not true. It never happened. We're getting history from descendants of people who committed mass atrocities from 1866 to 1923. And then their children turned around and wrote history. You see that part? We're dealing with descendants of criminals. And so everything that they write is subject to question because, again, their parents were criminals. And the last time I checked in a court of law, family testimony is considered, is not admissible and is considered biased due to the fact that your family, but for some odd reason, we tend to skip the fact that they're family writing history today. See that part?
Thank you, William. Not William.
Yeah. If y'all really take your time and research the teacher strike in the 1980s, you'll notice that the black teachers are saying they tried to drum it out, but the black teachers are saying stop playing with our children's education. The strike even started over them not wanting to teach the slave narrative. Just gotta do your research.
Okay. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Then they
what are you saying? That they didn't want to teach the slave narrative? So do you believe the slave narrative or no?
why should I? They're criminals. They're lying. We have nothing in common besides skin complexion with Africans. Africans have more in common with Caucasians than we do. They get ticks and lice. They have a lot of birth defects. They're suffering from lead and mercury. Europeans in the 1600s drank urine and took feces baths. Africans today over in Africa douse themselves in urine and spread feces all around their house. They have a whole lot of similarities to European Caucasians. And then when you look at it, Africa is only 80 miles from Europe, separated by water.
So what would you say our ancestry would be if not African?
Oh, we're from America. I don't understand why we seem to have a hard problem when you look at your skin and you notice the red undertone, and then you look at the American ground and you notice the red undertone there too. See, you match the continent. And we're being taught history by people who unalived people. Why, to be honest with you, when you do your research, you'll notice that 40 years prior to the Civil War, 4 million European immigrants came to America. And how many was freed in the Emancipation Proclamation? 4 million. And who's on the front of the Civil War medal? European immigrants. Interesting. And who crashed out after slavery? European immigrants, causing the mass massacres from 1866 to 1923. Kind of like they were the slaves. You know? Yeah, the people who committed the massacres. Memphis Massacre, 1866. New Orleans, 1866. Want me to keep going?
Well, I guess I want to clarify what you're saying, so I make sure I'm following you. So you're saying that it was YT people in slavery, not black or indigenous people, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, if you're on the front of the Civil War medal looking very thankful, shaking a melanated man's hand, you got your kid there, you got your woman there, she's on her knees looking up to the melanated man. He's patting the little white boy on the head, and the European immigrant is shaking his hand, kind of like they were freed. And then when you do more research outside of 3rd grade to 12th grade education, you'll find out that 4th of July, 1865 is the first day of independence for slavery. And who loves 4th of July more than anybody? Europeans, Caucasians. I mean, if the shoe fits, you gotta wear it, right?
I've never heard of that.
Well, see, that's because they don't teach you all of the history. They teach you certain little bits. When you were in school, they would tell you to open your book, turn to page 26, chapter 3 in section. You see what I'm saying? They never taught you the full history. So when you go researching, you'll find things, little tidbits like 4th of July is the first day of independence for slavery. And then you'll find that 40 years prior, 4 million European immigrants came to America. See how it's kind of adding up? 4 million were emancipated, proclamated. Then they snap out. We don't. We should have been the ones snapping out with the PTS after slavery. But strangely, we were cool. The European immigrants was like, you know what? Don't snap out. We're going to do it for you guys. We're going to act like we're the angry slaves and start unaliving everybody, which we should have been doing since they trained us. And we had PTS from watching our family members being sold, whipped, beat, all that. You trained me for 5 years. And for 5 years, I'm unaliving my former masters. And now all of a sudden, afterwards, I'm just going to, you know what? Put this weapon down. Nah, I'm not on that anymore. See, we should have been the ones snapping out. But they snapped out like they were the slaves. Well, make it make sense. I'm sorry, I tend to kill panels when I start actually having people think and get past that 3rd grade to 12th grade education. Yeah, sorry, you guys spent a lot of time learning a lot of crap. I did too. I just realized they were criminals and they're lying. This is why they put all the white teachers in our classroom. Like you said, to dumb us down. And I could easily destroy the slave narrative with the 1600s from Europe. You know, nobody reads European history, and the 1600s, you know, they were unaliving from the plagues, millions. So where did you get the manpower? You know, how did y'all build boats? You don't have dockyards over there. You don't have the wood. Like, they just missing so many things when you really investigate the history. That says they're lying. It says that European Caucasians were never world conquerors. They didn't do anything they did. They were suffering from lead and mercury, high poverty, high illiteracy. They had to learn English when they came to America. 60 million of them all had to take an English class when they got here to America. Kind of indicating that English ain't from Europe. Because if nobody could teach you English, and then they say it's a dramatic language, but nobody in Germany speaks English. Make this make sense. But everybody over here does, and they all had to come to America to catch an English class. See how we dealing with liars and criminals? It's okay, guys. You've been duped. It's all right.
I ain't never heard that before.
Yeah, I know. Makes a lot of logical sense, huh? You can see you got to read outside your 3rd grade to 12th grade education.
Thank you, everybody.
Hello, yeah, I want somebody to respond if they got a response. What's up?
I don't have too much of a response. This is all new to me. I got to do a little bit of research myself. But I just want to let you guys know I appreciate you guys having me. I'll probably be back tomorrow. I'm dropping down for now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, research it. You'll come to the same conclusion I did. These fuckers lied to us. They're the slaves. They were freedom. We actually just celebrated 150 years of their freedom. See, 1865 to now is 150 years.
You said what?
July, 1865, 4th of July, 1865 till 2026 is 150 years of their freedom. I'm sorry, host.
So what about all this history about when these like Portuguese explorers, when they was exploring Africa, and they were saying that the local tribes were selling the new tribes into slavery.
For what? For a musket? For a weapon that?
No, I'm not arguing you for what they were
I'm just
selling
saying
it
this is
for.
what they
I'm
said.
just arguing you
They
the
said they were
history. Like, what about
trading the
this?
slaves for muskets. Why would you want a musket? It can't penetrate the hide of apex predator that runs around in Africa. But you can see them going in Africa in 1898 with the Gatling gun when they used it to get into the interior. See, if all those kingdoms and all that selling and crap was going on, they wouldn't have needed the Gatling gun to get into the interior of Africa. Then when you research history and you look around, you notice there are no pictures of Africans in the late 1800s. Not one African anywhere, but in the 1900s, after 1898, You get a guy at the St. Louis World's Fair saying these are the first Africans to ever come to an English-speaking country, and then you
What are
start
you
seeing
saying? What are you saying? Like, what are you saying? That
they lied to us. Their actions. See, I use European history and actions that we can see that they actually did to destroy European history. See that part? You wouldn't have needed the Gatling gun to get into the interior if you had already been there. See that part? What you need a Gatling for? See?
I don't know what that is.
That's a heavy artillery weapon to deal with the heavy apex predators that they wiped out in the early 1900s.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So this is what I'm asking you. So you said that it was white people that was in the transatlantic slave trade. Is that what you're saying?
Pretty much. They were the only. They 12
So where
million.
we get the white people from?
They're peasants. You got to look at how the nobles used them. They were workers. You know, they
No,
were
I'm talking about
never.
what? My
They
bad,
were.
because I'm eating. I'm talking about what landmass did they come from? We know they ain't come from Africa, right? That's what you're
Yeah,
saying?
they did.
Are you saying so the white people that we enslaved in
Well, go
America
look
came
up.
from Africa? I'm
Yeah, go
just
look
trying to
up.
make sure I
Go look
understand what
up.
you're saying.
Go look up pale albino Africans. Tell me, can you tell a difference between Becky and Uwafafa or Mudanga? You
Okay.
can't tell the difference
Yes, you can
between.
tell the difference because even though these people are albino, they still hold the characteristics of the certain phenotypes. So if you take an
Yeah,
albino, hold
they
on,
got
hold on.
blonde
I'll
blonde
listen to you
hair
though.
and blue
Well,
eyes,
okay, hold on. So I'll
just
listen
like
to you. I'll
Tommy.
listen to you. I want to correct you and fact check you on something. 2 to 3% of the people that was here in the colonies were compromised of indentured servants, which only were at most 350 to 500,000.
Notice they
So
use special
yes,
words like
okay, hold
indentured
on.
Hold on, y'all.
servants.
Y'all
You
talking
can
over
you
each other.
can
Hold up.
you could disagree with facts. Don't disagree with me. So okay, now
You mean
also
history written by descendants of criminals? Okay, I
What
got
you
you.
talking about?
provide a source link for me to back your claim that 4 million
So,
indentured servants were here in America.
White people, right?
Yes, we're
I
talking
gotta
about
provide
Europeans.
Oh,
I
okay,
said
calm
that it
down.
was 350, at the most 500,000. So before slavery was introduced to the colonies, they used
what
indentured
colony?
servitude as a labor force prior to slavery.
Why do y'all refer
Okay,
to
time
white
out,
people
King.
as indentured servants, but
Hold
us
on,
as
hold on,
slaves?
Prince.
Sound like
Okay,
they're
hold
the
on, Prince. Because
slaves
that's
to
where I was
me.
going. That's exactly where I was going, Prince. I'm gonna be honest with you. So your
Right.
allegation that white people were enslaved in America, you're talking about chattel slavery? Because I
Yeah.
clarified. I said
Well,
you're talking about the transatlantic slave trade. You say yes. So
yeah.
I'm thinking about that chattel slavery, not
12 million
indentured
Slavics came to
servants. You're talking
America.
about, right?
12 million Slavics came to America.
So they
Slavic
came
slave.
from Europe.
Yeah, they came from Africa. They went to
And
Europe.
can you provide the source to that? Can you give us some sort
Oh, I'm
some?
sorry. I need some white tea person to
No,
back up what I'm saying.
it's not about being a white person. I can say anything that I want.
So if
I always provide
so
a source. I always provide a witness
right, so
statement,
I
a
need
source, a
a
link,
white person,
whether it's
which is a
whether it's
descendant
from
of
a
a
European,
criminal.
an
Hold on,
African, because
Professor. Sir, let's be
otherwise what
intellectually
happens is
honest. Can we be
otherwise you start to
intellectually
speak
honest?
on your own
Sir,
accord and
can we
spread
be
misinformation.
intellectually honest?
Okay,
Can we
hold
be
up.
intellectually honest?
I'm
See,
King. I'm gonna let
history
him
is written by the
respond.
descendants of criminals, sir.
So,
I don't use
Prince,
them for
I want you to
anything.
respond to whatever it is that you want to respond to. Hello,
You
Prince.
talking to me or you talking to him?
Prince, you wanted to respond. Otherwise, I'm giving the floor back to
Yeah, go
King.
ahead. He can go ahead and talk. What's happening now is reversing his 12th, third grade to 12th grade
Hold on,
education.
don't insult him. Hold up, wait.
That's not an insult.
That
It's the
is an
truth.
insult
He
to
started
me.
learning the
Hold
slave
on, King.
narrative
Hold
in
on,
third
King.
grade.
Prince, maybe it wasn't an insult to you, but it's an insult to me, so I say no.
How? We
It's
all
my
learned it in third grade
opinion.
to
Don't
12th
argue with me
grade.
about my opinion. Um,
What am
okay,
I
Prince,
supposed to
I'm
lie
giving
again?
I'm
Prince.
not the
No,
most
Prince.
educated,
Hold
but
up, King. Hold up, King. Prince, I want to give you the floor. I'm giving you the floor to say what you want to say. before I go
Okay.
back to King, because then I don't want you
Okay.
to interrupt him, because I'm giving you the floor now to say what it is that you got to say now. So when he starts speaking, don't interrupt him.
Well, see, all of their peer resources and peer reviews are all European Caucasians. You know, they're the family, the descendants of the people who committed atrocities here from 1866 to 1923. Sir, I can't take them as a credible source. Okay? Just because they got PhDs and Harvard and all of that crap doesn't make it factual, sir. It just makes them the people in power that are lying. That's why they're on the Civil War medal, not us. These extremely racist people forgot to put the slaves on the front of the Civil War medal. They stuck a bunch of Europeans on there shaking a black guy's hand. Make that make sense, looking very thankful.
Okay, time out. So, okay, so you didn't get your information from the white man.
Oh, I
Right.
did. I used their history against them.
But like,
Would you like to see the medal from 1866?
Well, I mean, you can show me the medal, but I'm gonna need a little bit more than that if you want me to believe that white people went into chattel slavery in America. I mean, come on.
Let's add it up. They were illiterate when they came here. They couldn't read and write. Our people
What
dropped.
that got to do with them being enslaved?
Usually the dumb people are the ones who are enslaved. I mean, after slavery ended, they went to child labor. They didn't even touch
Can I
our
can I so can I
You
can I
know who their
respond?
kids? Notice
Can
they
I
put
can I
their
respond?
kids. No. Let me finish. They went to child labor right after
Right.
slavery, and it
But
was
can
the
I would
European
like
children
to I would
that
like
they
to
were having
address
problems with, not the slaves' children. They didn't use us for shit after
okay,
slavery.
I would like to
Everybody knows.
address your talk I would like to address the talking points as we're going so we're not bouncing all over the place. Let's stay, streamlined on one topic, right? So you said that there was 12 million Europeans that came over here. Now, is this from the time period of the 1500s prior to the Civil War?
You said the 1500s. I'm supposed to believe them because when I look
I'm
over in
asking you a
Europe in the
question because
they're
I'm trying to.
analyzing from plague after the bubonic death,
Okay, so let
the
me.
Black
Okay,
Death,
all right. So
foot and mouth
let me
disease,
try to
pox,
let me cite a
anthrax. I mean,
source.
I can keep going on all the
Let
plagues
me
that
cite
hit
a
Europe.
source.
So
Can
where
I
do you
speak?
get these
Can
intelligent
I
people? No,
speak?
sir, you asked me a question. I'm answering it. Where do you get these smart people capable of world domination when they can't even wipe their own asses? They don't wash up or
They had
drink
guns,
urine
Prince. They
and
had
feces,
guns.
sir.
Okay,
I mean, I'm
so
only talking about European history.
all right. So okay. So I always cite a source. I would like to cite a source. This is the Gilder Lehrman Institute of American History. Now, the person who wrote this would have been in the 1500s, right? Now, they gave a witness account to what they witnessed when they were here in America, also whether in Europe and what actually happened in Africa. This was in the 1500s. Now, I would like to read a section of that. Now, this is available online. It's a .org, so it's easily accessible to anyone that has access to the internet and computer. Now, with that being said, the amount of slaves that were over here, European slaves, etc. Now, what the book says, or this source in the site says, is that, let me go to this really quick. Give me 1 second.
With your eyewitness witness account it's written by criminals who, when you look over in the 1500s, were unaliving from the plague, were alcoholics, bubonic plague. I mean, where do you want me to go? The Black Death, the bubonic plague, foot and mouth disease, pox. Where you want me to stop at? They were extremely filthy. They didn't wash their butts, but I'm supposed to believe that they had the ability to put together thoughts to say, you know what, let's go over here. We can't wash our own asses and we can't seem to take care of our own selves, but we can go over to
Okay,
this
here we
next
go.
person
All right, so
and
this
put
is the
people
part
in the
that
bottom
says,
of a boat. I'm
in the
supposed to
wake
believe that, right?
in the wake of the deaths of the indigenous Americans from European conveyed
Indigenous
microbes.
Americans, you
Okay,
mean the
can I
people?
read?
Come on,
Hold on, brother. Hold on. Come on,
I'll
don't do that.
destroy that too.
Come on, brother, don't do that. Okay, so in the wake of the deaths of indigenous Americans from European conveyed microbes from which they had no immunity, the Spanish colonists turned to importing Africans. A racist and gross misinterpretation of this event posited that most Indians could not be enslaved because of their love for freedom, while Africans were used to having their labor controlled by big men in Africa. This dangerous view obscured a basic fact of early modern history. Anyone could be enslaved. Over 1 million Europeans were held as slaves from the 1530s through the 1780s in Africa, not North America. Now, with that being said, let me continue. And hundreds of thousands were kept as slaves by the Ottoman in Eastern Europe and Asia, not North America. John Smith, for instance, had been a slave of the Ottoman before he obtained freedom and helped colonize Virginia. In 1650, more English were enslaved in Africa than Africans enslaved in English colonies. Even as late as the early 19th century, which would be the 1800s, United States citizens were enslaved in North Africa. As the pro-slavery dialogue George Fitzhugh noted in his book, Cannibals All in 1857, in the history of world slavery, Europeans were commonly the ones held as slaves, and the enslavement of African was a relatively new historical development. Not until the 18th century did the words slave and African become nearly synonymous in the minds of Europeans and Euro-Americans.
For that class summary and turn in your thesis. I'll grade you later, sir.
No, it just put, no, what I did was I just debunked what you said. And I used a source. I used a source and a credible account to debunk what you're saying.
Hold on.
I got a question.
I understand you more questions. I've heard you say I got a question 5 times. 1 second. I'm gonna let King land his plane, then I'm gonna come to you.
Oh, I said I just debunked what he just said. In 4 minutes, I just debunked what you said.
All right, go ahead.
Basically, what you did was you just.
Hold on, Prince.
All right, so
More questions. Do you got a question for King or a general statement?
yeah, I'm just because like this is where I come from with all this. When we say European doesn't mean a white person. Like we gotta stop. No. We have to stop. That's the thing, man. Like every skin color, you just give them a landmass. When all original people were on every landmass. So you don't know who they're talking about when they're telling you this. You know what I'm saying? Because
that doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any sense. He said that. Okay, let me explain. Let me further explain. He said that Europeans were enslaved here in the Americas, which would have been the colonies, and it was not the Negro that were enslaved. I debunked that. That is not true. He said because according to historical accounts by people who witnessed these time periods and wrote about it extensively, and it's been. Okay, can I finish? So the people who wrote about it, they specifically said Europeans, and they classified the Americans over here as indigenous people.
Okay, but that's what I'm saying. They're not telling you indigenous. They're not telling you that they looked a certain way. It's like we have been programmed to believe that a landmass means that this is how certain people look. Like a landmass is a landmass. It has nothing to do with your skin color. You can be from anywhere and be what you would think is a Negro. You can be from anywhere.
So what's your argument?
My argument is that how are you saying that you debunked? How are you saying that you debunk something when the actual Europeans that ruled over there?
Okay,
let me answer. There is no return.
I haven't completed my thought.
I still don't understand what he's arguing. I don't. More questions. I have no idea what you're arguing. Could you tell us what you're arguing?
Because he's saying that Europeans are just not all white people. There were black people that lived in Europe as well.
Correct.
Okay,
Y'all
so
don't know that?
no,
Y'all don't
you
know that?
know
So
that. Okay,
That-
time out. More questions because I didn't. So, like, what are you saying? Like that you don't identify people based on their race, or their race isn't coincide with where they come from?
yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. Is that the same way that everybody believes that if you're melanated or you're original, that somehow you have to be African. That's just not the case. Like like Europeans were in people were original people or Negroes or whatever you want to say they are were in Europe way before there was a white person that you call today. We just get up every day and say Europeans. Like they are not from there. They're
So
not the
is your argument that the first people that inhabited the land that we call Europe were dark skinned people? Is that your argument?
my 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 observation is that the planet was occupied by what you would call a Negro, a black person, whatever you want to say that is. We were around everywhere, dog. There was no place that white people just
I never
that's
said
their
that.
home.
I never said we wasn't. What I said was that the notion and claim that there were 12 million Europeans over here enslaved is false. There is no evidence for it. There's
Oh,
no proof.
oh
It's just
yeah,
it's a false claim. And then I'm not
yeah.
going to just say
12
it
million.
without I'm not going to say it without being able to back it up with
Okay,
a source, with
all
a
right.
credible
So
eyewitness statement at the
I
time.
got you. I got you. So I got questions. I'm sorry.
Hold up, Mo. King, did you leave your plane just now?
Yeah, I'm just because we kind of bouncing around and a little bit here. I'm trying to go back. I'm trying to explain to him what I was saying was no, there was not 12 million Europeans brought over here and put into African. The indenture service that were over here made up or compromised the labor force. It was only 350 to 500,000 max.
Oh wow. Okay, more questions. You had questions about that, or Prince? Did you want to respond? I kind of want to ask Prince. Do you want to respond?
No. So you were saying that it wasn't 12 million
Peace,
African
peace, Mo.
slaves.
No, that the Europeans that were enslaved went to Africa, not here. They went to Africa.
Oh, okay. Okay. No pushback. Yeah.
Okay, go ahead, Prince. I didn't know that
We
Europeans
are
were enslaved in Africa.
we are to ignore the 12 million Slavics that came here. It's strangely when you take off the I in the C, you put E on it, you got slave. And then we're supposed to give them special names like indentured servant. Sure. See, they're criminals, sir. You
Like,
can't be
can you
intellectually
give me
honest.
okay, sir, can you give me a
Sir, we're going to
source?
start off with being
Can you
intellectually
give me
honest first.
I am being
How about we start out by being
I'm trying to keep you
intellectually
intellectually
honest?
honest.
Notice how you're pushing back against me saying intellectual honesty. When I say that, that means you have to
You're,
admit that the people
Y'all
who
need
are
to
writing
calm
the history
down.
are the descendants
Y'all
of
need to calm
people who committed massacres, sir, indicating that their family were criminals. So why would I take them as factual information?
So time
They're
out.
the
Hold up,
family of the
Prince.
fucking
But Prince,
criminals, sir.
but Prince, you're doubting the history that as it's written, but you're using the history as it's
Right.
written.
I use their actions that we can see them doing,
so
that
you're
they
cherry
did.
picking.
Like
So
all
you
criminals, when
only want to
you got them
use
on
so you
48
only want to
hours and
use
you
what you
investigate
only
them,
want to use what you agree with, right?
I only use what I see taking place, sir.
Now
Okay,
we
so
can read.
See, we can
what
see them coming here by the millions, being
Prince,
illiterate.
Prince, will you concede that will you concede to the fact that there was not 12 million Europeans
Sir,
over here? Would you
I
concede?
can concede to the fact that we've seen 12 million European Slavics coming through Angel Island, sir, and Ellis Island.
So that wasn't that was
Slavics.
after 1865. That wasn't
Yeah,
until the
that's what they
1900s.
say. That's what they say. But we know that they didn't build Ellis Island like they didn't build anything else in this country.
So there was
Or
not
France.
there was not a mass influx of Europeans coming by
if there
boats
wasn't, then
into the Americas
why did 40
until the
years
ninth.
prior,
Oh,
He
time
was.
out,
It
over a
y'all.
was.
million of them
All
came
right,
here if it
all
wasn't a
right.
mass
Yeah.
influx?
The
No. He is
only
right
issue,
about.
like, hold up, more questions. I welcome the dialogue, but at this point, I'm kind of learning from y'all, and I can't hear y'all, but y'all talking over each other. That's my only issue,
Now I will say this. I will say
cause I
this.
can't hear neither one of y'all.
From the research that I have seen, that 12.5 number does add up to the immigrants, the white people that came via Ellis Island. It does. I mean, I have seen that information. I don't have it in front of me. I can't pull it up, but I have seen that, and I do understand why a lot of people do say that is where they're getting that number from.
Okay, time out, okay, time out. So these people come from where in Europe?
But, to be
Or are
honest
y'all
with
talking
you,
about the Europeans who migrated over here?
no, it just look, there's a timeline that's going on that in the 1800s something happened over here that we do not know, and it is something that's very confusing. I'm not telling you I got all the answers. I'm just telling you that there's information. They got documentation of white folks coming over here in the 1800s in mass. They also got information about these incubator babies, which they call Cabbage Patch Kids, and that's a real thing. You know, I don't know what happened between 1492 and then this 1800s, but I'm telling you,
I
something
can tell you
happened.
exactly what happened. Since you want to know what happened, I can tell you exactly what happened. The Spanish people came over here. When they came over into the Americas, what they encountered was the indigenous American Indians. Those people that they encountered when they came over here, they enslaved a lot of them or went to war. Let's just say they were prisoners of war, captured, conquered them, and sent them over into Europe. They sent the indigenous people, and then the ones that they couldn't send out, they unalived them. And the ones that were not unalived, they just died from disease. That's what happened from 1493. That's what happened from 1493 to the year 1619 when they go with this narrative of the slave story. There were already Africans. There were already Africans that were coming over here that were showing the Europeans how to get to the Americas.
Fine. But were the Spanish people that you're speaking about, they were Negroes too.
No, they were not.
Like, see, that's where we miss each other. Because I'm telling you that even Columbus is documented as being half original or mulatto. Like that's what I'm saying, man.
Okay, so what is that? So what does that have to do with the impact that it had that this Spanish person, who was not, from what I researched, was not classified as an indigenous person or a Negro? This is the first time I heard that he was a mulatto. The Spaniard came over here. Now, if we want to talk about colored, a colored person, the reason why they came over here is because they heard that there was a land that had gold in it. They heard that there was a land that had resources, and they were running out of resources. So they did a mass exploration to come over here. Not only that, though, they had a fear of people coming into the landmass that would genetically annihilate them and wipe them out. Have you ever heard of a lady called Dr. Frances Cress Wilson? The color computational theory. Have you ever heard of that?
Yeah, I'm aware, bro. I'm aware.
Okay, so their fear was that the dark-skinned people was coming into Europe and genetically annihilated them, such as the Moors, that were over there for close to 800 years, right? So when King Ferdinand and Queen Isabella, when they won the war and they pushed the Moors out, they said, we need to go out and make sure that there are no more people of these lands that can come over here and do the same thing. So we need to go out there and explore.
Okay, but what I'm saying is that those same people that the more civilized when they came and taught them how to, bathe and make soap and all of that, they were of they were half original. They were mulatto people, right? And those Moors, from what I've seen, you could tell me that the information I saw is wrong. Those people help Columbus navigate the planet. That's what I'm saying. Like there is something that it's something that it's a timeline, man, where everybody is they're black people beefing with black people, and they're bringing white people into the fold. That's the only way I can explain it. That's all I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? I because Europe was Eurasia before it was Europe. It was Eurasia. Like this was inhabited by black people, man. Those structures over there were built by black people. They saved those people from out the caves or wherever y'all want to say they came from. They came over here. It was something going on, but the same way we up here arguing every day is the same shit we've been doing the whole time. It's black people mad at black people.
What black people need to stop doing is arguing with facts. What we need to stop doing is arguing when something is.
I'm asking questions. I ain't arguing.
No, I got you. So I don't argue facts. I could put my opinions. If I learn something new, I'll change it. I'll be like, okay, I didn't know that. So self-correction must occur. So I'm not going to argue with a fact, right? I'm not going to argue with science. I'm not going to argue with data that can be backed by empirical evidence. I'm not going to do that. And then try to say, well, this is what I think and this is what I believe. It doesn't matter what I think and what I believe.
But do you question? Because that's what I do.
Correct.
I question because everything don't add up to me. Because
Correct.
what I've been taught, I just the shit don't make sense, and that's all. That's all.
I've
So the reason
information that showed that in 1978 they started pushing the slave narrative. I've shown that the European Caucasian is on the front of the Civil War medal, and that must be the biggest blunder in history, not to put the actual slaves that you freed during the Civil War, but replace them with European immigrants on there, looking like thankful slaves. Would you like to see the Civil War medal from 1866 given to the veterans of the Civil War? Would you like to see it?
Not really, because to me, it holds no weight to what the topic is talking about. What will it take to unify Black and African people around the world?
Well, see, this is the problem.
Secondly,
This education
it
problem.
doesn't.
That's why we can't unify. Because this lying ass education given to us by criminals, descendants of criminals. And we need to be intellectually honest and admit that they're criminals and they don't have a right to write history.
Why are we focusing on them when the topic is how can we unify with other people that look like us across the world?
They don't look like us. They just have a skin
Hold on, Prince.
that's familiar to us.
Hold on, Prince. Prince, to be fair, even if I looked at that medallion, that still don't prove to me that it was white people that went through chattel slavery. That don't prove
it does. Show me a picture of a slave. I can show you plenty of pictures of white people picking cotton. But I can't show you too many pictures of us picking cotton.
There were no white, there were no European in chattel slavery. There were no Europeans in chattel slavery in the country.
No, bro. It really
was not.
No,
sir. Now you're saying it was not.
Yeah,
all the information points to them being the slaves, sir.
No. Let me go ahead, Prince. Let me say this. This is my biggest problem with the whole slavery thing. I'm 54. I don't know if that means anything, but all I'm gonna say is we have been taught that all white people control all black people in America. Bruh, this is so false. Like we just think that all black people were slaves. And that's just not true, bro. Like even if you deal with your common sense, how were we all oppressed and owned by everybody? Like y'all act like that white people came over here with Christopher Columbus and they all was giving, you get a slave, you get a slave, you get a slave. That's not what was going on, man. And I mean, how do we just subject ourselves to believe that every original being or so-called black person was a slave? That's false.
I don't. Let me say this. I do not. From 1493 to 1619, there were no slaves. There were people that were invaded. They invaded this land. The American indigenous Indians were invaded
What
by
American
the
indigenous Indians
Europeans.
besides us? Because I'm an American Indian, bro. I ain't no African American. I'm not some shit that Jesse
I
Jackson,
never.
a Cherokee
People
Indian
don't listen,
called
man.
us.
I'm listening.
I'm older than that fucking even term, 1980s.
Y'all talking
African
over each other.
American.
I didn't even. Damn. Okay, so let me repeat what I just said. That from 1493 to 1619, there were no slaves. The Spanish came over here and waged war upon the indigenous people, the American Indians.
Spanish people, the 5'3", 132-pound alcoholics coming from a country that's plague-ridden. Make that
Now,
make sense, sir.
okay, so I'm going to make that make sense
Make
to
it
you.
again. More of these tall tales written by criminals, sir.
Okay, when your people,
Because when you look at their history
your people
and you
are
look at
not.
Spanish history,
Y'all talking
sir.
over each other.
All right, man.
I know, because he's trying to make his
Solo,
third grade to 12th grade
thank you for
education
having me
win.
up. I'm not here to insult people. I'm just really here to
I insult you,
provide
sir, by
credible
saying
links
third
thoughts.
grade to 12th grade
I don't
education,
really
which
think
is
that
exactly what it is.
sir.
They started
If
teaching us
anyone showed
slavery in
any
third grade.
intellectual immaturity, it's you.
Sir, I've been having an
It's you. I'm
intellectual
not insulting
conversation
you.
with you the
Like,
whole time.
sir,
You just don't like the way it's
sir,
going.
I've debunked you on many
Sir,
different
you haven't
occasions.
debunked
I
anything. What you
have.
did was
Okay.
mention to me what a bunch of white people said. The descendants of
I'm
criminals.
muting both of y'all.
That's what you did.
Y'all. What? I'm going back to more questions. I don't know what y'all doing. Y'all are talking over each other. That's for one damn thing. What's going on? I mean, I
No,
understand. I guess,
all right, but
I
let me
guess,
can
Prince,
I
this
address
is where I'm
can I
at.
address
Hold up, more questions. I'm gonna let you jump in. Prince, this is where I'm at. Prince, you want us to believe you, which I'm open to that,
I want you to
right?
believe me anything. I want you to go
But
do
I'm
your research
saying,
like
I
I did.
understand. And I'm not saying that you're wrong because I don't have enough education on what you're claiming. But I will say that, I mean, they do, we have a certain narrative that they've been educating us on. And of course, they have evidence to support it. So if you ask me to go show you a picture of a black slave, then of course there's pictures of black slaves, right? So, I mean, like, of course we have evidence to
People
support
sitting
what
around that they say are slaves that don't look
saying.
anything
But
like slaves.
hold on, Prince. How you interrupted me? That's why you and King can't have a conversation because you keep interrupting him. Go ahead, more questions.
What you have is a bunch of people standing around and them saying words underneath that these are slaves. You don't actually see anybody who actually looks like a slave or has any indication of slavery. They seem like workers, sharecroppers. See that part. But then you have all these.
No, look, and I promise you, I'm not. Look, the only thing I can honestly say is that, you know, I never looked at it like this, but a lot of these pictures and a lot of this stuff now, you know, there's information coming out, like a lot of this stuff looks staged. And I will say this, you know, in front of Prince. I'm not saying I agree with everything you say, but if you know you've been around people that are liars, why do you take anything that they say? I mean, because like if you find out that your wife has been lying on you and been cheating on you, or if y'all realize that men ain't shit, y'all don't believe nothing they say after that. Why are we even trying to like uphold the shit that they taught us in school? They're liars. So at this point, I don't believe nothing they say. You know what I mean?
But no, but I'm with you on that. I'm with you on that. But this is the other thing though. But if you want me to believe or you want me to learn about another narrative, then you're gonna have to show me kind of like proof to support it. Is that unreasonable for me to want to see that?
No, you're right. You're right. You're right. But I'm just saying, I just question all that. So even though I don't agree with everything that Prince might be saying, I entertain it because I know I've been dealing with liars. You know what I mean? Like I don't.
You don't notice that they came 4 million 40 years prior and they're on the front of the Civil War and they start snapping out after slavery?
What I'm saying is I don't dismiss that shit. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm telling you. I don't dismiss that shit. Everybody else be acting like that, you know, we gotta believe this and we have to make sure that we acknowledge that we were all slaves and white people have always been the greatest. I'm not that person because I know we're dealing with liars. And that's just, and I don't understand why everybody else get up here every day, and make sure that they fight for that identity of what we've been taught.
No, I get you on that. I definitely get you on that. I don't really get it. But I think that I guess usually I don't want to get into this tit for tat with the history because I really don't feel like it really benefits us at this point. Like, of course, if we want to keep the knowledge, right? Of course, we want to tell our kids to tell their kids to tell their kids, right? What happened to us in our journey wherever we were in the world, right? But like, if we too busy trying to identifying ourselves, because that's really where it came from. It's the question of identity. How do Black people identify themselves? Like, do you guys at all think that interferes with the progress, like us moving forward? Like, you know how, and then the other question is, you see how like our people were able to do like extravagant
Yeah, you
things
shouldn't
in the
let people's
past.
kids do stuff like that.
You said what?
Sorry, I was talking to somebody in the background. I'm traveling in between jobs right now, so you hear I'm outside. But when you look at this history, you got to take into account that we are being taught by liars, and I don't understand why it stops people from looking at what's going on. This education is a 3rd grade to 12th grade is a real problem because they sit there and they go, no, that's not true, when it's staring them in the face. They came here illiterate, 60 million. They had to learn English here, learn to read and write here. Where do you get world conquerors, scholars, anything from? When you really read European history, they're the peasants, they're the slaves. Okay, the nobles used them for cannon fodder.
Yeah, they are.
Right. They didn't care about them. They starved them, everything. But then all of a sudden they get over here, and what happened was we trained them to fight. And we had 500,000 European immigrants sitting around fully armed who had no skills to help us reconstruct the country. And while we were reconstructing our country, they cooled our military in 1866. And this is why you see the massacres from 1866 to 1923. And this is why the reclassification kicks in 1924, because they have control of our country then. See, actions speak louder than words.
What's up, Master Haynes?
What's up, Experience? What's up?
What's up? How you doing?
I'm doing good. What will it take to unify Black and African people around the world? It won't happen. It won't happen. It'll never happen. We got too much division. We got these FBAs. We got these fucking tethers. We got fucking what are they? Black Israelites trying to it's just a whole void. They're just trying to pull back and forth. It's too much division. It'll never
I
happen.
mean,
Then you have the truth.
but the thing is that like before there was race, people were always beefing about beliefs and this, and what was this. Just like how you had a beef between Protestant and Catholics. Like you got in the Islamic world, you know what I'm saying, the Orthodox world, everybody's mad about you Sunni, Shiite, you know what I'm saying? Like it's always gonna be a division. So and prior to all of these other races of people coming into the fold, we was already mad at each other.
Okay. So, with you, Haynes, are you talking about all Black people or just Black Americans?
I thought we were talking about African and Black people.
Let's be
Oh, okay,
intellectually
yeah.
honest again. There's only one black
Yeah,
people.
I
That's
agree.
the Americans. They just started using, referring black to Africans since TikTok. Nobody has never referred to an African as black before TikTok. Let's be
Yeah,
intellectually honest.
yeah. I mean, I can't run from that one. I don't know where
Well, my experience, them teasing us because we called ourselves Black. If any fucking thing, they definitely did not identify
It
as
was a
Black.
black was a terminology used in the '60s. They paid James Brown to make the song. He never said the words "I'm black and I'm proud," but his chorus did, and his chorus were of Caucasian and Native American children. Nobody
I
was
didn't know
black
that,
who
Press.
sung
You
that.
gotta send me
Yeah.
that. You gotta send me
Yeah.
that. I don't know.
Research on the "I'm black and I'm proud." It was Native Americans and Caucasian children in the background saying "I'm black and I'm proud." It was not us.
Yeah, we'll never fix the
Say
racial
that.
division, even in America. Black people will never unite America.
No, I don't agree with that.
Yeah, we'll never will. There's too much division.
Well, I think
Even naturally, we got over 2 to 3 million Africans here in America now. They don't interact with us because we're not the same people. If we were the same people, we would gradually integrate. We would have African girlfriends, all that stuff. I throw parties. I've never seen an African come to any of our parties. They don't hang out with us.
You'll see more Asians fuck with you before they will. Don't nobody want to talk about that though. You'll see more yellow Asians, Philippine, Korean, Chinese, Vietnamese fuck with you before they will. That's before an African will. Look, all them those what you call a yellow person, they accept American culture and adopt it and pour into it and support it way more than an African. Africans act like they don't even know what you're talking about.
Yeah, they don't even know what racism is.
Yeah, I'm just saying. Yeah, I'm just saying, man. Like we need to just pay attention to who's really paying attention to us. And y'all are not wrong about your observation. And don't let nobody take you off your square.
And they stink too.
Ooh,
Go
that
ahead,
is
man.
not
I ain't
fun.
doing that. Go
I
ahead,
ain't
bro.
doing
I ain't that close to him to even know.
Man, come on, man. You act like you ain't
That's a
never been
y'all
to the
thing.
grocery
That ain't
store.
my experience.
Yeah, I ain't.
I ain't that close to
Look,
them either.
I just want them to get. I want them to get on the same. I want the continent to become unified before we unify with them.
They
I
can't
think
They
even
that's
hold
not.
it.
fair. I think that's fair.
Y'all over here running for office. I'm in Maryland, DC, Baltimore area. Y'all over here in our politics. I don't know how Black Americans, Pan-African, not Indian. I want to know why are Pan-Africans not upset about that? Because you can't go over there and run for office. Why are they in our politics?
Because they're first generation. See, some people accept them as
Again,
like Americans. I'm like, I mean, on paper.
this, what my problem is? Like, y'all can say y'all first, second this. Y'all don't have no family reunions over here. See, that's what we really got to get back to. Where are your family reunions? Where are y'all? Y'all come over here and y'all act like y'all are a your family is from here, but y'all ain't got no family reunions over here. Y'all don't have no great grandmothers, no great grand anythings. Y'all just posting up.
That's fair. No, I do think it's imperative that they work together too. Like, I mean, if anything, they should be the fucking standard. Hell, I think that's fair. I think that's fair for us to say they should be the standard. He said my dad is black, my mom is Philippine, Native, Indian. I said never, no. User, where you from? You been in the chat. I see. I think a lot of more black Americans would be on board with uniting with Africans if we had our shit together. Cause right now a lot of black Americans, a lot of the pushback I get is that we need to fix ourselves, and that's what essentially we're saying. I figure. I mean, you could be you could be them people. Why you doing? That's against the law for you to work domestically. You're supposed to be outside of America. What you doing operating in the States? That's against the law. That's against the law. Yeah, the CIA don't supposed to be in America operating. You don't supposed to be operating on American soil. You're supposed to be in the Middle East, messing with them people that ain't, He said we don't follow the laws. I know. If don't nobody know, we know. All right. I mean, it is what it is. I mean, if Black America get it together, I think we'll be more open to it. But as far as what I'm getting from Black American, a lot of people want a give and take, right? They want a give and take. So, yep. We been fucking with y'all. That's a black person talking. I ain't playing. I already know you black. Let me see how many followers you got. 0 followers ain't real. If you want to be less discreet, you probably want to get some followers, right? You gotta go all out. Don't half-ass do your job. You gotta do your job correctly. There may be some blacks in the CIA. Y'all usually don't offer them. You usually only offer them like informant type positions. Not a lot of CIA agents are actually like black and they're running the operation. Come on now. Please. If it wasn't I say shit. The YT America ain't operating the CIA. I heard that the CIA was operated by that Middle Eastern country that we can't talk about. I heard y'all got, I worked here for the YT man. That's how I know you black. You black. Too bad if the blackness is oozing up out of your language in your text. That shit is oozing up out of you. Can't hide that. Look, he said, let me troll in peace. Okay. All right, I'll let you give it. That's funny as hell. Oh my God, that is funny as hell. He said, I want to troll in please. I want to troll in peace. That black was easing up out of you. Every message was black. This person is black. This person is black. Every message you sent just screamed black. I know, right? I need to play the lottery. It in the numbers. Why you ain't? This must be a brand new page. Why you ain't got no followers and you ain't following nobody? How long have you had this troll page? And I know it's a troll page because I got one. I got a troll page. You gotta get you some pictures. You gotta get you some followers because people gonna know you're a troll and they gonna block you immediately. You gotta make it seem semi. You know what I mean? You gotta make it seem semi-real. See, I would have blocked you automatically. You got no followers and you ain't following nobody. That screams troll. That's funny. Because Views was just in her and she was saying people get on TikTok fucking with people so that they can get a dopamine hit. So is that what it is? You want to troll so you can get a dopamine hit? Oh, look, no, you black. Calling people tethers. Oh my God. Where does that come from? I do not call people tethers. That's not a slur that just rolls off my tongue. I got a few that rolls off the tongue, but it ain't tether. I know FBA say that. It's something about an immigrant. What's up, troll?
Oh, I'm not trolling. I was reading what you put up there. What it says is, what will it take to unite Black and African people?
Oh, that ain't you.
And
Hold up, time out. My bad.
nah, that wasn't
My
me.
bad. That's not you. My bad. I just thought I saw the profile. I just assumed the numbers were the same. My bad. Go ahead. What's your name? I mean, what you want us to call you?
You can just call me user.
Okay. Go ahead.
But I was basically what I was getting to is the system is multicultural and multifactual. What I mean by that is like it works just like if I had to like put it in a context, it works as like a machine. The system, and most people, they joke about it or they say that we're playing it when we speak about it, but the system is actually built for us to fail and they talk about the traps that exist, but it doesn't really hit home for most people because they don't fall into the trap. And what I mean by that, if I start giving examples, you will start to understand. Like back in the day, right? Most people that had our childhood if you were born in like the 90s, you would start seeing shows or TV shows, and then you would start seeing commercials of people that were from Africa, not knowing that Africa is a whole continent of people, but you will see a small portion of Africa, their poor portion, like impoverished and lacking, and they're asking you to give money to them, and vice versa over here. They will show you um, pictures of people over here that's gangsters or like drug dealers and stuff like that. Basically, showing you the worst parts of people to make you not hate the person, but have a strong disdain and um, distance for that person, so you don't have a familiarity towards them, and vice versa. And I'm just showing you that to show you the system at work, because the system at work is a system that shows you, oh, these people over here is not the same people as you, even though you're the same color as them, and vice versa for the people that's a different color than us. These people are not the same as you because you're better than them, because you're the same color as us. And it's a it's an ongoing cycle of what they're trying to do, by making it elite, trying to make it an elite assist, making, I don't know how you put that. I think it's elitist system, elitist.
Elitist.
Yeah, making it an elitist, making it an elitist system, and what they're trying to do is like basically make it seem as um that we're against them, but it's not about black and white. It's just about rich and poor, and they know this, and they utilize this by tugging on our heartstrings. And when we don't comply with the agenda, then they start bringing out things like and you can see this go in practical observations too, because like say for instance when the thing happened with Donald Trump and the files, I'm not going to bring it up, but the files and Donald Trump, um right after that happened they brought out the alien files, right?
Right.
Like people wasn't about to track it back to like people wasn't about to track it back to like, what are you talking about? We don't care about aliens right now. What is going on with you? You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
It's always look over here when I'm trying to trick you right here. It's give me this in your hand if you don't look in this hand. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, like propaganda.
Yeah, it's like a magic trick.
Deflection.
It's like a magic trick. It's like a magic trick. If you don't look in this hand, if you look in this hand, I'm doing something in this hand that's about to mislead you. And that's every single thing that's happening in the government right now. Even this war that's going on in Iran. I applaud you. I implore you, people, please. That's a part of the United States. I implore you, people, please. I understand that these are real people that's going through real struggles, but their government is a part of our government also. And you don't think so? Please, people, just have a little bit of common sense. These people that's over there, the same people that's over here, they have the same agenda. And the only reason I say they have the same agenda is because of shared interests. Where shared interest lies, that's where the connection is. And I land my plane there.
Okay, okay. I do appreciate it, and I definitely agree with you. I think that I feel like it used to be where like maybe only a certain demographic of people was propagandized, but now everybody is propagandized now. Even YT people, even they are
Factual.
propagandized. Like it's like
Factual.
you be looking.
I remember when people I remember where people were like, these are conspiracy theories, and now all the conspiracy theorist people that been proven to be true is like, oh yeah, I'm not gonna say sorry, but thanks. It's like
What they say, the conspiracy. I remember watching Piers Morgan. He was like, the conspiracy theories are 300 to 0. They're like 300 and 0 right now. Everybody says
facts.
conspiracy, but yet the years later, these people end up being right.
Like factual. It's facts though. It's facts. They made it. I remember them making a conspiracy about the what is it, the pharmaceutical market, and how people were spending more money in medicine, right? And how they wasn't making any innovation in medicine. Right when this the file started coming out, and America was like too wrapped up in what was going on in Israel, they started making innovations in all types of form of medicine everywhere else. And it's hilarious to me. I'm sorry. It's just funny. It's funny as a bud to me. They started
So who
making
do you think is behind
innovations.
all of this?
Who, me? I don't want to get killed, so I'm not going to say anything. But I'm fine. I'm fine. I want to
feel
die.
you.
I'm fine. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? I'm fine because I'm black, but like at the end of the day, I don't want to get. Only reason I say that is because it's like I know my people, I love my people, but my people is not going to stand up for me, and that's just factual. That's just factual. We gonna talk about some stuff.
Well,
We gonna bring up some stuff. Please tell me if I'm wrong. Tell me please if I'm wrong. I admit if I'm wrong. Please tell me if I'm wrong.
I mean, unfortunately
Please.
with us, I'm gonna tell you, unfortunately with us, you're gonna have to be unalive before we act.
Can. That's what I'm saying. Before you can.
well, not when people start learning the truth.
When he said bruh, I was like, let me go ahead and step back because I need to know if I'm wrong. And then you said if people know the truth, what happened to Martin Luther King? People knew the truth then. They stepped on they stepped on the fact of Martin Luther King's death. And
Okay, host, if I don't cut in on him, I'm never going to get to say anything. He's been talking for the last 5 minutes.
I'm gonna mute myself. Go ahead.
I want to say that once our people learn the truth of what really transpired here, then they'll take action. But when you don't know what took place and you still puzzled on what happened, you don't know what to do. See that part? But once we destroy their European 3rd grade to 12th grade education and the timeline is restored on what really took place in this country, well, we're all going to know what to do with no problem. Action speaks louder than words. Remember that, host. Naturally, we don't interact with Africans because we're not Africans. We have no genetic ties to Africans whatsoever. Like when you start researching Africans and the fact that they get ticks and lice, right there, we don't get ticks and lice. You see that?
Agree with the hate, but I don't agree with the hate. But still,
What hate do you hear? To telling the truth? Why does everybody always speak of the truth as hate?
I'm not saying. I'm just saying,
Why
brother.
you use the word hate? For what? I didn't say nothing hateful. I just said the truth.
I was raised. If you don't have nothing nice to say, don't say nothing at all.
Guess what? You ain't. This ain't. I'm not your child, and you'll be okay if you hear some shit that hurts your feelings.
Okay, brother. I'm
keep
not
it
saying you said anything
respectful.
wrong.
Time out. I say you keep it respectful. Like you have an opinion.
Sometimes the
Prince,
truth.
he can say
You
Prince.
have a right to an opinion. Everybody got it.
The truth is not nice. And see, I like speaking the truth. I don't like being nice. See, notice the sip in my profile. I'm not nice.
Okay,
I don't care
I'm
about
muting both of
nobody else's
y'all. I'm
feelings.
muting both of y'all because y'all won't even listen to me. Go ahead, I clench infinity. Y'all ignoring me. Y'all talking over me. I'm muting both of y'all.
Okay, so what will it take to unify Black and African people around the world? Number one, 90% or 95% of the population of Black people in the African continent is 1.2 billion people, which means Africa itself, since it's covered by Black people, cannot unite and will never unite with anybody who is Black outside Africa.
Why is that?
That's a lie.
Because
Time out.
okay,
Hold up, user. Why not?
because okay, because Africa is not a white or Arabic country. Africa is a Black continent. So anybody who claims to be Black outside the continent of Africa, it's like you're calling them maybe Europeans or Chinese or yellow people or this. That is not going to work on the people outside the continent of Africa. Now, when you come to United States of America, you have 45 million people, which is a quarter of 1.2 billion people in Africa. So in America, there's already either a 3/4 or more than a half African Americans who are connected to Africa, which leaves the rest limbering around. So that means Africa, being the Black majority, 95%, cannot connect or unify with anybody who is outside Africa.
But you do agree that they are African. Hold up. But you do agree that they are African people that were born outside of Africa. Yes or no?
That's what I'm trying to tell you. I do agree. But that does not mean that Africa, you're telling me, listen, this is what you're telling me. 10,000 people, all right, needs to unify with 10 people. Make it make sense.
Why? Why is that? No,
Why
why
can't
is that
the
though?
10
I'm
people?
not asking you a question.
Why
No,
can't
no, no.
why
No,
can't
I'm
the 10
asking you. No, I'm
people?
asking you. No, I'm not. I'm not telling you. I'm not talking about 10,000. Why cannot African unify?
They
Can you
cannot
answer that
because
question?
they're the
I'm gonna mute
Black.
myself.
Okay.
Just answer that
Do
question.
you understand? I'm answering you. Number one, you have taken one thing, Black. Black is the same thing as African. So you have taken the Black to replace to say, hey, Africa, how can you unite with us? It doesn't make any sense. You're already a Black person asking. Listen,
Black,
listen,
black,
listen,
black,
listen to what I'm saying.
black is not
You
the same
already
thing.
listen to
I'm
Time
gonna let you.
contradictions.
out. Okay, time out, Infinity.
I'm gonna let you talk.
I'm
Black is
gonna
not the
let.
same thing as
Hey,
African. No,
hold on. Why
I
you
want.
into? I'm trying to
Mm.
just bring order to the room. I'm coming to you. I'm just trying to bring order to the room. So don't
Yeah,
compete with me
I'm
for
gonna mute
time.
myself.
I'm just trying to just bring order. Go ahead, user. I want you to respond to him because I've let Infinity. I've let you speak. I still don't know your point, but I'm letting him respond.
Yeah, I don't. What I want to ask him is, and it's confusing to me, is I done had examples of people trying to unify Africa the same way they unified America. Because if he's saying it can't happen, it happened over here in America. They unified almost 50 what do they call it over here? I think it's 50 states. They unified almost 50 or 53 states over here. They literally have it on the flag. They unified. So why can't that happen in America? That's why I was asking him. And if he says anything that I disagree with, I was going to correct him. That's basically what I was talking about right there.
I mean, I'm
I was
gonna.
trying to mute myself.
Oh, my bad. I thought you were done. What's up, Go World, Miss Go World? Thank you for stopping in. Okay, I'm gonna get Empress in. Empress, you can come on, Mike.
How y'all doing tonight?
I'm doing good. How are you?
The host African.
I'm Black American.
Okay.
Foundation, foundation.
I'm
What?
Black American too. I feel like we can unify if the African just let us be indigenous Americans. Why they can't just say we Americans?
That doesn't make any sense to me either, because it's like at the end of the day, how don't you understand that black people from science, their science, were everywhere before even white people existed. White tea people existed.
Mm-hmm.
We were everywhere. So why wouldn't we travel around the planet where we were everywhere at? It's like they're basically, and it's insulting to say that we only moved when Atlantic slave trade happened. That's insulting.
Yeah, no, I don't. I see. I agree with you guys. I definitely agree with the history that who we would call black people, dark melanated people, dark ass people, were on every continent. Around the world, they
Uh,
populated every
when
landmass.
Pan,
I don't understand why people are so shocked
if
that
you
But
America.
this is my
Jesus,
question.
if
This is
you
my
believe in the
question.
Bible, my bad, sister.
My question is, we've been beefing for a long time because we're saying we indigenous, and they say no, you're not. But we can easily become friends if they can identify a man wearing a dress. Why they can't identify us as being indigenous?
They've been identified us. The craziest part about that is they reclassified us so many times on purpose. On purpose. That you won't know your identity. You literally will have to go back and do DNA through certain channels just to classify your identity. And the only reason you will have to do DNA through certain channels is because even though they misclassified you, they still had to keep records on the misclassification. They had to keep records. All of that is records. You go to Tennessee, you go to Texas, you go to Memphis. They have records going back to the Atlantic slave trade, even before then.
Go ahead, Empress. No,
I'm just saying that, but there were people that was here before Christopher Columbus got to America, and they was black. Do you believe that?
Yeah, even in the memoirs of even in the memoirs of Christopher Columbus, he talks about black people being over here and copper colored people being over here.
So
He
they're not
says,
Africans, though.
no, he said black people. Well, he said it's black colored people over here in his memoirs and copper colored people over here in his
Mm,
memoirs. In
yeah.
his memoirs.
I read his memoirs, and he also said when he came to the Americans, they were just so like interested into the white people. Like they was like
Yeah,
so
and they were so
kind. They would
welcoming
take their shirt off their back.
to give to
He
you. They
wrote
were
that. He
welcoming.
wrote that.
Yeah, I
And
know.
we
That's
were just
because
nice
that's our people.
people.
That's our people. We were, and it's still the same to this day. We do
Yeah.
that to this day, and
Yo,
the
even when I
the
see immigrants and I have like old clothes and I try to give them to them, they get mad. Like, what?
no, the
Hey,
sad part that's because and it's sad to say, but white tea people conquered most of the world here, and their genes is in most of the world here. And I'm not saying that to be negative. I swear I'm not.
Can I be
I
honest with
swear
Can
I'm
I be
not.
honest with you,
Go
user?
ahead.
You see, you as a black in America, if you travel right now to Africa and you say the same thing that you call
I'm
them
probably gonna be
Africans,
stoned.
listen,
Oh,
you call them Africans, but you don't want to acknowledge who they are,
What
black
do you mean
people.
by that?
Let me say again one more time, all right?
I mean, what do you mean?
Okay, Africa can only unite with the Africans and African descendants who are from Africa. Okay, so if you are calling yourself black and you go to Africa today and you go to any country in Africa and you tell them this statement: hey, I am black, why can't I unite with you Africans? Yeah, they will stone you. Matter of fact, they will beat you up.
yeah.
that is a
Can
lie
I?
Bro,
from the
No,
pit
no, no.
I'm,
Can
I'm,
I?
I'm
Can
being
I?
of
honest.
Can I ask you a
I'm being
No,
question? No,
honest.
can I ask you a
he's
question?
saying if an
Can I?
American go to
I'm
He's
being
speaking.
Africa,
honest.
they will stone them, and
He's
it's
speaking. He's
true.
speaking.
that
He's
is
speaking
so
fact.
fucking
He's
not.
speaking
That
I'm
is
fact.
speaking
not
facts.
No,
true.
I'm telling
He's
you.
speaking
That's
facts.
Speaking
not
He's
facts.
speaking
He's
true.
speaking
fact.
facts.
He's speaking
These
You
people
facts.
can
are not.
only say those things. You can only say
Only
those things
reason
in
I agree with
America.
him.
You can only say
Only reason
those
I
things
agree
in
with him.
America, but you cannot say
Listen,
those things
listen.
in Africa.
Only reason. Listen. Only reason I agree with you is because I understand one thing, and I'm asking you a question for everybody can understand. Brother, how many years does it take for if your family right now, if your family was to go to Germany, how many years would it take for you to be German? If you were the first
You will never
settlers
be German.
in Germany, how would
You will never be
no, no,
German.
no, no, no.
Oh
No,
yeah,
no,
yeah.
no, brother. Listen to what I'm saying because you're trying to be argumentative. Listen to what I'm saying. It's a difference between your skin color and where you're from. How many years would it take for you to acclimate to be a part of the culture? And I'm talking about you because you were the first settler. Your children. How many years would they
I'll always be a
take to
fool
be
to deny
German?
myself. Yeah, I'll always be a fool
Yeah,
to deny myself or not to teach my
you
descendants.
will. No, you will. Yeah, no. Even if you teach your descendants, they will still have part in that country.
So why are
You,
they going to be
it's
the
it's
ones to
it's
ask
the
the
same
people, the
everywhere.
original people? Okay, so why are
Yeah,
they
they
going to be
will
the
be the
one to ask
they.
the?
I
I
am
Hold up,
understand your
y'all.
asking you.
Hold
question.
I'm
up,
asking
hold
you
up,
to open
hold
your
up,
mind.
hold up.
You don't want me to respond to
Do
your
you
question?
understand what I'm
God.
saying? Do you understand what I'm
I
Hold
saying,
understand.
host?
on. So, uh, y'all talking over each other at this point. I understand what you're saying, user, because I'll be honest with you. We just had somebody that was up here who said that they're a first generation British person. First day black British. He a first generation Nigerian born in Britain and now he black British. So my thing is if they black British At a one generation, I know Black Americans are at least Black Americans after being here. Supposedly, if we take your evidence with the transatlantic slave trade, we've been here 6, 7 generations. So I know we Black Americans at this point. If a Nigerian first generation and is Black British. So his question to you is, but then we have to do the difference of like your race, right? Your ethnicity, right? And then your nationality. A Black person can be born in British 3, 4 generations. They're never going to be a European. They may be British as far as nationality, but they're not like racially, they're not a
But
European.
but hold out, we was on Earth first, so the first Black people was the British before they came out the caves.
I know, but we don't identify them. And do we identify
You have
Europeans
to.
as... Wait, so this is my question. Do we identify white people as Africans?
They are. Africa,
Do we
North Africa is
I
white, South
understand
Africa
that,
is
but
white.
No, it's different.
Africa
No, it's a
is a
different.
white country.
Jesus. No, it's a difference between nationality and race.
It
Where the
is.
problem comes in.
You have to
Lack of
separate that.
understanding. Lack of understanding.
Hello,
Everybody that know.
Infinity. I
Listen,
know
listen.
you hear me
Wait a
talking.
second. Wait a second, brother. Wait a second, please. It's a difference between nationality and race. Everybody that's skin complexion that looks copper colored or the color of tar is black. That's race. Nationality is where you're from.
But
We
white,
need to separate that.
but white is not a color. It's
White
absent
is a
of a
color.
color.
Yes it is. Yes it is.
White is not a color.
White is a color.
It's a status.
Listen to what yes it is. It's a status of power now. But
It's
before the
always been, but
power
white have.
before
If
the
you have,
listen,
let me
it's a
ask you a
status.
question, dog. If you had a
Time out.
Crayola, if
Go
you
ahead.
had
Go ahead.
crayon
Time
box,
Go ahead. Go
right?
Time
ahead.
out. I don't
Go
want to
ahead.
go into this conversation about color because I feel like that is just ridiculous. We're talking about white people that we call white people now. That they may be pink. You may say they not white, they pink. You may say they not white, they tan.
When you call
You may
them
say
white, you're
whatever it
giving them
is.
the ultimate compliment. The
But no,
ultimate compliment.
I'm just trying to have a conversation where we're able to identify the people that we're trying to identify. Of course, they may
Well,
be
they
called
call
something else.
Caucasians, they call settlers, they call Englishmen,
Yeah.
they call German men.
I'm
They're
calling
not
them white
white.
people. I'm calling them
No,
white people.
we okay.
Word, that does
Yeah.
nothing to the conversation.
And they're not
So that's why
settlers,
I'm
they're
confused.
conquerors. They conquered Africa, they conquered North and South America.
And
They
they
conquered
conquering you.
they conquerors.
They
They're
Right.
had
conquerors.
black people helping them.
So here's the thing. All right. The good
That
question.
they didn't
The
have
good
black
question
people
to
helping
ask.
if they had guns.
All right, user.
That's
The
just
good question to
factual.
ask. The
I
good
heard
question to
Christopher
ask.
Columbus was black.
Unification. The good question to ask about unification is this way. What will it take to unify black who are outside Africa? Listen to the question. I'm just saying.
Okay, I'm gonna mute
To
myself. Go ahead.
unify the black outside Africa and the black who are in Africa. But if you ask just a plainly question like black and Africa, then what happened is you're going to be asked too many questions.
Or y'all gonna deflect, where y'all
Thank
want to
you.
move the goalposts on what these terms mean, even though we
Thank
know
you.
what they
So
use
simple.
every time. Like,
You can't
it's just
unify
ridiculous.
black people who don't
No,
believe they're
no,
from
no,
Africa or
no,
descended
no,
from
no,
Africa.
no. Or you guys are gonna deflect
I
from the
understand what he's
actual
saying.
conversation
I
because you
understand.
want to do
I
the
understand what
semantics
he's saying,
game.
though. I understand what he's saying, though. It's fucked up, but it's true. I understand what he's saying. All right.
No, I
Now,
don't.
tell me if I'm
I
wrong.
don't.
Tell me if I'm wrong. I'm asking him. Tell me if I'm wrong, right? Tell me if I'm wrong. It's fucked up, but it's true. Tell me if I'm wrong, right? If I'm wrong, brother. I
Yeah,
think
it
you're
is fucked
saying
up.
that. I think he's saying that. This is what I think he's saying. I think he's saying people that's from Africa and people that's from America have this divide that's it's manufactured too. I don't think he's saying that, but I think it's manufactured. But I think we have this such a big divide. Where can we meet? And it is fucked up, but it's true. Like, where can we meet in the middle and actually like come together and be like, this is this and this is that, when they done showed us that these people are violent and these people are disgusting, or these people are violent and these people are revolting, and they do this on a constant basis, and we don't have a connection anymore. I think that's what he's saying, but I could be wrong. Tell me if I'm wrong.
Are you American or you African?
Who, me? I'm foundationally Black American.
Okay, what tribe?
Oh, I don't know my tribe, but I'm foundationally Black American. I was
What
born
state?
and raised.
What state?
All right, guys.
I'm from Baltimore.
I guess this is another thing I'm gonna give you as an example. There's a people who have dark skin, who look black, but they're Indians. All right. Now you cannot say. That's why I was telling you. You cannot say, can Black Africa? Can Black and African people unite? That will never happen. Because one thing is, the only way you can unite with African people who are 1.2 billion black people is you have to descend from Africa. The moment you claim Africa, you descend from Africa, yes, now you are connected to Africa. Other than that, you can be black, but you're Indian. You can be black and you're Chinese. You have no connection to Africa.
Time out.
We kept it
Bottom line.
real,
Yeah,
though. We
you
kept it
can't.
real, y'all.
You can't.
How you
Yeah, you
Y'all,
can't do that. You can't do that. You can't do
anybody who is
that.
y'all, I
black?
know y'all heard me talking.
Yeah, I do.
Come on,
You
y'all.
can't do
Come
that.
on. Cause this is imperative. Infinity. Damn, and you moved him off. That's who I was about to ask. I was about to ask him, is he black? He doesn't sound black.
He was African, yo. He was African.
No, he doesn't sound
Jesus.
African either. He sound Arab.
Nah, that dude was
He said he
African.
was African. He said it out his mouth.
That dude was for sure African. But why you kick him? That's crazy.
I didn't kick him. I was coming to him. I wasn't got that. I ain't kick him.
know. I think Imperial Drive kicked him or something.
No,
But why you kick him?
she didn't kick me. I just dropped myself. I
Oh,
am black
Infinity,
from
where you
I am black from Africa in a country called Kenya.
That dude is black. I know you
Oh,
from
okay.
Kenya.
Oh,
I
yeah,
can hear it.
Kenyan.
I can hear it. I can hear
The
it. I can
Kenyans,
hear
they
it.
win the Olympics for running. So that's
Yeah,
one
they
part of
did.
Africa that win the Olympics. Gold medals.
Yeah. So you see, there was a time that there was black Americans who were calling themselves Hebrews. They went to Kenya and they started telling the Kenyans that Jesus is black, and they got kicked out and they started being beaten over there. You know why? Because most of the time people don't understand how Africa operates nowadays. We don't like that colonialism mentality. All right.
What are you talking about?
And
Y'all
one
country
of
You
is
said
corrupt.
yeah.
My
You see,
that's why this
you
Kenya
see, they're gonna
is
tell you this. They're gonna tell you this. If you have a Western mentality, leave it over there. If you come here with your mentality of Western, you're not gonna be living in peace.
that's why I
Infinity. That's
disagree
hard for
with
me
you
to
at.
believe that because your Kenyan
That's why I
president be
disagree.
all up in the Western's face. He be all up in their face. If
That
he isn't a
that is called
sellout, if
trade.
he ain't one of
That
the
is called
top,
trade
can
communication.
I finish? I don't understand why
Don't
y'all
confuse that with
talking over me. I
social.
don't interrupt
We
y'all.
don't social like that.
Like
Brother,
I was
mute,
saying, that's
mute
hard
yourself.
to
Mute yourself.
believe because y'all voted that man in. He's a businessman who's selling y'all out. He just sold y'all out to Bill Gates. So y'all voting him in or y'all voting him out?
Nothing is that is political. You come into politics. America people are selling out
Are
to
y'all voting him back
themselves.
in or are
Everywhere
y'all
there's
voting him
leadership,
out?
everywhere there's a government, there's gonna be politics. Don't include that with the people of Africa, who are the majority that they're black people.
Man,
In the
you're talking
what?
about Kenya. Don't move the goalposts. We're
I don't
talking
know
about
where you
one
got your
thing.
blackness. I don't know where you got your blackness
Sir, I want you to
from.
have a conversation and not you talk over me. If I ask you a question, I want you to answer it. I don't want
What
you to
is the
just say
question
what
you're
it is
asking?
that you just
You're
want to
telling me about
say.
politics in Kenya.
We're talking about Kenya. I asked you, was y'all voting that man back in or y'all
Yeah,
voting
we
him
can
out?
vote for anybody else who wants to be voted based on the age requirements that it requires somebody to be a president.
I'm talking about the man y'all got in now.
Yeah, he got voted, and I mean that's
You're not
politics. I
answering the
mean,
question that I am
if it's a
asking
mistake,
you.
it's a mistake. We keep
Next,
on going.
Emperor,
It's a process of
Empress, did
understanding.
you want to jump in? Because he not answering the question that I'm asking him.
Why did you
He's
vote for
saying,
Trump? Why did you not vote for Kamala Harris?
don't get put. Oh, I didn't vote for Kamala Harris.
Yo,
Time
he
out.
gotta go. Yo, he has to go.
Time out. I didn't vote for Kamala because
Okay,
Kamala
y'all are
is.
mixing up.
Sir, I'm not gonna be interrupted on my live. Like when y'all are speaking, I don't interrupt y'all. So I don't understand. I I want opposing views on here, but you guys cannot just talk like just out in front of people while other people are speaking. Like that's not the conversation I want to have.
Handle your
So
privilege.
you see how you just gotta get something in. I don't understand why you can't stay on mute and control your mouth.
Mute yourself, bro.
Oh, I forgot that.
Empress, did you want to jump in?
Yeah, you're doing a good job. At the end of the day, like he gaslighting us, so I don't know what to say.
Yeah, I'm so close to kicking him out. I'm so close. Like dead
Don't
ass
kick
about to
him,
kick his
bro.
ass
Please
out.
don't kick him, bro.
Go
Please don't.
go on, user.
I just wanted to speak to him for a second because at the end of the day, I this is what I understand. I understand the dichotomy between separation and not for real though. I understand the
No, I'm
dichotomy
laughing at the
between.
comments. Don't pay me no attention. I'm laughing at the comments.
I understand the dichotomy between separation and how they actually separated us. Um, because at the end of the day, when they were doing this to North and South America, they were doing it to Africa at the same time, and they were separating people. They were separating people from race, but they were separating people from the identity of I don't know. I don't know any other way to put it, but they were separating people from the identity of sovereignty of freedom. I don't know any other way to put it but that. And if you put it any other way, I don't know any other way but to put it but that. Because you can see it to this day. To this day, like certain parts of Africa to this day is still segregated. And certain parts of America to this day is still segregated. And you would say that it's not, but why do we have sundown towns? Or why do certain parts of Africa still have only white towns? They separated us physically and mentally. And you only can see it if you're actually around it. And people that's been around it will know how to move around it. Like people that's from the South know how to move with the racism from the South. People that's from the North know how to move with the racism from the North. And it's the exact same thing in Africa. And the
The
only
question.
way that we wait a second, brother, because I'm trying to get to a point. The only way that we can actually become united in that, and trust me, we tried countless times. And when we do, they either call us terrorists, they call us dictators, and they try to overthrow us, like Marcus Garvey. like what is his name? I'm forgetting his name. My bad. My brain. What is his name? I think his name is they
What
call
country was he in?
yeah, Marcus Garvey and the other the person that they try to call a dictator of Libya. What is his name? He
Oh,
was
Gaddafi.
Libya president.
Gaddafi.
Gaddafi. And countless others, even to this day. I think his name is even to this day, I think his name is
Ibrahim
he's the
Traore.
Abraham Traore. Thank you, sister. You get what do you get the point that I'm making though?
Yeah.
Even to this day, they try to kill this man like 17 times. And it's proven that they try to assassinate him.
Yeah.
It's proven that they try to assassinate this man.
Oh, they want him
But
gone.
we're not trying to gloss over this though. It's proven they're trying to gloss over this though. But it's proven they try to assassinate this man like 17 times, probably more. But the point that I'm making, the very point that I'm making is, you're saying that we're not trying to come together when we are. It's an active force that's trying to keep us separated.
Okay, so I
That's what
understand
she's
everything.
trying to say. That's what she's trying to point out to you. It's an active force that's trying
All
to
right,
keep
so
us separated. It's
I understand
happening in
what you're
America and it's happening in Africa too. Wait a second, brother. Wait a second. Every time Black Americans try to do it, we either get bombed, we get flooded, we get hung. I'm sorry for saying we get fruits from trees, rotten fruit from trees, and we either get that.
All right.
That's in America and that's in Africa too.
All right. So this
And
is the
I'm done
thing.
talking.
You mentioned Botswana, Burkina Faso. You mentioned all these countries. Now, this is what I can
He
tell
didn't
you.
mention
The reason,
Botswana.
no, Burkina Faso. This is what I
You
can
call
tell you.
Mufasa
Yeah, this is what I can tell you. All right.
from
The
the
reason
Lion
why.
King?
Okay. The reason why you see there's no unification like you think it should be, because Africans are not stupid like the way you think.
Hold up, time
A black,
out.
listen, a black
Infinity.
person.
African was
No,
stupid.
Hi, I'm just let me
That don't talk it
no,
true.
no. Time out. Time out.
let me finish.
No, I'm not. I'm gonna
I
drop
gave
you
him
if
time to
anything.
finish.
No,
Why
because
you
you
don't
just
want me to
insulted
talk?
him, and I'm not gonna go for that, and I'm not gonna think that you're not doing it intentionally. You did just insult him, and you know you did, and then you want him to sit there and not respond to you until you're finished. No.
I never said that Africa was or Africans are stupid.
No, he was saying that.
No,
No,
I know.
listen.
I'm speaking
He was
directly to
saying
you.
how
No, listen.
Africans
See, this is the
feel, and I wanted to
thing.
hear what they feel like.
No,
I
that's
wanted to
not
hear
what
what
he
he's saying, but
said.
he was disrespectful. She's not wrong. He
No,
was
he
being
was being
disrespectful.
disrespectful.
He was being disrespectful. I do want him back up here because I want him to explain himself. But still, I did not
Why you gotta
say
say he was disrespectful
I
though?
did because at the end
Because
of the
he
day,
said, hold up.
he said that like how you think that Africans are stupid. I never said that.
No, that's not what he said. That's not what he just said. He said Africans aren't stupid the way
Yeah,
you
how you
think.
think. And
Yes,
I
the
just
way you
now
think.
said, and I just now said, I never said that. I never said that Africans were
No, he's
stupid.
not saying that you said that. He's saying that the way you think is
I know,
stupid.
I know.
So
I'm
why
saying,
you hung up on him because he disrespected user?
No, I hung up.
yeah.
I disconnected him because he disrespected user.
And
By
he's an
saying that the way he
American.
thinks is stupid and Africans are
Yeah, because
stupid.
Yeah.
she loyal. Like you
Yeah,
want her to be American.
I still want him up here because at
I
the end of the
want
day,
to I want to know
I want to understand.
what's in
Yeah,
his
I want to know what
brain.
he's. Yeah, I do want to like dissect
No, but I
that what he
want,
was talking
look,
about.
I understand, but I want a genuine dialogue. Like, I don't want it to be like something
I know you
BS.
want to I know you want a genuine dialogue, but you can't have a genuine dialogue without pushback. And that man had
But that
pushback
ain't
because
pushback.
he had pushback because of the people that separated us in the first place.
That ain't
Those
to me.
those
That's
people.
not pushback. To
I
me,
look.
that's disrespect. That was disrespect to me.
That is disrespectful. I
At the
don't
end
agree.
of the
I don't
day, at
disagree
the
with
end of the day, we gotta save our race. And if he can tell us something that we're
you.
gonna tell our kids, yo, don't fuck with this African if he talking like
But
this.
I have
We
decent
didn't
little
know how
good
he
stuff from
thinking.
him. I have
Yeah,
good.
I do.
I have good.
I agree with
I
you.
really don't think
I'm
he's
just saying
made
I
one
agree
good
with
point. No, I'm saying like him, like Infinity. Like I haven't heard him make one good point. I've been thinking he's been trolling for the
It
longest.
was the point of how much they hate Americans is what we need
you.
to hear.
No,
You know what I'm saying? He was talking bad
no,
about Americans. I want to know what they thinking.
no.
You know what I'm saying?
He has made a good point. The good point is what they actually think about us and the
Yeah.
way and the fact of the matter is it's not even their fault. They were taught this. The exact same way we were taught this. We were taught that the whole continent of Africa is poor. And that's just factual.
It is though.
You can't lie about that. This is factual. They were taught that we were all drug dealers and killers and hoes and hookers. Can't lie about that. That's just factual.
And can I say something? When they come into America as immigrants, they gotta live in a house, right? And then
Yeah.
I had some African friends, and in the house they show pictures of Denzel Washington, Kim Kardashian, and they show pictures of Minister Society, like call the police on these. So they would already brainwashed. They looked up to us in their country, but they were brainwashed to hate us in ours.
We were brainwashed over here too. When
Yeah.
you wake up in the morning, you see a hungry child with a swollen belly, and you be like, "Oh, what's going on? Flies all around them and shit."
That
And
was not
they
in
be like,
America.
if you, that's in America. If you
That
wake
was,
up in
you
the
think that
morning,
happened in America?
you wake up. Listen, you wake up in the morning, you see a hungry child, and he from Africa. They be like, "Get 5 cents a day. You can save this starving child."
Facts. That's what
Please
I was
tell me you ain't never see
saying.
that shit.
The
That's what I'm talking.
Ethiopian commercials that was coming on, and it feed the children. We are donated to these channels.
What
And for them to come over
the
here and
point?
hate us, we was debauchated.
No. The point that I'm making is they made it seem like it's the whole continent. That's what they made
Oh,
it
the
seem
whole
like it is.
continent was poor.
Yeah, they made it seem like it's the whole continent when it's not.
It's not.
It's not. The whole of Africa doesn't look like that.
It doesn't. They got roads. They got buildings.
Shit, most of Africa look better than America. To be perfectly honest.
Yeah, they got resorts.
I ain't gonna lie to you.
But why you think that they taught us that Africa was so poor?
Why do I think? I just told you it's separation. They don't want Africa to be like America. If Africa is like America, just imagine, right? Just imagine. Do you remember that movie? What's it called again? The Black Panther. Do you remember that movie, Black Panther?
Mm-hmm.
Just imagine.
Was American.
Yeah, just imagine if the Black Panther was a nation, and they start treating black people bad over here in America, right? And the Black Panther as a nation is already strong. They don't need America. And if they already don't need America, they're like, shit, why you treating the black people over there bad? I'm about to stop trade over there until you treat them good. I'm not gonna bring no sugar over there.
Facts. That's what I'm saying with Gaddafi.
Salt over that motherfucker.
Remember y'all were talking about Gaddafi?
Yeah.
Yo, he tried to send $1 billion to America, but
he did, and then he died.
Yeah,
he tried. They didn't kill him for that. They killed him because he was trying to unite
Africa.
the whole entire Africa. He was
With
trying
a
to unite
currency
that.
of gold, though. With a currency of
Yeah,
gold.
it was going to be backed by gold, but
Yeah.
that's why they killed him, and that's the only reason they killed him too. If he didn't do that, he would have been fine.
And guess what? You don't know about this part. Why Gaddafi had a crush on Carlita Rice.
You said what?
Gaddafi had a crush on Carlita Rice. You remember Carlita Rice, George Bush, Secretary of State, the black girl?
Yeah, I know you're talking about.
She could speak 13 different fucking languages.
Yeah, I know you're talking about.
13 different languages, and she set up Gaddafi and told people where he was at because Gaddafi was so in love with Carlita Rice from America, he made a song about her and everything. And you know, Gaddafi, his soldiers was women. His soldiers was women.
Mm-hmm.
His bodyguards was
Yeah,
women.
he didn't
But
trust
he was in
anybody
love
but
with
women.
Carlita Rice. She set him up.
Yeah, he didn't trust anybody but women. And it's
Yeah.
fucked up. It's what I'm saying. My bad for keep cussing, but it's sad. What's sad, right? What's sad is that listen, this is the sad part, and we call it human nature, but it's not really human nature. That doesn't come from anywhere but the pit. What's sad is these people, right? These people that only crave strength and power, they live off of a certain type of demonic system, and I truly believe that because they crave the same things that demons do. They crave money, sex, power, love, lust. These are the things that they crave.
All the 7 deadly sins.
Yeah, these are the things that they crave. An average person that just wanted like a house, some kids, a picket fence with a little dog. You know what I'm saying? They don't do none of this shit. All these people that's out there that crave this shit, and this is how you can tell if I'm lying on that, because it wouldn't be examples in history. They literally make books out of these people. The thing that I'm talking about, you can look it up. It's called Machiavellianism.
Machiavelli?
Yeah, it's called Machiavellianism. It's called the second book.
Study or something?
Yeah, Machiavellianism.
No, that's not.
Wait, this not the same shit Tupac was studying before he died?
It's called Machiavellianism. You can look it up. Just look it up. You can Google it. And the second thing that these people study is these are books too. It's called Machiavellianism, and it's called what's the second thing? Just was looking.
Y'all still ain't told me who over this demonic society.
Yo, we are, yo.
I don't want to die. I'm cool.
You know.
I want to die. I know, but I want to die. I'm cool. I want to die. I'm fine.
Do you know the only reason? Can I say something real quick? Do you know the only reason why we don't see aliens? Because we are the aliens.
Damn.
Oh no. The only reason we don't see aliens is because the aliens is already here.
Well, we are the Black Americans are the superhumans. We are the aliens.
No, the only reason we don't see aliens is because aliens are already here.
There are different breeds. There's like 7 different breeds of aliens, and we are one of them. And that's why you got a Michael Jordan that can just fly. You know what I mean? And you got
sister. God put us down here for a reason, right? And the definition of extraterrestrial is something that's not from this
Black
planet.
Americans.
No, the definition of extraterrestrial is something that's not from this planet. And the
We are
things that's
not
not from this
from this
planet,
planet.
It's beyond live yet, ND. Go ahead. Y'all can go ahead. I'm talking to somebody in the chat.
What you were saying?
like I was just saying, the definition of extraterrestrial is something that's not from this planet. The things that's not from this planet, right? If we were to be technical, angels is not from this planet.
Yo,
Demons are not from
we
this
are the
planet.
angels. We are the fallen angels. The Black Americans are the fallen angels.
No, I don't believe in that. No, I don't believe in that. We are the descendants of Adam.
Why you think we
and
can sing like fucking Whitney Houston, but the white people can't, or the other races can't?
We are
You know
the descendants from Adam. We are the descendants from Adam.
The atoms, not just Adam, the atom with the nuclear and all that shit. Atoms.
No, we are
the people that
we are the descendants from Adam. We are the descendants
atoms,
from Adam.
though. In science, the atoms. We have Madeline.
Hold on, time out. So, user, who do you think? What are you saying? You saying we descend from Adam and who else?
Eve.
Eve. Okay.
Yeah, I'm just saying we are the descendants from Adam. Though.
So who made Adam and Eve?
God.
Okay. So why we don't descend from God though?
We do descend from God. He created everything.
Hmm. Do you think God is a woman?
No, I do not.
That's crazy. Because if God birthed a man, then your creator is your mother.
No,
that'd be God.
I believe. Listen, I believe in the divine order of things. And what I mean by the divine order of things, right, is the way that God describes himself. God described himself as a man for a reason, because it is a divine order to things. And no, I'm not saying that man hovers over a woman or he demands respect over a woman, because if you read the Bible, it explains the divine order of things, and it explains it beautifully if you actually read it.
Did you hear about? Can I ask you a question?
If you actually wait a second though, sister. If you actually read it and you study it, and when you study it, especially in Hebrew or in ancient Aramaic, it explains it beautifully. Because submission doesn't mean the same thing that it does over here. When you think of submission nowadays, you think that you have to be like a slave to that person. But submission means sacrifice. It means that I will sacrifice for you and you will sacrifice for me.
So who you think came first, a man or a woman?
So who I think came first, a man or a woman?
Who is first, a man or a woman? What you think?
I think a man came first and God made.
You think a man came first, so a man birthed a woman? How you do that? Do your butthole?
Sister, I said I think a man came first.
If a man came first, then he would have to birth a woman.
No, listen. You thinking about it in your conventional way of thinking.
No, if a man came first, how the woman come?
Listen. You're thinking about it in your conventional way of thinking. You're forgetting that God can do all things.
I'm talking about science.
So do you not believe? No,
I'm talking about science.
I'm not talking about science.
I'm talking about science. I'm talking about fucking facts. How can a man birth a fucking woman?
You say you're talking about facts, right? Okay.
Yeah,
if we're talking about
like you're straight common sense.
I'm saying you're saying science is facts, right?
Yeah. It can be. Science. I mean, like you never know. But
I'm saying no. What I'm saying, you're saying I'm asking. You can't. If you say you can't add religion to science, and you saying science is facts, that means you believe in science, right?
No, I believe in science. Yes.
Okay. Can you tell me how the Big Bang happened?
The Big Bang Theory.
Yeah, it's still a theory. That's the definition of it. It's
It's a
still a theory.
theory.
But can you
But
tell me how it happened?
this is what I believe. That
Yeah,
that God, this is what I believe, that God spoke himself into existence, and that's where the Big Bang Theory come from. They're talking about
yeah,
like dark holes.
but if you believe in God, you can't believe in science at the same time. That's what
No,
you just
I'm
said.
saying if we gonna have a fucking debate, we gotta talk about what is really physically real. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it
We
was
gotta talk about
physically.
science. If not, I'm
If
not
you're
gonna talk
talking
about
about
it.
what's physically real, and you're bringing up God, right? God is out of that physically real
I
thing.
never bring up God.
You just did. You
No, I
just
think you did.
did.
I don't believe in God.
Okay, time
You
out.
say
Time out. Let me jump in.
go ahead.
User, you say that you believe that the man was created first and then the
No,
woman was created.
who
And
said
Yeah,
then,
that?
that's what the Bible says.
That's what the
okay.
man said.
And then, Empress, you believe the woman came first.
Yeah, and she birthed the man. That's what I
Oh,
believe.
okay. So you think God is a woman?
God is a woman, yes.
Okay.
God is a woman, and they erase women out the whole entire Bible for real.
They don't. They don't at all. Actually, when Jesus came about, the first
They
person
said
that
that
the
God birthed
first
the earth.
person if the first person that he ministered to, that he told he was the Messiah to, was a woman. It's literally a story called The Woman in the Well. The Woman at the Well. It's literally a story. That's the first person he ministered to. Jesus. He
Are you talking about when
I'm
Jesus
talking
was at the
about
well?
the
And she
woman
said, and she wasn't
listen.
a Jew or something, and he said, "You a dog."
Yeah.
And what
No,
he said that you would eat my crumbs.
she was a Pharisee, right? She was a
Hmm.
Pharisee. He said to her, "Woman, can
So
you
first of
give
all,
me?"
Jesus is at the well and he thirsty, and a woman
Yeah.
come up and she drinking and she getting water out the well. And Jesus like, "Who are
Yes.
you?" And she a Pharisee, right?
Yeah. He
All right,
said,
go
"Woman,
ahead.
can you give me some water? Can you give me some water?" He said,
That's what Jesus said, right?
why yeah, that's what Jesus said. And she said, you would take water from me? I am I forget where she's from, but she's a Pharisee.
I'm a
And
Pharisee,
she said
yo.
she basically says that. And he says, I came here for a reason. And she's basically not believing in him. And she says, yeah, you are a preacher. I come here at this day and hour because she comes there in the early morning just to avoid people. She avoids people because she was shunned by the people of her time.
Mm-hmm.
Because women at that time, if you were doing a certain type of thing, you either get beat to death
Mm-hmm. They was
or you're
oppressed. Women
shunned
was
by
oppressed.
other people. Yes, basically that's what I'm saying. You were
And
either
then
beat to death or you were shunned by your people. And
so
this
God,
is the
she
point that I'm
said,
making.
like, how do I honor you by
What?
giving you a cup of water to Jesus, right? And what
No,
happened?
no, that's not what she says. She says to him, I don't believe you. You say that you can give me water that I will not thirst from. I don't believe you, because he told her, I can give you water that you won't be thirsty from. You basically will have everlasting water. And she says, I don't believe you. And then he says to her, um, he basically says to her, when she doesn't believe in him, he says, I know that you had a couple different husbands, um, a couple different husbands than this one that you are living with right now because he's not even your husband. And she believed him after he said that. After he said all of the husbands that she done had and the experience that she went through with those husbands, she believed in him. And he said to her, and then he said to her, you're the first person that I'm telling this to. I'm the Messiah. And I hope you believe in me because he told her that. And then when she ran off and told everybody that he was the Messiah, she was the first person that he told that he was the Messiah to, a woman.
But can I say something though?
Go ahead.
You know, once Jesus was born, he was already on a fucking run. He had kings, he had everybody trying to unalive him, right?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do
Yeah,
know that.
and even at that part you said when he was at the well, after he was at that well, the whole fucking neighborhood they swarmed him like this ain't Joseph's son, this ain't the carpenter, he crazy, and they put Jesus always back to the end of the cliff, and Jesus said, "You ain't gonna drop me down, you ain't gonna knock me down," and he walked past all of them. After that, because he was always on the run. Everybody was wherever he went, people was always trying to unalive him wherever he went. You know what I'm saying? And I don't believe his name was Jesus. I think he had another name. But I think all this shit really happened.
Yeah, that's what's up, y'all. I'm about to get off live. I gotta go moderate.
Okay. See you later.
Appreciate y'all joining.
Nah, I appreciate you more than anything. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Well, make sure you follow me so you can join the live again.
Yeah, I will.